Please be seated. First item on the order paper is member statements, and I call Padraig Delorgy.
I rise today to raise postal delays in Derry. On a recent visit to Royal Mail's sorting office in Derry, staff informed me that letters were sometimes waiting 9 or 10 days before they were delivered. Sorry? Okay. Staff have noted that they were told to prioritise parcels, overtime has been curtailed, and that holiday periods are often uncovered, creating an untouched backlog of mail when staff return from leave. The resultant impact of a prioritisation of parcels is constituents missing vital hospital appointment letters, financial information, and other time-bound and sensitive information. I therefore recently wrote to both the Consumer Council and to Ofcom requesting that they look into the following 6 critical issues impacting people in Derry. To what extent Royal Mail is meeting its public service obligation to customers. Number 2, the potential health impact of missing vital hospital, particularly cancer, appointment letters, resulting in delayed diagnosis and treatment. Number 3, the potential loss of earning, financial and impact of receiving financial and insurance letters significantly later than expected. 4, the potential judicial impact of missing jury service and pressing legal letters. 5, the potential financial impact of late bill or fine payments as a result of not receiving letters in a timely and efficient manner. And 6, the impact on small businesses of not being able to effectively and efficiently send or receive letters in a timely manner. There are countless other issues which we could rehearse, but this is about changing the system. It's about Royal Mail firstly recognising the problem and secondly putting in place strategic and robust measures to change. People in Derry will not accept a second-class system from Royal Mail. People are often left waiting on vital healthcare letters, which mean that they miss appointments, receiving the letters days after the appointment has taken place. And our office has been contacted by people who are waiting on a cancer diagnosis, obviously and naturally worried about the impact that this will have on their treatment options. It's also deeply unfair that our postal staff, who work tirelessly in all conditions all year round, are bearing the brunt of decisions taken by the management of Royal Mail. Royal Mail need to meet their public service obligations. They need to get mail out to people in Derry in a timely manner, and they need to take responsibility at management level to make this happen.
Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, on this 1st of July morning, I rise to commemorate this 109th anniversary of the first day of the Battle of the Somme. This battle resonates through history for us due to the sheer scale of casualties among Ulstermen on that first day of what became one of the bloodiest battles in human history. The battle was intended to be a decisive blow against the German forces. In preparation, the British artillery fired constantly for 6 days to destroy the German frontline trenches, with over 1.5 million shells fired. However, that bombardment did not have the desired effect. At 0730 hours on the 1st of July, whistles blew and thousands climbed bravely out of the trenches to cross no man's land under enemy fire. By the end of that first day, the British forces had 57,470 casualties, with 19,240 dead. The Germans suffered 10,000 to 12,000 casualties, roughly 5-to-1 losses for the attacking forces. The 36th Ulster Division was the only division of X-Corps to achieve its objectives on the opening day of the battle. This came at a heavy price, with the division suffering over 5,000 officers and men killed, wounded or missing. When news of these losses reached home, the Lord Mayor of Belfast, Sir Crawford McCullough, requested that all businesses be suspended for a civic act of remembrance lasting 5 minutes. He was the first recorded person to publicly call for a period of silence for remembrance of fallen soldiers. This event is portrayed in the stained glass window in Belfast City Hall, which honours his many years as Lord Mayor. Of 9 Victoria Crosses awarded for action on the first day of the Battle of the Somme, 4 were awarded to 36 Division soldiers. 1 VC was subsequently awarded to a soldier in the 16th Irish Division, which served nobly later in the battle alongside the 36th Ulster Division. The battle ended on the 18th of November 1916. By then there were over 1 million casualties, 420,000 British and over 500,000 Germans. By the end of the battle, the British had advanced 7 miles. As we remember those who gave so much in this battle, let us remember all who gave so much in all conflicts for the freedoms which we and others enjoy today. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. We will remember them.
Speaker, the shortest speaking slot that we're generally allocated in this chamber is 3 minutes. That's how long the Minister of Education gave to address the issue of SEND placements in this chamber yesterday. We all wondered last week where the Minister was in this issue. It turns out he was in Florida. What kind of message does that send to the children and families facing an uncertain summer waiting on a school place? The Minister and the EDA have done all they can to frame this issue as the fault of schools, but the responsibility for planning and allocation of resources lies absolutely with the Minister, his department and the EA. That we still have over 100 children without an allocated place on the 1st of July is a crisis. It is a disgrace and it has been allowed to happen, not because schools haven't stepped up, but because the leadership of education has prioritised other things. We are now watching a last-minute scramble to get a handle on this issue, with suggestions made that the Minister will force schools to comply. Imagine being the child told they have a place in a school that doesn't want them. The current Education Minister is not shy about coming to this chamber to trumpet and announce the things he wants applause for. Real leaders, however, step up and take responsibility when there is a crisis. They don't simply look for someone else to blame. And tacking on a statement to the end of another SEND-related debate on another issue this Minister has not delivered on in relation to restrictive practices is actually contemptible. It undermined the important issue we were there to debate and sent a message to the children without a place that they are not worth his time. But the number of children not allocated a place is only one part of this scandal. Arguably, the bigger failure comes when we try to probe how many of those children with an allocated place will actually have a physical classroom to attend in September. We know in October this year, 139 children were still waiting to access their allocated place due to building works. And then we get into the issue of the appropriateness of the places allocated. We have heard evidence at the Education Committee from school leaders who have stepped up to take on specialist provision, but have not been supported adequately to give these children an equitable education experience relative to their peers. In some instances, they have told us the best they can do is keep them safe in school. No wonder schools are reluctant to step forward in that context. We will continue to ask questions and do what we can to support our SEM families, but they are failed too often and it cannot go on. Thank you.
Eva Finnegan.
I rise today with a heavy heart, not just as a public representative, but a woman, a mother, and a witness to the deep and lasting scars that coercive control inflicts, not only on women, but on children too. Since 2020, 27 women have been killed due to domestic abuse, with Sarah Montgomery, pregnant mother of 2, the latest to be lost to this type of violence. We speak often in this chamber about protecting women and children, but the truth is that protection cannot exist only in words or in the safety of a well-written policy. It must exist in reality, and that reality is often brutal, complicated, and hidden behind closed doors. Coercive control is a form of abuse that strips a woman of her autonomy, her voice, and often her children. It is psychological violence, quiet but lethal. It is the manipulation of the systems to isolate a mother, to erase her from her child's life, to paint her as unstable or unworthy, all while appearing respectable to the outside world. We do not speak enough about the impact this has on children, children who are used as battles that they never chose, children who are shaped by control, fear and silence, children who learn to second-guess love, who carry confusion, guilt, or false loyalties into adulthood. These children grow up believing that love is conditional and that safety is unpredictable, and that truth depends on who has the power to tell it. Protecting women and children means more than responding to physical violence. It means recognising when a mother is being erased from her child's life through manipulation, gaslighting, and legal intimidation. It means that having the courage to believe her, even when her story makes us uncomfortable. It means looking deeper, because coercive control doesn't always leave bruises. If we are serious about protection, we need to stand with those women before they are broken. We need systems that understand coercion, that protect maternal bonds, and treat emotional abuse with the same urgency as physical abuse. There needs to be a cultural and systemic change right through each of our government departments and society itself. I say this today not just to raise awareness, but to call for action, because there are women out there and children who need more than sympathy. They need justice, they need truth, and they need to know that someone is willing to say, this is not love, it is control, and we will not let it win. Gurmila Mayagat.
Well done.
Trevor Clark.
Mr. Speaker, in member statements yesterday, I listened to the member opposite from South Down talking about Warren Point, and indeed my own colleague has talked previously about Warren Point, about the waste that's rotting on the quay in Warren Point, where many trucks arrive on a daily basis right across this province to dump waste in Warren Point. And that actually brings me back then to last week's judgment on the A5, where climate targets was key. And the best to describe those who supported that as environmentally illiterate, because there was options, but they decided to support targets that has made things much more difficult in Northern Ireland. On one hand, they're climate fanatics, and on the other hand, they're climately irresponsible. Indeed, the SDLP on occasions had an opportunity to deal with waste in Northern Ireland. On 2 occasions, they interfered with the planning process that would have allowed a site on this island to deal with waste, an energy from waste plant that could have dealt with all of the waste, that the people from Warren Point, the people from Cottonmount, and indeed your own constituency, Mr. Speaker, who suffer from the stench of landfill sites. But no, they chose over populism to take it to Warren Point, to ship it out of the shores of Northern Ireland to other parts of the world, to put it in a boat, which again is environmentally irresponsible at the cost of the fuel and the miles that has to travel to be taken there, to be dumped in the seas, which has been evidenced by a documentary some months ago. But it's a case of out of sight, out of mind. But they would rather interfere with the planning system because of NIMBYism, not in my backyard. There was a perfectly good solution in Northern Ireland, a solution that would served us all, a solution that got the best value of waste, a solution where people would have benefited from the energy from waste. But no, they choose the other. So for the people in Warren Point, and the people in Mullinglass, and the people in Cottonmount, go rap the doors of your representatives who, on one hand, say they support the climate, and on the other hand, they're climate deniers, because they would rather it rot, waste, smell, and cause the stench in our areas, as opposed to dealing with it properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is the last day that we will sit in plenary before the summer break. In the last couple of weeks, families will have been looking at the report cards for their children. They'd have been looking at how their kids have been doing in school and college, and thinking about how best to support them in the next stage of their education. So it's the right time to look at how the executive has done. We are now more than 500 days in to the new executive, which was formed after a 2-year delay last February. Whenever that executive was formed, Mr. Speaker, promises were made. Promises were made to the people of Northern Ireland that the new executive, an executive which had been 2 years delayed, would have action on health waiting lists, that there would be delivery in terms of social housing, that there would be action in terms of Lough Neagh, a disgraceful ecological catastrophe in our biggest natural resource. Critically, Mr. Speaker, they were promised the A5, a life-saving infrastructure project, would be delivered. Gaels and people who want to see the development of West Belfast were promised that Casement Park would be delivered, and parents struggling with the cost of childcare were promised that there would be not just some support, but a comprehensive childcare strategy. Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that as Leader of the Opposition, I have to report today that none of those things have been delivered by the Executive. In fact, they're nowhere near being delivered. The public deserve so much better than they have from this Executive. And I just want to, in the spirit of being detailed, go through where we are with some of those things. On social homes, the programme for government promised 6,000 social homes by the end of the mandate. This year, there's barely going to be 1,000 built. If we're lucky, that target has been missed. It can be written off. On the A5, the paperwork wasn't got right. The Infrastructure Minister then, now the Finance Minister, failed to get the paperwork done. That project has been thrown into severe jeopardy. Who knows if it'll ever be built, certainly within this mandate. On Lough Neagh, Mr. Speaker, an open-air cesspool in our biggest natural resource. Sinn Féin joined the DUP in voting against critical action, the fundamental action in the Lough Neagh Action Plan. On Casement Park, a couple of weeks ago we heard an additional allocation from the UK Government in terms of Casement Park, but as yet there is no plan, no sense of where the rest of the money is going to be found and when the project is going to be delivered. On the childcare strategy, yes, there's been some additional funding, wiped out by the additional pressure, by the additional rises families have faced, and no comprehensive childcare strategy yet, Mr. Speaker. I promised, and my SDLP colleagues promised, to be a constructive opposition, and we have been. Being a constructive opposition means standing up for the people of Northern Ireland, who deserve so much better than the sound bites, photo ops and nonsense they've had from this Executive. First Minister yesterday claimed she wouldn't deliver the A5 by sound bites. Well, I don't know how she's going to deliver it, because all she has at the minute is sound bites. I worry that our public are going to get totally disillusioned. We deserve so much better than we're getting from the Executive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This Assembly is supposedly built on the principle of accountability. Ministers are meant to answer to this House, not ignore it. But what we are witnessing from the Executive Office is a calculated culture of obstruction, silence and secrecy. We now know that the First Minister and Deputy First Minister blocked the release of information about their £54,000 trip to Washington in 2024 for over a year. Flights, hotels, taxis, all racked up on the public purse but hidden from the public record. Civil servants prepared answers to Assembly questions. Those answers were ready to go, yet they sat on the desk because Michelle O'Neill and Emma Little-Pengelly refused to sign them off. It is deliberate, it is political, and it is a disgrace. Let me remind the House of Standing Order 20C. The Minister to whom a question is addressed shall answer it by the end of 10 working days after it is published. Not 280 days, not a year, 10 working days. That is not a suggestion. It is a standing order of this Assembly, and it is being routinely ignored. Hundreds of questions on spending, foreign engagement, equality and civic engagements have been buried. Assembly members from every party are having to chase replies for months. Often when an answer finally appears, it's just a sentence or two with the same excuse: there is no joint agreement. It's time for some joint accountability. When ministers dodge questions, they are not just being evasive, they are breaking the rules of this House. You yourself, Mr. Speaker, rightly said, to not answer something for a year is clearly not acceptable. Ministers are not above the Assembly. They do not get to choose which questions they answer or when. This is not a private office, it's a public government. If the Executive Office will not respect the Assembly's procedures, then we turn to you, Mr. Speaker, to assess them. Scrutiny is not optional. Transparency is not up for negotiation. The public who foot the bill have the right to know how their money is being spent.
Orla Flynn.
I can call you. Members, today at 12:30 in the Great Hall, I'll be standing alongside Sinead Boyle. Sinead is a mother whose son, Sean, tragically died by suicide in June 2020. And Sinead is calling for urgent action to see crisis intervention services available to all who need them and regardless of where you live. She has contacted all members and all government ministers asking them to support her calls for the implementation of the Regional Mental Health Crisis Service. And as you all know, this plan was first published in 2021, but we're still waiting on the plan, getting its funding and obviously being fully delivered, and that is an urgent need. Sinead's son, Sean, was just 24, sadly, when he lost his young life to suicide. He always struggled with his mental health, and he also sadly struggled with substance use. Sean wanted to live and he asked for help. I know I've heard this in terms of a lot of cases in this chamber, but he asked for help multiple times, and unfortunately the help that he needed and that he required wasn't there when he needed it most. As Sinead has told us, Sean often says to her, "No one is listening to me, Mummy." And that's the words that's going to stick with her for the rest of her life, because now, sadly, he's gone. So today, I would like to encourage all of the members in this Assembly to listen to Sinead's specific calls. Sinead is asking each and every one of us to listen to her request to try and get this regional crisis service over the line and fully implemented. Sinead Boyle and her family firmly believe that Sean's death could have been prevented had he had the immediate and appropriate crisis intervention services. Had them services have been available to him, he might have still been alive. The need is urgent on this issue. The solutions are well known, but the human cost of inaction is far too great. So today, in Sean's name and in the names of all of those that we have lost too soon, we're asking for your support. Support the Regional Mental Health Crisis Service Plan and support Sean's Law. And above all, support those who are still fighting to this day, who are still alive and still fighting for their lives in silence and in crisis. I urge all members to please, if you have the time, come to the Great Hall any time from 12:30 onwards to show your solidarity and sign the pledge. I know that Sinead will greatly appreciate your attendance and maybe to get a wee chat with you and speak a bit more about Sean to each one of you individually. Thank you.
Bereskin.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to announce my public consultation on my private member's bill, which will seek to tackle a long-standing and deeply frustrating issue for many homes and communities across Northern Ireland, and that is the problem of unadopted developments. And today I launched my public consultation on this issue and urge the industry and homeowners to get involved in giving their views. This is not about restricting house building or the housing market. This is about fairness for the homeowner who's bought their home in good faith, believing it would have the appropriate infrastructure outside their front door. This bill is a product of listening to constituents, residents groups, colleagues, developers, and even those within the infrastructure department itself. And there's a common theme and message: the current system is broken. Too many homeowners find themselves trapped in housing developments that were promised to be fully completed and adopted. Roads, footpaths, street lighting, green spaces, yet years after moving in, they're left with unfinished infrastructure, uncertain responsibilities and very few answers. And Mr. Speaker, I declare an interest myself as somebody who lives on an unadopted development. It's unacceptable that families who pay their rates and mortgages, who do everything right, are left to live with streetlights that don't work and roads that are not resurfaced and basic public services withheld because a development was never officially adopted by the relevant authority for a variety of reasons. And in many cases, residents feel abandoned, caught between developers, the Department for Infrastructure and NI Water, and all the while their quality of life suffers and the value of their homes may also be affected. As I said, Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about punishing developers, nor is it about shifting the burden onto local authorities. It's about creating a fair, clear, transparent and enforceable system in the private sector. And we need to send a clear message that developments must not be left in limbo and that homeowners should not be left footing the bill literally or figuratively for unfinished work. I want to thank residents who've contributed to the process so far, particularly from Fermanagh and South Tyrone and right across Northern Ireland, who've shared their experiences firsthand. And I want to say that this issue cuts across urban and rural areas, affects people of all backgrounds and has persisted for far too long. So today we take the first step in ending that inertia, and hopefully through getting public views we can start to build a system that's fair, enforceable and above all puts residents first. Thank you.
Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, this week saw the report launch here in Stormont from the Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health, and it is an absolute wake-up call to all of us. The facts are stark. Between September 2020 and 2023, the number of children waiting for community paediatric services in Northern Ireland soared by 86%, from just over 5,300 to over 10,000 children. And the number waiting more than 2 years, it has tripled, reaching 2,223. And behind every one of those numbers is a child that is waiting too long for help, for parents that are struggling for answers, and families that are losing critical time in their child's development. Delays in accessing support for autism, ADHD, developmental disorders and mental health concerns just don't affect the here and now. They shape educational outcomes, life chances and future economic contribution. If we miss this intervention window, we don't just fail the child, we build up more cost and pressure in the adult system down the line. And what's more, there is a postcode lottery of services, and that is happening across the trusts, and it's unacceptable. The report shows huge inconsistencies in provision, pathways and waiting times. The Belfast Trust alone had 600 children waiting more than 2 years for a community paediatric care at the end of 2024. And we have to remember too the workforce. 88% of paediatricians surveyed said demand is outstripping capacity. Many describe persistent shortages that predate COVID, that there are recruitment struggles, underinvestment and burnout are the hallmarks of a system that feels that it has been left behind. The Royal College calls for a regional action plan. They call for sustainable investment, real data, better coordination and integrated neurodevelopmental services. But these are not new ideas. They are common sense, long overdue and utterly essential. So I would say this clearly to the Health Minister and to the Executive. Why are our children waiting over 2 years for basic care? Why is there no regional strategy for community paediatrics despite repeated warnings? And how many more reports, reviews, statistics do we need before we actually see some action? Our children deserve better. This report shows what must be done, and we now need to see the political will to do that. Thank you.
Peter Martin, if you could find your remarks to a couple of minutes, Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll do my best. I'm delighted to congratulate St Columban's College on being named one of the top 7 finalists in Secondary School of the Year in the Times Educational Supplement Schools Award. And this outstanding achievement reflects the dedication, innovation and inclusive spirit at the very heart of this exceptional school. Whilst ultimate glory eluded them, simply getting to the final 7 schools was a remarkable achievement in itself. I want to extend my congratulations to Principal Maria Flynn, whose leadership has steered the school to this remarkable national recognition. And I also better mention Liam Perry, the previous principal, or he will never speak to me again. I want to congratulate the teaching staff and their commitment to the school. I want to congratulate the support staff. The school has a very pastoral ethos, And also to the pupils themselves, a massive congratulations from me, and you deserve this recognition for your dedication, resilience and enthusiasm. The recognition in TESS is a testament to their passion, teamwork, hard-working values that really define the school's Christian ethos. So, final congratulations to the Principal, Maria Flynn, all teachers, staff and pupils on reaching this incredible milestone. I wish you every success in the years ahead and hope you build on this fantastic achievement. But, Mr. Speaker, school's out for summer.
Thank you. I have received notice from the Minister for Infrastructure. It's point of order, Mr. Gosson.
Mr. Speaker, under Standing Order 20C, written questions should be answered within 10 working days. Through a Freedom of Information request, I have established that there are multiple examples where draft replies were prepared by officials working to the First and Deputy First Ministers, then sat in their desks waiting for political sign-off for 50, 100 and even 270 days. This is not the fault of civil servants. The problem in this office sits at the top. Transparency is being evaded. What action will you take, Mr. Speaker, to compel ministers to fulfil their obligations to this House? And will your office undertake to study the FOI material which highlights this problem?
Thank you for raising that, Mr. Gosson. We will look at that over the summer and see what more we can do to address that issue. It is certainly something that I was constantly aware of as a minister, trying to get questions answered in time. And I'm also aware, having done the health job at one stage, just how many questions you have to answer and the pressure that you're under. But that doesn't mean that you can't do it, because you can do it. I have to say, DFM is a different office because you have to have agreement of the two ministers before it can be moved off. But nonetheless, one might give them a bit of latitude, but whenever you're getting up to 283 days, I think that's getting a tad extreme. So it's something that we'll look at and see how we can address in the next period of our sittings. Moving on then, point of order, Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to correct the record from yesterday when, during the debate on the second stage of the Adult Protection Bill, I said that the committee has proposed to extend the deadline of the reporting deadline to March 2026. Mr. Speaker, I was ahead of myself, and I should have said that the committee had agreed to request an extension until March 2026. I hope that this corrects the record. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Donnelly. Point of order, Mr. McGrath.
To add on to the point of order from Mr. Gaston, I know the points that have been made, but could there an assessment be carried out as well? If it's a simple factual piece of information, that doesn't require agreement. The cost of a hotel is the cost of a hotel. It is not something that is up for debate or discussion. The disagreement within the First and Deputy First Minister is the fact that they don't want to release that information, not the actual piece of information. You made a very valid point about the Department of Health. There's swathes of information that can take a long time to gather. Reading a number off a bill does not take long, and if that could be considered as part of your deliberations, it would be appreciated.
Okay, the member has made his point, as has the previous member. Now, next item. Nobody else? No, good. Right, next item in the order paper is a notice from the Minister for Infrastructure who wishes to make a statement. I call the Minister for Infrastructure.
Good Corlia, and with your permission, in compliance with Section 52 of the NI Act 1998, I wish to make a statement regarding the North-South Ministerial Council Inland Waterways meeting, which was held at the North-South Ministerial Council Joint Secretariat, headquarters in Armagh, on the 12th of May 2025. The Executive was represented by me as Minister for Infrastructure and by Junior Minister at the Executive Office, Pam Cameron. The Irish Government was represented by James Brown, Minister for Housing, Local Government and Heritage. This statement has been agreed with Junior Minister Cameron, and I'm making it on behalf of us both. Minister Brown chaired the meeting, and the following is a note of what was discussed. We welcome the achievements of Waterways Ireland since the last meeting and the valuable contribution it continues to make through its various activities, including the development it has made in 4 strategic projects: the Ulster Canal, Carn Row Weir, Tullamore Centre of Excellence and Master Plan, and Dublin Master Plan, and on its major projects such as Camden Lock, Barrow Navigation and Connacht Harbour. The significant developments on the Royal Canal Greenway and the Grand Canal Greenway, and the completion of an initial public consultation in relation to route options for the Limerick to Scariff Greenway. The rollout across the organisation of an emergency response service, its achievement of accreditation with the ISO Health and Safety Standard, and the recognition and awards achieved by Waterways Ireland, including being a finalist in the Green Public Sector Organisation of the Year, shortlisted at the Public Sector Digital Transformation Awards, winning Best Large Website and Best Overall Website at the National Digital Awards, and being selected as United Nations Sustainable Development Gold Champion for 2024-2030, and the update from Waterways Ireland on embedding sustainability within the organisation. We approved Waterways Ireland 2025 business plan and recommended the budget/grants for 2025. We noted that the Waterways Ireland annual reports and accounts for 2023 have been laid before the Northern Ireland Assembly and both houses of the Oireachtas, and that the annual report and accounts for 2024 have been submitted to the Comptrollers and Auditors General in both jurisdictions. We consented to a number of property disposals. We welcomed a presentation from Waterways Ireland outlining the current position with the Ulster Canal Restoration Project, the completion of the repairs to Carn Row Weir, Waterways Ireland's plans for its current premises in Tullamore, and the planned relocation to a purpose-built depot, and the body's plans for Grand Canal Dock and the Canals and Dockland area of Dublin. We also approved the reappointment of Mr John McDonagh as CEO of Waterways Ireland. Officials from Louth County Council presented to us on the progress achieved to date on the construction of the Narrowwater Bridge, which is located between Cordamuckla, County Louth, and Warrenpoint, County Down. The Council agreed to hold its next Inland Waterways meeting in late 2025. This concludes my statement on the sectoral meeting.
Thank the member for that statement.
That statement and the update on her meeting with Minister James Brown, the hardest working man in politics. I wonder if the Minister could give us an update on the Ulster Canal restoration, particularly interested in the phase of work that will be carried out in the north. Could we have an update on that, please?
So the Ulster Canal project is being progressed in 3 phases, as the member may be aware. Phase 1, which is Lough Erne to Castle Saunderson, Phase 2, which is Clonus to Clonfad, are both now complete and open for navigation. The work on the 3rd and final phase of Castle Saunderson to Clonfad is in progress. Feasibility and pre-construction work, including vesting of lands and renewing planning permission, is underway. Phase 3 subdivided into 4 sub-phases, and the current estimated completion date of all sub-phases is 28/29. I'm fully committed to supporting the completion of this very ambitious project, which is transformational to communities and businesses in the region, and all funding for the project to date has been provided by the Irish Government, including funding through the Shared Island Fund, with further commitments in place.
Deborah Erskine.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. Like the other member, I'm focusing on the Ulster Canal, particularly as it relates to Fermanagh. It's good to see development. Obviously, the Ulster Canal touches on a number of counties. It is important for tourism in the area as well. But I'm just wondering how much the Minister is thinking about a joint-up approach in terms of an integral transport system for the area as well, making sure that people are able to access it with public transport networks then whenever they've used the Ulster Canal, because that will also help boost tourism, and what work she's doing with the Economy Minister regarding that.
It's not something that was discussed at the meeting per se, but I think, you know, at the minute we've recently launched the transport strategy, and I think that feeds into that broader piece around what we're looking at in terms of our transport right across the north, which also looks at how we're linked to the rest of the island. So I think that is an important point to raise, and we can look at that in greater detail as we're going through that. I would encourage the member actually to feed into the consultation, and it's something that we could be pointing to in the feedback from that.
Declan McAleer.
I thank the Minister for her response, and should also say that in recent weeks the ERA Committee had met in County Fermanagh, where we met Waterways Ireland and heard of their many plans and the great work that they've been doing. The Minister had mentioned the Ulster Canal. Are there any other particular projects that Waterways Ireland has delivered in the north?
There's been quite a significant amount of work has gone on with Waterways Ireland. I think you know, we also talk about the different phases of that particular plan around the Ulster canals. I think that we've also looked at I suppose the responsibilities of Waterways Ireland and what else that they do. In terms of, can we look at, is there anything around Lough Neagh? But unfortunately they don't have responsibility for that at present. So I know that we are keen to see what else they can be doing and what we can keep within their remit, and that's some of the discussions we've been having with officials. But I think the main focus in terms of the North is around the Ulster Canal restoration.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, just mentioned there the rollout across the organisation of an emergency response service. I was just curious as to what this service entails and what functions it would be likely to perform.
Yeah, well, I suppose an emergency response is in relation to the assets that are within the remit of Waterways Ireland and how we can address as issues arise. So, in terms of the detail, we could probably provide more information on that. It has been alluded to in the meeting, but I could come back to the member with more specifics around that, because I think it probably is quite technical as well in terms of what that looks like in reality. So, but I recognise the member's interest in this, particularly in terms of our waterways and what that means right across the north.
Cathy Mason.
Minister, thank you for your statement, and you've mentioned that you received an update on the progress on the construction of the Narrow Water Bridge. As you know, it's a key economic and tourism project for the wider South Down and County Louth. Can I ask, Minister, what work your department is doing with Louth County Council and of course the Irish Government on the delivery of the Narrow Water Bridge?
Yeah, so again, as it is closely linked to my own constituency, I know how important this scheme is. As the member will know, the Irish Government approved shared island funding for the total cost of the project based on the successful tender, which is €102 million plus VAT. It's being led by the Irish Government and managed by Louth County Council, with support from my department for the connection to the parts of the north that it is relevant to. And we had a very comprehensive and detailed presentation from officials from Louth County Council to show the progress to date and where they've got to in terms of that. The bridge is a major investment in landmark cross-border infrastructure and will provide for car, cycle and pedestrian traffic, which connects north and south of the island. As you'll know, construction started in May 2024 and the planned completion date is October 2024. It's a 195 metre long cable stayed structure which will link Omeath on the southern side to Warren Point on the northern side, and it is something that will help not just economically but from a tourism perspective as well. The bridge will be maintained by Louth County Council and they will be responsible for the maintenance and the operation of the lifting aspect of it, and officials continue to be engaged with both the Irish Government at that level and Louth County Council during the construction phase, and are also involved in the project oversight group to assist in the successful delivery of the project in connection with the road network in the north. So it is a very exciting scheme, and I think, you know, living close to the area, as the member will know, and to see the construction progressing at such great pace, it's fantastic, and I think it presents a real opportunity for all of us.
Well, Brett.
Minister, when it comes to north-south bodies, there seems to be a particular struggle within the organisation to account for their spend of public money. As your statement outlines, they have now only submitted annual accounts to this House for 2023. We are now 2 financial years past that deadline. If this had have been Northern Ireland Water, you may have called in forensic accountants once again. Can the Minister explain to this House why public money is not being accounted for properly by these bodies? Minister.
Well, I think just to kind of outline the arrangements for the governance of the body, Waterways Ireland is accountable to my department, as well as Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage and the North-South Ministerial Council. Ministers discharge their oversight responsibilities in respect of Waterways Ireland through their respective departments and through the NSMC, which includes consideration of an agreement of their budget, corporate and business plans and progress to their agreed targets and project milestones. Quarterly monitor meetings are also held, which are chaired by senior officials from the relevant departments, and the Chief Executive and appropriate directors from Waterways Ireland attend to account for business performance and that corporate governance. They also have independent Chair and 2 external members on their audit committee to ensure that is properly audited also. In terms of their current accounting position, Waterways Ireland has submitted its annual accounts for 2024 to the Controller and Auditor General in both jurisdictions for audit, and when those accounts are signed off by the Controller and Auditor General, they'll be then laid back before the Assembly in both houses of the Oireachtas and then published on the Waterways Ireland website. So I suppose that's to demonstrate the layers of governance that are required in terms of their accounts and the process that they have to be going through to ensure that sign off.
You've done.
Speaker, and thank the Minister for bringing this statement to the House. Can the Minister outline what specific properties were approved for disposal, and can you confirm if any of them were indeed in Northern Ireland?
Yes, so the properties that were approved for disposal both are located in the south of Ireland, and they are a Wayleave in Ballyconnell, County Cavan, and a Wayleave at Foyhan in County Longford.
Cavan.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, my question relates, I think you touched on it earlier, about Lough Neagh, and it relates to the River Blackwater. Was there any conversations with it? And I appreciate it may not be under direct Waterways Ireland, but there's obviously safety and navigational issues there where no boats can pass safely. Was there any conversations regarding that issue?
So not specific to that issue. There's no statutory navigation authority for Lough Neagh, although local councils enforce the rules and regulations in the vicinity of their marinas and facilities. So happy to take further detailed questions on that if the member wishes to, if we can get maybe responses from those who do have more responsibility for that.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. Minister, there appears to be some doubt or question about the Executive's ability to extend the Fáilte Ireland brands, which particularly for Waterways would include Hidden Heartlands and Ancient East. Have you had any conversations with the Economy Minister about that? Because that obviously touches on these critical waterways, and particularly obviously Erne Shannon.
Well, not to date, but I suppose I take the member's point that this is very important, and Fáilte Ireland play an important role in that. So happy to look at that with the Minister where relevant and see what we can do to support that.
Galston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, why are the details of the 2025 budgets and grants not available in this statement or even the communicate, and where can MLAs find them? As of this morning, I couldn't find them on the website, and I want to ask you, will there be a further opportunity for you to be questioned properly about this matter before the Assembly? After all, the Assembly is here to hold ministers like yourself accountable, especially when it comes to the spending of public money.
Well, as I've said in response to the previous member, there is a number of layers of governance that have to go through. So I'm assuming they'll be available when they're ready to. But there's nothing to suggest that there's any reason why it shouldn't be available as soon as they're ready.
So that concludes the statement. Questions to the statement? Yes, Timothy, go ahead.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Today marks the beginning of the most dramatic expansion yet of the not-for-EU labelling regime under the Windsor Framework. On the 5th of June, the Government stated, and I quote from paragraph 5.11, a much greater range of products will be brought into scope of labelling requirements in July 2025, increasing the potential risk of product delisting. In plain language, Principal Deputy Speaker, this threatens supply chains and discourages GB suppliers from continuing to serve Northern Ireland. I ask, what steps has the Executive taken to prepare for the expected supply chain disruption?
Timothy, from what I've just heard, that's not a point of order, but I'm happy to refer to the Speaker. Okay, thank you. So the next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill. Can I call the Minister to move the bill, please?
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. The second stage of the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill has been moved, and in accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call on the Minister of Finance to open debate on the bill. Minister.
And I welcome the opportunity to move the second stage of the Fiscal Council Bill and open the debate on this important legislation. Members will be aware the Executive agreed to the formation of the Fiscal Council in March 2021, when it was established as a non-statutory body at the time. This followed a commitment in the new decade, new approach to set up a body to bring greater transparency and independent scrutiny to the current and future state of our public finances.
I am sure members will agree that since its establishment, the Fiscal Council has made a significant impact in improving the transparency, scrutiny and understanding of our public finances. Their work has also been hugely impactful in supporting my predecessor's negotiations with the Treasury last year to agree the interim fiscal framework, which we have built on in our further negotiations with Treasury ahead of the spending review earlier this month. The Fiscal Council Bill, which I hope will gain the support of members, will establish the body on a statutory basis and provide a legislative framework to underpin its work. This in line with international best practice for fiscal institutions. This would safeguard its independence, as well as ensuring its continued access to information, both of which are vital to its role. I will now consider the areas of the bill in more detail. The bill will put the Council into a statute as a body corporate. The Council will initially establish based on 9 broad principles recommended by the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development for independent fiscal organisations. These principles have been taken into account in this bill. The functions in the draft bill provide the Council with a very broad remit to assess and comment on our public finances and their sustainability. In line with OECD principles, it will be for the Council to determine its own work programme within that mandate. However, the bill does require the Council to publish a budget assessment report as well as a fiscal sustainability report each year. In addition, the Council can publish other reports as it considers appropriate, and the legislation provides for the flexibility that should the Council wish to examine other areas and above those in the draft bill regarding public finances, they are able to do so. Like other independent fiscal institutions, the role of the Fiscal Council is expected to expand in time, and the draft bill allows for that. Non-partisanship and independence are prerequisites for a successful independent fiscal institution. The bill, therefore, has been drafted to provide the Council with discretion to present its analysis with objectivity and free from direction of control of others, including from a political perspective. This safeguards the operational independence of the Council, one of the 9 OECD principles. Another important aspect of the independent fiscal institution is around clear separation between analysis, which is the role of the Fiscal Council, and policy making, which is the responsibility of executive ministers and the departments. The bill is clear on that distinction. While the Council Chair and members have indicated they receive the information they need from government departments to perform its functions, the bill will place its duty to guarantee in legislation the Council's right of access to government information in a timely manner required for its purposes. To ensure transparency, the bill requires the Council to publish all the documents it produces. The Council already does this, having published over 20 reports since its formation 4 years ago. This will continue to build trust and credibility with the public, alongside informing the wider debate around public finances. The bill also sets out the details of the membership, staffing and other operational matters of the Council, including arrangements for evaluation of its work. This concludes the detail of the bill, and I look forward to the Chair and the wider committee's input today, and indeed from other members of the Assembly in regards to this piece of important legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call Matthew O'Toole, Chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I'll obviously speak first as Chair of the Finance Committee, and then I'll make some remarks in an opposition context. But I'm pleased to say that in opposition context I will be more constructive than opposition today, because this is, I think, broadly speaking, a good thing that we are producing this bill, and and I think it's important to say that when we are doing constructive, sensible things, that we acknowledge it, and and I'm very pleased today that we're debating the second stage of the Fiscal Council Bill, and the committee, I think, genuinely looks forward to getting on with its work of scrutiny. Firstly, I want to thank the Minister for his comments, and thank the relevant departmental officials for their work in keeping the committee updated on progress of the bill and making themselves available for pre-legislative scrutiny. Now, while the committee would note our disappointment on the length of time it has taken for this bill to be brought before the House, it was in last year's legislative programme. I suppose better late than never, it is here now, and the job of scrutinising it is in front of us. I also want to note and acknowledge the previous Finance Committee who did work in this area and significant scrutiny. I suppose I should declare an interest that I was on that previous iteration of the Finance Committee, as were a couple of other members of the current Finance Committee. So I hope that will enable us, will give us a bit of a head start in terms of the scrutiny of this, because a few of the members of the committee already scrutinised some of the principles of this in the previous mandate. The report on an independent fiscal council from that committee was published in July 2021 and will be a reference point for our committee throughout the process. The previous Finance Committee made 26 recommendations across the 7 areas of function, discretion, powers, independence, competence, credibility and assembly engagement. In addition to recommendations across those 7 areas, the committee also made recommendations around the unsatisfactory level of information and timescales attached to the current budget process, the timing of budget debates after the executive has made decisions and how that limits the Assembly's ability to scrutinise and challenge, and consideration being given to amendments to the Northern Ireland Act by the UK Government in order to require reciprocal cooperation between Treasury, DWP and the OBR with the Fiscal Council for Northern Ireland. This is going to be a really important point, I think, going forward in terms of enabling the Fiscal Council to do its job, because it needs to be able to get, and it needs to be guaranteed that it can get information, not just from departments locally, but also from UK government institutions. And I would probably add to that list HMRC as well. While these recommendations will be a useful tool for the committee in its scrutiny of the bill, members will undertake a new call for evidence on the bill as drafted, as is normal procedure. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I should say, apologies. One of the committee's first actions when the Assembly was restored in 2024 was to request an update from the Department on the progress of this bill. It shows the importance of the bill, and it is one of the committee's highest priorities, as I'm sure it is for the Minister. The Fiscal Council was set up in March 2021 as an outworking of the New Decade, New Approach deal, meaning that the Council is currently non-statutory and its funding is under the sole authority of successive budget bills. Members are familiar with the work that the Council has done and the useful reports that it has published since its establishment. It is therefore imperative that the Council is fully established in legislation in an appropriate form to undertake its functions. The committee received briefing on the bill from officials on the 25th of September 2024 to get an update on the development of the bill, and also a briefing on the 2nd of October from the Fiscal Council, who were at that point broadly happy with the content of the draft bill then. Members support the principles of this bill and its passage through second stage and referral onwards to the committee. Members look forward to working with the Department, the Fiscal Council and other stakeholders, and to undertaking in-depth scrutiny of the bill. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I look forward to the contributions of other members in the Chamber, because they will aid us in our scrutiny of this bill. I'll just make a few remarks in a party capacity. I do genuinely think this is a very positive thing that we are debating this bill today. It could have been a lot sooner. I think it probably should have been a lot sooner, but leave that to one side. One of the most critical, perhaps the most critical strategic lever this executive, all executives have, is budget making. In many ways, in the context of our current devolved settlement, it acts as the de facto strategic policy making tool. I say that this time and again, the need for greater strategic priority setting and decision making, the need to attach programmes for government to ideally multi-year budgets, the need to improve assembly and public understanding of the budget making process, all of those things have been aided by the existence on a non-statutory basis of the Fiscal Council over the last 5 years nearly. They have been and they will be improved and made permanent when we get the Fiscal Council onto a statutory footing. I just want to make a few points. I won't go through all the clauses of the bill, but there are this bill sets out in 9 clauses in a schedule the powers and responsibilities and status of the Fiscal Council. In broad terms, it is, I think, what the public would expect and want to see from an independent fiscal advisory body, and there are other examples on these islands. In fact, there's the Irish Fiscal Advisory Council in the south. There is the Office for Budget Responsibility in London. I'm pleased to say, and I should acknowledge Sir Robert Choate, who's been the head of the Fiscal Council here, he was a very good recruit by the previous Finance Minister, joined by Alan Barrett, who is from the ESRI in Dublin, Maureen O'Reilly and Esmond Burney. They have all, on a non-statutory basis, made a very significant contribution. I would acknowledge their work over the last number of years. In terms of what the Fiscal Council will do, the two core responsibilities given are a budget assessment report and fiscal sustainability reports. But there is, as the Minister has said, the capacity for the Fiscal Council to do more than that. There is a clause in here which allows the Department to confer additional functions. I would certainly like, through the process of scrutiny and amendment, to look at whether any more of those responsibilities could be put in via amendment, to be specific about giving additional responsibilities and powers to the Fiscal Council in terms of what it must do in law each year. I don't want to be totally prohibitive, because some flexibility is a good thing, but I think looking at things like, for example, articulating economic performance, even if it's simply producing a composite economic forecast, which would mirror what happens in the budget documents that are produced by the Minister's Department every year, but at the minute they are a bit disconnected from the rest of the budget statement. There's a few paragraphs or a page or two on the economic context, but then to Joe Bloggs, who was reading that document, or even to MLAs or policymakers, it's not entirely clear how the economic forecast or the economic narrative links to the policy decisions and the budget decisions being made in the rest of the document. It may be that the Fiscal Council is able to not necessarily have lots of economists building a brand new model, but having some form of being able to analyse and look at the various economic forecasts that are out there and produce a kind of composite one that enables better policy making. That's one thing. There are a number of other. I will give you.
When he makes a valid point, which I agree with, but is that not covered with the fiscal sustainability reports that the Fiscal Council must produce?
Not specifically, because the fiscal sustainability reports cover, just to read under the 4 subclause 2, the fiscal sustainability report includes the following things: public revenue, public borrowing, accumulated debt, expenditure, such other matters as the Council considers appropriate. Now, it doesn't say specifically there economic, meaning measured by GDP or GVA or whatever it is. It doesn't specifically say that. I'm talking about economic performance rather than fiscal performance. But part of what we need to do in terms of our policy making here is have greater connection between fiscal performance and broader budget decision making and economic performance. And I think binding that into the Fiscal Council's work might be something, might be some way that we could do that. I think it's also going to be important for the committee, as we scrutinise this legislation, to understand if the Council reporting to effectively to the Department, and rather than, for example, as with the NI Audit Office, directly to the Assembly, is precisely the right way to go. Now, there are multiple different examples. You look at the Congressional Budget Office in the States, clearly they report to Congress, and they are primarily a congressional reporting body that still does the same basic job as the Fiscal Council. If you look at, I'm not, by the way, suggesting you could be on the scales of the Congressional Budget Office, but that's an example of how that line in works to the legislature. The other example is, for example, the OBR itself, which is independent but reports in and has its budget set by the UK Treasury. I think there's a legitimate question for us to understand and at least test whether there should be even more independence baked into the Fiscal Council status and having its budget set, for example, by the Assembly via the Audit Committee, as is the case with the NI Audit Office and a couple of other scrutiny watchdog bodies. So those are the kind of things that we will be looking at. I think, in broad terms, this Fiscal Council bill is a very positive development. We will have the opportunity to go through the bill in committee in great detail, but I want to make one broad point, which is we have suffered and suffer in this place from a crisis in accountability. I talk about that in a political context, in a party political context, all the time in here, and I obviously rub people up the wrong way about it, and that's fine, because that's my job. I rub people up the wrong way. We're all politicians. I have a job to do, and I'm pretty kind of unabashed about that. But I also acknowledge that the structures of our politics have not necessitated people taking responsibility. We are all politicians who respond to the incentives that are there. We need to change the incentives. Part of changing the incentives is changing the way our politics works, so that there's proper accountability. There's an independent watchdog who will tell ministers, officials and others who will set out the facts, I should say, for legislators, the public and the media and all other interested parties. That, I hope, will create more of a focus on bluntly actual delivery rather than simply some of the candidly sham fights and nonsense that pass for politics in this place. That crisis in accountability is something that should concern us all, because I worry that the public here, whether they're unionist, nationalist or don't give two hoots, are genuinely losing complete faith in our political institutions and the ability to deliver. That isn't a party political point, it honestly isn't. It's about us as an institution. I hope that our work as official opposition is about changing some of that, but the Fiscal Council at an institutional level could be and should be a real step forward in terms of proper accountability around financial decision making and budget setting. I think it's already done some of that over the past 4 to 5 years. I think putting it on a statutory footing will aid that work. There are specific questions to ask in committee that we will be going through in detail, and we will do a proper full committee stage. Work has been done previously, but we need to make sure it's done properly, exactly getting the independence right of the Council, understanding exactly its responsibilities and what the budget assessment and fiscal sustainability reports will look like, understanding how, if additional powers are to be conferred in the future, the department proposes to do that, understanding whether all the OECD recommendations around independent fiscal bodies are being followed, understanding its accountability to the Assembly as well as the Executive itself. All of those, I think, are really, really important questions. We want to get to the bottom of all of them. But I would say this is genuinely, I hope, a step forward in terms of passing this. I hope we can get it speedily but rigorously through the committee and then come back here to the Assembly, debate amendments that are proposed and then get it on the statute book in the best possible shape. Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Matthew, and I call Gemma Dolan.
Since the establishment of the Fiscal Council in 2021, they have had a significant role in improving the transparency and understanding of our public finances. By putting it on a statutory footing, this legislation will bring the Fiscal Council into line with what is best practice in other jurisdictions, safeguard its independence and protect its scrutiny role. The bill reiterates the independence of the Fiscal Council and clearly sets out its role as one of providing analysis separate and distinguishable from the role of executive ministers and departments which are responsible for shaping and making policy decisions. The Fiscal Council has had a positive impact since its formation 4 years ago, having published over 20 reports, from budget assessments to the sustainability of our public finances and health system. Its analysis of our public finances has supported the work of our recent finance ministers and their negotiations to improve our financial framework with the British Treasury. I therefore welcome progress on establishing the Fiscal Council as a statutory body and look forward to the continued contribution it will make on analysing our public finances and other topics over the coming years.
Thank you, Gemma. I call Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and we welcome this bill to underpin the Fiscal Council's work on a statutory basis. And the DUP has been a consistent voice when it comes to the need to transform Northern Ireland's public finance, and in particular we continue to lead calls for a fairer fiscal framework underpinned by Treasury funding that meets the objective need of our vital frontline services. Now, as an accountant, my trained thinking takes me straight into the analysis of finances, and as well as getting stuck into the detail of the numbers, I really value truly independent analysis, critique and evaluation of financial processes and systems. And in Northern Ireland, where do you go for that? It has to be the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council. We have a range of sources. We have university analysts, we have think tanks, departmental reviews and audits, all of which serve a purpose, but all of which have a very different perspective, whereas the Fiscal Council offers an independence which is needed and is invaluable. The statutory grounding of the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council will further bolster its ability to carry out independent scrutiny of our financial situation here. At a time of economic uncertainty and unprecedented pressures facing our public service delivery, having a legally binding oversight body should help our efforts of place in our finances to put them on steady footing and look to spearhead reform and transformation. And there's nothing more important to taxpayers than to see transparency and accountability when it comes to our public money. And to date, the Fiscal Council has demonstrated the positive impact that it has had in improving transparency, scrutiny and understanding our public finances. And their range of reports far exceeds what they are required to do, as the Minister outlined. And just last week, the Fiscal Council reported that Northern Ireland Water's funding model is neither fit for purpose nor sustainable. And this shows the ability of the Council to scrutinise across departmental remits and to address the uncomfortable truths that hamper our collective ability to deliver for households, communities and the economy. And the challenge function is vitally important. The Fiscal Council has helped us gain a better understanding of our public finances, as well as establishing an independent and credible evidence base to inform discussions with the Government, wherein we are championing the case to see Northern Ireland funded to need and see our finances put on a sustainable footing for the future. And the critical value of the Fiscal Council is its independence. Financial reviews, opinions, presentations or bids which come from within government are shaped by a particular perspective. If the Department of Finance presents a position, it can be perceived as their view or their minister's view or even a party political view. This is why we need to ensure the independence of the Fiscal Council is paramount. And in the context of Clause 5 and the ability of the Department to amend the scope and functions of the Council, we would of course be seeking clarity and assurances that the independence of the Fiscal Council will be maintained and strengthened as an outworking of this bill. There can be no prospect of the body being used as a vehicle for pushing particular political agendas, and is particularly irrelevant to flawed arguments put forward by the opposition and others in relation to fiscal devolution. The bill mentions that there may be additional funding requirements for the operation of the Council once it is placed on a statutory footing, and it will be important that this Assembly is consulted upon any additional funding that the Council would need and what benefits that this additional investment would bring to our public purse in return. We need to maintain scrutiny and ensure governance over all of our funded public bodies, and we can never write a blank cheque for anybody within our public services to grow without approved proposals or business cases defining what will be achieved by additional funding. We must almost always work to ensure the best value for money is achieved for taxpayers in Northern Ireland. And the Fiscal Council reports Northern Ireland's finances could be on a cliff edge in the near future. With this in mind, it is vital that the Council is given the scope it needs to drill down into our public finance and highlight the areas where efficiencies could be made by doing things differently. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we have all spoken at length in this chamber on multiple occasions about the huge financial pressures faced to deliver public services in Northern Ireland, and we need to ensure that effective financial scrutiny is occurring at every level. The role of the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council plays in all of this is so important. We welcome this bill underpinning the Fiscal Council's work on a statutory basis, and will work through the details of the issues highlighted to ensure safeguards are in place and that it achieves the status that it should. Public sector finances underpin all that we do here. The independence and scrutiny is critical, and I thank the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council for their professionalism and their work to date, and I look forward to progressing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I call David Honeyford.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the Fiscal Council Bill as well from the Alliance Party and welcome its long-awaited introduction to the Assembly since the formation of the Fiscal Council in March 21 on a non-statutory basis following the New Decade New Approach Agreement. Since 2021, the Fiscal Council has been instrumental in providing detailed assessments of Northern Ireland's funding formula, budget analysis and most recently the funding and sustainability of NI Water, to name a few. But for those reasons, it's incredibly important that the Fiscal Council is put on a statutory footing and ensures it's completely independent from the Department of Finance while continuing all the key publications that bring a transparent focus to our region's public finances through detailed scrutiny. The role they play ensures that we as legislators are better equipped to help us make effective policy decisions surrounding the direction and prioritisation of funding. The public are also better informed due to the independent analysis and from then to regain confidence in our executive managing their money. As others have just said, it's crucial that we give the Fiscal Council as broad a remit as possible given its focus on sustainability of Northern Ireland's public finances and the examination of budget processes, and they need as much information as possible to enable them to do that and to give them the flexibility to draw up their own work plan and to decide the contents of their reports and to prioritise what areas that they feel is important to highlight and provide assessments on. The Fiscal Council should be commended for the support analysis they've provided in the return of these institutions and within the executive restoration package, as well as the agreement on the interim fiscal framework for Northern Ireland. Although Alliance would argue that the fiscal floor needs to be higher than the 124, and has been demonstrated by the recent Holland review suggesting it should be 128, without the Fiscal Council's independent analysis and estimations of Northern Ireland's level of need from its publication in 2023, getting any internal fiscal framework for Northern Ireland last year may have been much more difficult to achieve. That framework has helped us combat some of the historical underfunding. However, tackling reform and tackling the cost of division would go a long way to delivering for everyone right across our society, and that is why Alliance is disappointed that the Fiscal Council has not been given a requirement in its statutory remit to have a due regard to the cost of division and the effect it is having on public finances, given the recent estimates that this costs up to £833 million every single year with the duplication of services in education, in leisure and community provision, and increase in policing and justice costs. While ministers would understand themselves the impact that the cost of division has on the departmental budgets, particularly in education, the Fiscal Council, having due regard to this, would enable departments to be held to account. The cost of division should be top of the list in the Fiscal Council's agenda. Building a shared future and a shared society is an essential part of sustaining and building sustainable and restoring our public finances. However, at this stage, Alliance very much welcomes the progress of this bill through the Assembly, and we look forward to seeing the Fiscal Council finally put onto a statutory footing. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, David. I call Paul Free.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise again, like my colleague Dan Forsyth, to support the moving of this bill. I think it's long overdue, and as the Chair of the Scrutiny Committee has said, that it was to be in last year's legislative programme, but at least we have it here in front of us today. I'm one of the MLAs who would stand up here and say that we shouldn't have more fiscal powers, simply because I don't think that we have the capacity to deal with more fiscal powers, or even sometimes the maturity to deal with more fiscal powers, and I fear that if there was to be more fiscal powers, that those levers would be pulled upwards and would hurt our people further. So I do believe that the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council is the right way to go in order to have that layer of expertise and independence in how the finances of Northern Ireland are conducted. And so I certainly support that, because it will, I think, give reassurance, and I do think that it will give a layer of expertise to not only help the department, but also to help the Scrutiny Committee, and not only the Finance Scrutiny Committee, but all Scrutiny Committees with regards to the reports that they will be able to read from the Fiscal Council. We've already seen the worth of the Fiscal Council, albeit in a non-statutory provision. And the Council currently costs around £511,000 per year. That was for 24-25. I think that's money well spent. I really do, because of the calibre of the reports, of the information contained within them, because I think it helps us all. It helps us all, even each one of us as an MLA, to scrutinise the work of the Executive and indeed the Department of Finance and all other departments for that matter. So I think this is crucial. Some of the issues I would have and some of the questions I may have as we go into scrutinising this bill deeper is the point that the Chair of the Scrutiny Committee made regards to who actually pays. Where does the money come from to pay for the Fiscal Council? And I know it has come out of the black box stuff and the Department of Finance, and that may change with regards to the black box stuff with regards to the other vehicle of legislation that we'll be talking about today. But there is a question mark there as to is it best placed to be funded from a Department of Finance that probably has the most to lose from some of the Fiscal Council reports, who may well be red-faced and embarrassed by some of the Fiscal Council reports. And so if we want to make sure and ensure that there is that level, that real level of independence and that separation between the Department of Finance and the Fiscal Council, then I do think we should, as a scrutiny committee and indeed as an assembly, maybe consider how best and how to fund the Fiscal Council going forward. The chair of the committee did raise the issue around the audit committee and the Comptroller General and the Audit Office, so that may well be an avenue that we could explore going forward. With regards to the schedule on page 5, it says the manner in which functions are to be carried out. The Council must aim to carry out its functions efficiently and cost effectively. Again, who attests that? Should that be the Audit Office? Should that then be the Audit Committee? Or is that the Department of Finance that will attest that? And again, the Department may, by regulations, confer additional functions on the Council. That's clause 5, power to defer additional functions to it. Again, there's question marks there as to whether it should solely be... Yes, I will, yeah.
And may I apologise to the Deputy Principal Speaker for not being in earlier. I was unaccountably drowned. Would you agree that one of the most important things about having the Fiscal Council is the ability to instil some form of fiscal discipline in the process going forward? And maybe the Minister might, in his remarks, as you quite rightly say, about additional functions, if that was part of the legislative process that the Fiscal Council reported at a particular time to ensure we maintain that fiscal discipline, do you think that would be a good way to go forward? Thank you.
Yes, I think it's certainly something worth exploring, and I think that's what we will. We could probably concentrate our resources on that in the time ahead with regards to the consideration stage of this bill. And again, the powers to confer additional functions maybe isn't the one to highlight and look at, but in that clause 5, part 2, the Department may by regulations alter or remove any functions conferred on subsection 1. So that might worry me with regards to, you might have a department that's maybe embarrassed by 1 or 2 reports and then decides to remove functions of the Fiscal Council to maybe relieve that embarrassment from time to time. So again, I'm playing devil's advocate, and I'm not suggesting for one moment that the Minister would do that, or the Department. Yes.
If the member reads further down clause 5, you'll see at the very end under 5, regulations under this section may not be made unless a draft of the regulations has been laid before and approved by the resolution of the Assembly.
The Minister for that clarification, because I was going to go on to that, because that part 5, or that 5 part, brackets 5, and that's sprinkled throughout the bill with regards to must be approved by the resolution of the Assembly. So that does bring an aspect of confidence and a veneer of confidence to this bill, and it's something that we certainly will pursue. Moving on to the schedule, I note in page 6, clause 8 of the schedule part 2, a person is disqualified from being appointed as the chair or another member of the council if the person is a member of a district council or the Assembly. I'm wondering why we've left out members of Parliament in that regard, but then exclude Assembly members. I can understand why we exclude Assembly members, but a district council, why not members of Parliament too? And for that matter, a member of the Irish Parliament too. I think it's something we need to explore. There may be a rationale, there may be a reason for it. I don't know, but it's just on the face of the bill reading it here for the first time. I just think that might be an omission. I'm not saying that there's MPs that couldn't do the job or couldn't do the work, both in Westminster and the Irish Parliament, but then why are we excluding district councillors who may well be qualified in that regard also? So it's just something maybe the Minister will take away and look at. Also then, if you look at 13, clause 13 of that same schedule, it talks about the council is to employ a person to act as a council's chief of staff. Now, chief of staff will be a very important role But are we allowing then a district councillor, an assembly member or a member of Parliament to become the council's chief of staff? Maybe a full-time job as chief of staff, maybe you couldn't do both roles or both jobs, but maybe we need clarification on that with regards to staff and who can be the Fiscal Council's chief of staff. The council may employ other staff. The chief of staff and other council staff are to be employed on such terms as the council, with the approval of the department, determines. And again, that goes back to the approval of the department there. Principal Deputy Speaker, that's, I think, me for this second reading, and I look forward to the scrutiny of this bill. It's something that we've looked forward to for a long, long time. I was on the previous Finance Committee in the last term too, where we talked about this, and we pushed for this. So again, it's great to have it in front of us. It's great to have it in our hands, the blue pages, and we look forward to the scrutiny of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the face of it, this bill, the principles of it, the broad principles, aren't objectionable. Greater transparency and independent scrutiny of public finances should be the bare minimum that the public deserves. And the bill obviously establishes the Fiscal Council, as members have said, on a permanent statutory basis. But it's been worrying over the past 4 years, some of the announcements from the Fiscal Council and their statements about the need for sustainable public finances. We know what that means. The Chair of the Fiscal Council has told us that failing to introduce water charges has its own costs, purely looking at the numbers, without looking at the impact that water charges in whatever form would have on working class families. And I would ask the question to the Minister and anybody who's listening: why should those who are struggling to pay the bills and put food on the table pay the price for years of mismanagement and underinvestment in our water infrastructure? And I'm worried about an increased ideological drive to strive to implement water charges. We saw an article in the Irish News today to that effect again. The Fiscal Council, Deputy Speaker, has also advocated for an increase in the regional rate. It has called for public sector pay restraint, pay cuts in a time of price increases to improve manageability of public finances. And I'm concerned about that, and I'm concerned that there's no concern from other members of the House and the Finance Committee about this direction of travel and these statements repeatedly from the Fiscal Council. Sure.
Where he's just said that the Fiscal Council advocated for pay cuts. Could the member point out where that is? Because that's a pretty serious charge to lay at the Fiscal Council. I've read all the reports and never seen them once use the words there should be pay cuts for public sector workers. So if you could just highlight to the House for the record where they said that, would be useful.
Sure. I raised this on the Finance Committee a few weeks ago. You asked me what date. I don't have it to hand, but the quote from the Fiscal Council is public sector pay restraint. Talk to any public sector worker, any trade unionist, they know what that means. That means pay cuts. Different language, flowery language, but that's the reality of what is...
Jerry, that's not in the scope of the bill. I've just checked it, so accept your remarks.
Yeah, no problem.
Could you move on,
like I said,
please?
Deputy Speaker, like I said, it's a statement from the Fiscal Council. And obviously that's concerning. That would indicate a certain direction of travel from the Fiscal Council. And they've stated before about further departmental savings, which is a translation for cuts. And I would make the point that there's not much left to cut. Services have been cut to ribbons. And what the Fiscal Council haven't stated before, I don't believe it's in this bill either, is the creeping privatisation of our public services also. There's no mention of the massive and ever increasing wealth inequality. It's not a topic of interest. And I'm concerned, Deputy Speaker, that the Executive will use the Fiscal Council's proposals, the future ones and ones maybe that they've already stated before, as political cover for plunging people further and further into poverty. It's not our idea, it's the idea of the Fiscal Council, and I'm concerned that that's the direction of travel. I'll give way.
I think it's a reasonable thing to talk about, and to talk about the use of an independent watchdog as cover. I'm not saying that's what the Executive is going to do, but I think it's fair enough for him to talk about. But would you also agree that the existence of a Fiscal Council might also be, because they will produce by law, the law that we will scrutinise and pass, factual information the members of the public, including trade unionists, who he and I care about a lot, will be able to scrutinise. It will be, in a sense, a scrutiny mechanism for ordinary workers and trade unionists and people who work in the public services to understand decisions the executive are making. So in that sense, it can be a benefit for them too.
Thank the member for the intervention. Potentially, but I mean, it's not rocket science what we need, and with respect to the chair and the people on the council, I think we don't need experts. What we need is an understanding of the withdrawal of large sums of public money from our public services over the last 10 years, and the Minister for Finance, in fairness to him, mentions this on occasion, but I'm concerned that the Fiscal Council doesn't have a focus on that, and I'm concerned about the direction of travel, and I don't think it's...
Jerry, can I just remind you that the second stage of this is talking about the establishment of a fiscal council, what a fiscal council may or may not do. So if I could ask you just to address your remarks to that.
Yeah, and just to kind of bring it to conclusion, I'd be concerned that it's not ideologically neutral, and people may cry foul about that, but what I mean is I think there's a commitment to neoliberal austerity, and it's the ideas already touted by the council is out of touch with what working class people need and believe. There's no mention of wealth taxes, no mention of an increased billionaire wealthy corporate class, and hugely profitable companies. Deputy Speaker, in my view and many other people's view, should pay more corporation tax. And the Fiscal Council haven't mentioned that. I don't believe they will mention it with the passing of this bill, and I believe that this bill just legislates for more of the same and will ultimately mean more fiscal punishment for working class communities with the red carpet rolled out to the wealthy. So this should be a moment for thinking outside the box, and I'm concerned that this bill, with it passed and coming to legislation, will just mean more of the same. Thank you.
Okay, our last speaker is the Minister to conclude and wind on the debate. Minister.
Thank you, Príomh Las and I want to thank members who have contributed during the second stage debate of the bill today. I will try and cover as many points as possible from speakers in that regard. Start off with the chair of the committee, who was going to be constructive. He was, for most of it. But I think the general view of members on taking on board and not ignoring the views of Mr Carroll, that they welcome the fact that we are now moving to a statutory footing for the Fiscal Council. And I think it is important that we do move to that statutory footing, and we do establish it on that basis, and we do give it the legal protection and powers that it requires to carry out its functions. Now, I look forward to the debate and listening to the debate both at committee and at the further stages of this bill, and the pros and cons of the different opinions that have been voiced here today as to how we should manage the Fiscal Council. But I would say this to members, there has been a delay in this legislation coming forward for a variety of reasons, but we have also had an opportunity to test drive this model. And this model works by and large. I think members would be in general agreement with that, maybe the odd exception, but it works. So let's not approach this legislation on the basis of how we reinvent the wheel. The Fiscal Council has proven its independence from the Department of Finance. And you may argue, and I will listen to the debate about this as it moves forward, that perhaps it should be funded directly through the Audit Office, perhaps it should be directly responsible to the Assembly, etc., right? But here's a counter-argument to all of those things. One, the current system is working, and two, ultimately, all budgets are approved by the Department of Finance and the Executive, because we bring the budget forward, the Executive votes on it. So ultimately, if someone was in a mind to interfere with the independence of the Fiscal Council through its budgetary framework, they can do it. And if you're minded to do that, you can do it. But I think thus far it has proven, the Fiscal Council has proven itself to be independent, robust and strong in its presentation of how it does its work, and has proved very beneficial in terms of the challenge functions and support functions it brings both to me as Minister of Finance and also to the Executive and also to the work of the committee and others. Yes?
One of the things we've already noted about the Fiscal Council, it gives independent evidence for us, particularly having conversations with the Treasury and other organisations as well. One of the issues to look at, sort of the funding line, is to establish a funding line that is directly to the Fiscal Council rather than through a department or another way as well. So maybe looking at that as a potential option we might look at, and we'll discuss that in committee when it comes through.
Yes, and as I've said, look, the purpose of scrutiny of legislation is to firstly to see if the legislation is fit for purpose, but also see if it can be improved upon. And I'm willing to listen to that debate, etc. But I just caution members not to reinvent the wheel for the simple purpose of reinventing the wheel, or trying to get one over on the Department of Finance or whoever it may be. But you do make a valid point in terms of our engagement with the Treasury has been strengthened by the role of the Fiscal Council, without doubt, and the credibility they bring to the debate has allowed us to engage with the Treasury around all of these things. I've already, a number of members touched on Clause 5, and I think that the last point in Clause 5.5 gives confirmation that there can be no changes carried out once this legislation is passed without a resolution being brought before the Assembly and the Assembly approving it. In regard to the issue of the exclusion of councillors and MPs, so the NI Assembly Disqualification Act disqualifies MPs from being a member of the Assembly, as members already know that. But in terms of the point that Mr Frew has made, should MPs also be listed in this, should TDs also be listed in this, we'll further clarify that for the committee and for the members, and if that needs included in the legislation, then so be it. If there's not a further bar to it in some other area, then I don't see any problem with that. I would also say to members that, you know, the Fiscal Council has its role, but let's not surrender our role or your role as an Assembly to any other body or to any other institution. This Assembly has the democratic authority. Everyone in this chamber has been elected by the people to do a job, and part of that job is to hold ministers to account, is to pass legislation, is to pass budgets. And I think I'm often cautious when we are establishing bodies such as this, and commissions and other such bodies, that on the face of them do good work, and this council does good work. But I think in the general principle we always have to be very, very mindful and careful that we're not seceding power to anyone else. We are the democratic authority, and always be very, very precious about that, and guarded about it, and protective about it, and ensuring that when we do give powers to others, that it is for truly for the good, and doesn't undermine our authority, our role. And in doing so, sometimes, when it might be well intentioned, you actually further undermine your position in the general public's mind, because they say to yourselves, what's the point of having you if we've got all these other bodies doing these jobs? Yes?
And he does actually raise a very valid and important point, and I think that's why in Clause 6, 4b and A, the A is the Council may consider the likely effect of that policy or any alternative policies on the public finances, but B, must not make any recommendations as to the adoption or rejection of that policy or as the adoption of an alternative policy. I think that's a very crucial line there, in that they won't be able to make recommendations.
Indeed, and even in terms, as we go through this, and I say this across all these roles, commissioners, ombudsmen, roles, etc., we should never secede power. We are the democratic authority, and we should be very, very precious in that regard. In terms of, as I say, I'm looking forward to the scrutiny of the bill with members and working with members, working our way through this. In terms of Mr Carroll's comments around the reports from the Council thus far, here's the thing. I, as Minister, the Executive, or even members here, don't have to agree with everything the Fiscal Council says. In fact, we don't have to agree with anything the Fiscal Council says. They do a job. I think that job has been very worthwhile thus far. I think placing them on a statutory footing will be a very worthwhile proposal moving forward, and the broad principles of this bill, I hope, are accepted today, and then we'll work with the committee and others to bring final legislation, hopefully, to the House in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Finance. So, if members would take their ease, please.
Thanks, John. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Dilapidation Bill. I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the bill. Minister.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The second stage of the Dilapidation Bill has now been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to open the debate on the bill. Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And firstly, I would like to thank my executive colleagues for their support in bringing this bill to the Assembly. I look forward to working with members right across this chamber in taking it forward, and particularly in terms of members of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee, who are ably chaired by Robbie Butler. I can say with some confidence this bill should be welcomed by all members. The bill will improve the quality of local environments right across Northern Ireland, in our local neighbourhoods, in our villages, towns and cities, in our rural areas, our coastal areas. The bill impacts on all of Northern Ireland and all the people of Northern Ireland and those who visit Northern Ireland. Clean and tidy neighbourhoods help to engender a sense of civic pride in their residents. People also feel safer in such neighbourhoods and feel more at ease in their local surroundings. Such local environments attract more investment and have a positive impact on our health and well-being. There are, of course, many examples of dilapidated buildings and neglected sites negatively impacting the amenity of local neighbourhoods. In recent times, I have seen a number of sites in Northern Ireland to look at first hand at the scourge of dilapidation in our communities, and I am sure members will agree with me when I say that it makes for depressing viewing. Whilst the former Department of Environment's Dereliction Intervention Programme, which is the shrouding of buildings and also false shop fronts, etc., has helped councils to tackle detrimental impact on amenity caused by derelict and dilapidated buildings and gap sites. This was always intended to be a relatively short-term fix, and there is a need for an agreed way forward to ensure district councils have a proper toolkit of powers to enable them to take effective action against owners who fail to stop their buildings from falling into significant disrepair. Working towards the development of a dilapidation bill originated back as a result of a number of councils through 2 blight summits and significant engagements between my officials and a range of key stakeholders nearly a decade ago. The overwhelming majority of the respondents to the 2016 formal public consultation exercise expressed a preference for the development of a wide-ranging dilapidation bill, which would consolidate and amend much of the existing legislation and supplement it with new provisions in respect of low-level dilapidation and dangerous buildings already available to local authorities in the rest of the UK. The other key proposal was to strengthen the cost recovery provisions available to councils, enhancing the financial viability of councils undertaking remediation work themselves. A review of relevant legislation currently available to councils concluded that this legislation, much of which dates back to the Victorian era and or applies to specific geographical areas, is limited in its scope and effectiveness, and there is also a significant legislative deficit in Northern Ireland compared to other relevant jurisdictions. Although purporting to address the same basic issues, there is a lack of consistency across the local legislation, and even the Northern Ireland-wide legislation is subject to differences in interpretation between councils, making some very reluctant to use the legislation at all. This deficit has been addressed by the inclusion in the bill of provisions broadly equivalent to those in England and Wales. Section 215 to 219 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990, which is low-level dilapidation and neglected sites, and Sections 77 and 78 of the Building Act 1984, dangerous buildings and emergency action. Similar provisions exist in relevant Scottish legislation. The intention of the Dilapidation Bill is to provide all district councils with a modern, fit-for-purpose, Northern Ireland-wide enforcement regime to deal with the negative impact of dilapidated and dangerous buildings and neglected sites. The definition of building is broadly drawn and will seek to encompass most man-made structures. Currently, no guidance, either statutory or non-statutory, exists to support the various pieces of legislation available to councils. Given the intended scope and potential complexity of the bill, clear statutory guidance is being developed by my officials and will be laid before the Assembly in draft in due course to allow the committee to provide scrutiny of that. It is envisaged that this approach will give much greater clarity to district councils, property owners, financial institutions and other government agencies regarding the scope of the legislation and the responsibilities of the various actors. There is likely to be a positive impact on employment, business, charities, social economy enterprises and the voluntary sector, as the powers within the bill will enable councils to tackle dilapidation, thereby enhancing communities, benefiting the economy, improving the quality of the built environment, increasing tourism and reducing antisocial behaviour. As detailed, formal assessment of the regulatory impact of the proposals contained in the bill has been completed, in which it is recognised that in the commercial sector there are likely to be additional costs for landlords, property developers, property management companies, financial institutions and others who own dilapidated buildings in cases where councils take enforcement action. However, this is to be offset to a large extent by enhanced property values, additional activity within the construction sector and a range of non-monetary social benefits. The bill will not impose a financial burden on my department, and it must be stressed that the new powers in the bill do not place any new statutory duties on councils, but the bill gives them additional discretionary powers, allowing them the flexibility to avail of them as resources permit. In the current budgetary climate, there has been no discrete funding provisions included in the bill. In cases where district councils take enforcement action, there will be potential costs to the owners of dilapidated properties. The inclusion of robust and effective cost recovery provisions will ensure that councils should not be disadvantaged financially. Effective implementation of the new regime will require council buy-in to opt in to undertake enforcement activity, and it is recognised that councils will need to allocate adequate resources. The bill allows councils to issue a range of notices dependent on the severity of the dilapidation, to require owners, occupiers and others with the relevant interest to take appropriate remedial action to deal with varying levels of dilapidation and neglect, or allow the council to take such action itself and recover the costs from the relevant person. The bill allows for a hierarchical approach in terms of severity, with low-level cases being the least severe, dilapidated structures being moderately severe and dangerous structures being the most severe. These groupings are not mutually exclusive and there can be overlap across all three. However, it is likely that a single notice should suffice in most cases. The bill allows councils to issue whatever combination of notices is deemed appropriate, with each situation considered rightly on a case-by-case basis. Many of these powers do not currently exist in Northern Ireland, but have been established in England and Wales since 1990 and Scotland since 1997. Others with a relevant interest may include a person with a financial interest in the property or any person with a responsibility for the management, maintenance or safety of the property. The scope of works which can be required is wide and can include planting, clearance, tidying, enclosure, rebuilding, repainting, external repairs and in extreme cases demolition or part demolition will obviously be determined again on a case-by-case basis. There are specific grounds for appeal to the Magistrates' Court included in the bill, as well as provision for further appeal to the County Court by the appellant or a council. Protections will be afforded in respect of listed buildings. The bill binds councils to ensure that relevant planning colleagues or the Department of Communities in respect of historic monuments before taking any action. This will properly address heritage issues and be more proactive, allowing action to be taken at a much earlier stage, thereby preventing avoidable decay in important buildings. Non-compliance with the various notices will be a criminal offence, with penalties ranging from a £2,500 fine on summary conviction for failure to comply with the maintenance notice to a £5,000 fine on summary conviction, or on conviction of indictment to a fine or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 2 years, or to both, for failure to comply with the dangerous structures notice. There is also provision in the bill for a discretionary £500 fixed penalty to be issued by councils to discharge liability for conviction for breach of a maintenance notice or for failure to provide information without reasonable excuse. The bill significantly enhances cost recovery powers for councils. Where the relevant person has failed to carry out the remedial action specified in the notice, a council may take such action itself and recover its costs from that person through the courts. The provision of robust and effective measures to ensure that the appropriate person or organisation pays for the necessary remedial actions is key to minimising costs to the public purse and preventing unscrupulous property owners from deriving financial benefit from letting buildings fall into disrepair. As is the case for the serving of a notice under the bill, officials were keen to ensure that the range of persons from whom costs may be recovered is broad. Where costs cannot be immediately recovered, they will be treated as a charge on the land and placed in the statutory charges register as if they were a mortgage, thus assuring full cost recovery. In closing, experience has shown that these powers have delivered important, tangible and lasting improvements to amenity in other jurisdictions. The Dilapidation Bill has the potential to contribute to wider regeneration and urban quality objectives. There is little incentive for private property owners to invest in the quality of their property if they are suited within the environment which is of such low quality that it simply sucks value out of their property. This bill can and will help to tackle the blight of dilapidation, which spoils the appearance of our neighbourhoods, and in doing so will improve the quality of life for all the people in Northern Ireland. In closing, I also want to comment upon the fact that we are now debating this in the last day before we go to recess. I know from people I've had concerns at the delay to bring this to this House. Obviously, once we came back in February last year, government was switched back on again, but it doesn't power up immediately, so it takes us time to be able to get the legislative programme developed and delivered. Also, in presenting this bill to the Assembly, I have to be confident in saying to you all that it is within the proper varies and the competencies around this. And we went through a process to assure ourselves of that. And it's important I say that by bringing it here today, it was to ensure that we're bringing to you a bill that we're confident to present to the Assembly. I look forward to the debate and I commend the bill to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Robbie Butler, Chair of the Agriculture Committee. Robbie.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My opening remarks will not be made as the Chair of the Committee, but just to address the Minister's last statement there with regard to the speed that the legislation comes from. So just to be clear, this is on behalf of myself and the Ulster Unionist Party. I would much better we did good legislation than we did rushed legislation, and that we leave a legacy of being competent in our jobs. Yes, you want intervention, please?
Does he agree with me that it is a wee bit, and this isn't this individual minister's fault, but we have, I think, 6 stages of bills yesterday and today. We wanted legislation. We had lots of days of debating meaningless motions, but isn't it a wee bit much to be having half a dozen full-blown stages of bills in 2 days' business, along with a few LCMs?
Thank the member for his intervention. Well, it's an interesting one. I don't necessarily disagree, but what I do think is that the people of Northern Ireland have suffered too little politics for many, many years, and if it means that we have to stay here for longer in the day than we have to, I think we certainly have to trunk through it.
Members, can you take your seat, Robbie? Members, let's concentrate on the Dilapidation Bill. I think we can all sort of read about the issues that have come through as well, but this is about the Dilapidation Bill. And I'm really interested in listening to your views on the Dilapidation Bill. Over to you, Robbie.
Thank you. And in relation to the much anticipated Dilapidation Bill, regardless of whether you think it came quick enough or not, I mean, I was reading through the papers in regard to our responses to dilapidation, and it goes back to about 1973 actually, so it's not even 10 years perhaps that we're waiting on this, it is a lot longer. But on behalf of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, I welcome the second stage of the Dilapidation Bill. Committee members have all seen the negative impact on our communities, that of dilapidated buildings and neglected sites, and as the Minister has rightly pointed out, some and many of them actually do pose a danger to the public. The Committee welcomes the modernisation of this legislation, as it has been a long time coming, and a lot of the current legislation dates to the Victorian era. That's not 1973, that's kind of in around the vintage that some of us were born, the roaring 70s. The Committee held an evidence session on the 26th of June with officials from DAERA's Neighbourhood Environment Quality Branch, and we considered the outline of the 31 clauses and 2 schedules. We then heard that the bill is intended to give councils powers to deal with dilapidation, dangerous buildings and neglected sites, and a fit-for-purpose enforcement regime. These should reflect powers that are already available in the rest of the UK, as the Minister has outlined, and will enhance the cost recovery powers for councils. And that could potentially be one of the more difficult things to deliver on. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee heard that the aim is to enable councils to tackle dilapidation at an earlier stage through a hierarchy of notices dealing with different levels of dilapidation. These notices are dealt with in clauses 1 to 10, covering an increasing level of dilapidation from a maintenance notice to a dilapidation notice to a dangerous structure notice. And finally, at the highest level, immediate action that a council can take to deal with a building which is considered to be dangerous. The committee was pleased to see that the bill also provides for cost recovery for the council where it has taken the necessary remedial action itself, registering a charge on the land in the statutory charges register until costs are recovered, and also registering a dilapidation notice in the register to allow a property to be sold with appropriate information. Good news, perhaps, for the High Street in particular. Mr Deputy Speaker, we heard that the remaining clauses cover a range of matters, including potential obstruction by an occupier, the power to acquire ownership information, consultation with planning regarding heritage sites, and appeals against a notice issued under the Act. Should the bill come to the committee, members will be paying close attention to clause 20, which provides for statutory guidance that district councils must have regard to. Members would wish to have sight of draft guidance to properly scrutinise the bill. And we did have a less than satisfactory experience in regards to the agriculture bill, where we were asked to make a decision without sight of the replacement scheme. This was explained to us by the department officials at the time, but in this instance we really would like to have sight of the guidance to consider alongside the bill, Minister. We then heard that the bill provides a definition of interested person, that of owner, that of building and that of land. The committee will wish to consider the term amenity, however, in particular, as it expected that the interpretation of amenity will be broad and must be covered in the guidance. The committee will also be scrutinising the regulation-making powers to ensure that they are appropriate, that they are subject to negative resolution procedure unless they amend a fixed penalty amount or the definition of heritage site. When at that stage they will be subject to draft affirmative resolution procedure, as we have been informed. Mr Deputy Speaker, there is no doubt there will be a considerable public interest in this bill, and members have already had photos sent to them, and certainly the members of the committee have had photographs sent to us regarding dilapidated buildings and sites fostering antisocial behaviour, including vandalism, drug activity and arson. At committee stage, members will want to ensure that the bill is robust and broad enough to cover public and council concerns, and it's not only falling masonry that makes a building dangerous. Antisocial behaviour can make the public feel that a derelict building or site is also dangerous. The committee queried the 2016 consultation, and officials stated that the responses were broadly supportive and did have cross-party support. Officials had recently written to Solace to ensure that they were still supportive, and had heard that they are. The committee queried why the bill aims to bring in only discretionary powers for councils, and is there a risk of regional disparities? Because we already see councils operating in different ways in this interpretation. So if the powers were mandatory, presumably DAERA would need to provide direct financial support to councils, and would like to get some confirmation on that. Officials highlighted that there are resource issues, but that the bill placed the cost of remediation works on the property owner, occupier or interested financial organisation or party in the first instance. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee asked about an inventory of dilapidated properties and sites, and officials advised that the Ulster University conducted a study for DAERA in 2017 to estimate the number of properties affected and a breakdown of these. DAERA has now shared that report with the committee. The committee also queried the impact on rural areas, and officials advised that the property needs to be having a negative impact on the local neighbourhood, so it's unlikely that the council would act on a standalone remote property. Obviously, in terms of the remit of the committee, we will be very interested in that rural equity. The committee will wish to determine if this is appropriate, as even remote properties can be dangerous. And I would add that from the perspective of those agencies who turn out to remote properties or not, if they're on fire or if there is antisocial behaviour, and we have a responsibility to those statutory agencies too. So officials advised that the statutory guidance would go into more detail on tests to quantify the neglect or the level of neglect of dilapidated buildings. Members then highlighted the limbo that they felt with unadopted developments, where developers have gone bankrupt or disappeared, and officials advised that a charge can be put on the property via the land registry. Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope I have given the House a flavour of the issues that the committee already can see and need scrutiny of. However, the committee is supportive of the principles of the bill and look forward to considering it in further detail during committee stage. I'd like to make some remarks on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party and myself. As I did say during my summation there, in some research it did show that this has been a topic of discussion for now on 52 years by the Ulster Unionist Party, and it's certainly been a focus in terms of manifesto commitments. And we do welcome the second stage of the Dilapidation Bill, because across Northern Ireland, across our communities, rural and urban alike, we are plagued by derelict buildings and neglected sites. These aren't just eyesores. They undermine public safety, deter investment and foster antisocial behaviour. And I want to home in trying to paint a picture of one very local to me. It's called Hildon Mill. It's in Lisburn. I'm old enough to remember the mill in almost its former glory with people working in it, but for around 25 years there's been nobody working there, and it has been falling into serious disrepair. And what it acts as is almost like a beacon, unfortunately, to young people. Although the site has been secured a number of times, young people have broken into it, they use it for different services, but also the fires that have been lit there bring an extreme danger, not just to themselves, but to the emergency services who then have to respond to that. So I think we have an obligation beyond just the eyesore, beyond just the safety of those who maybe would be near the buildings, but also those who have to respond to the incidents that happen there. The Ulster Unionist Party welcomed the bill's ambition to modernise a framework that, as the Minister said, dates back perhaps to the Victorian era. The proposed hierarchy of enforcement, from maintenance notices through to actions on dangerous structures, is a step in the right direction. However, important questions do remain. I'd like to ask, what will success look like in practice for councils and, more importantly, for our local communities? Where does the community voice sit in regard to what happens after action is secured? Will this legislation empower councils equally, or will rural areas continue to be left behind due to resource constraints? Why are the powers discretionary and not mandatory? And what assurances do we have that enforcement won't be patchy across regions? We really do want to see this bill work, not just for Lisburn, for places like Lisky. We also would like to see sight of the statutory guidance under Clause 20 before decisions are taken, because we can't afford another scenario like we had with the Agriculture Bill, where we acted without sight of the anticipated replacement scheme. So let's, in this moment, grasp it, work collaboratively, collegiately with the Minister, be upfront about the information shared and the challenges that were faced, and deliver on a high-quality dilapidation bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Robbie. I call him Matthew O'Toole, and Matthew is a dilapidation bill.
We're all feeling a little bit dilapidated, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's the end of the Assembly term. I think I will concentrate my remarks on the dilapidation bill, speaking on behalf of the opposition. I'm not on the ERA committee, but I'm just going to give some brief remarks on the dilapidation bill, which we support the principles of. It is a very detailed, long bill that clearly the committee and the committee chair has set out, that a bill which has 30+ clauses plus schedules is going to need to be understood in detail. It creates new responsibilities or powers for councils, but clearly there are specific things to understand about how precisely that will work, what support, if any, the executive is going to give councils to make that happen, whether that's via guidance or financial. The Minister has said the bill provides that councils, in issuing dilapidation notices, emergency action notices, dangerous structure notices and all the rest of it, that it may recover costs from the people who are in ownership of these properties which have fallen into dereliction. But clearly in some cases these are going to be persons or entities where it's quite difficult by definition. If they hold derelict assets, there might be significant difficulties in recovering those costs because of the status of those. So I think it will be helpful to understand from the Minister how he sees that playing out, and issues where there might be logistical or legal challenges in recovering costs for councils, how exactly that works. Well, give way, yeah.
Thank the member given way, and he's quite rightly, I suppose, identified the fact that recovery of costs is often easier said than done. Does the Minister recognise a situation where there is so much of the public estate that has fallen into disrepair and dilapidation, and can they envisage a situation where councils are therefore pursuing government departments or the EA, for example, for costs, and does this lend itself, I suppose, to calling on those agencies, EA in particular, have to say, to revise how they dispose of assets rather than hang on to them so long that they become liability for themselves and for local communities?
First of all, I should remind my colleague I'm not a minister, that's the whole point. But yes, he's right. And obviously there are certain buildings in the public sector, one of which is the actual minister's former departmental building, which is Dundonald House, just a short walk from here, which I don't know if it's formally dilapidated or derelict yet, but you go for a lunchtime run down there, it seems pretty close to it. Dereliction and dilapidation are very close to, I think, most of us in terms of being as local representatives, because it is something that we can see quite literally on our streets and high streets. It is in many ways the physical manifestation of something that people feel in both urban and rural communities, which is a sense that the community they live in either isn't getting enough support or isn't what it should be, isn't living up to its potential. It then has all sorts of other consequences that will be, I'm sure, well aired in the course of this debate around economic development. It can form then a negative downward spiral in terms of dissuading people from going to, say, at High Street for hospitality, retail, other community use. That then has a negative downward spiral on the economic potential of the area. Obviously, as Mr Butler, the chair of the committee, said, it can incentivise or at least facilitate certain types of antisocial behaviour. It can have a real impact if you get into very dangerous situations where there is, for example, significant antisocial behaviour, drug use. That then can facilitate all sorts of negative public health and antisocial consequences. So this is an extraordinarily broad area. I would welcome hearing from the Minister more about how he sees this bill fitting into the broader work of dereliction. Listening to his remarks, I mean, it struck me that when we think about dereliction and dilapidation on high streets, but not exclusively on high streets, we have the specific challenges of what has happened in areas where economic development is an issue. So you have the responsibilities of the Economy Department, and who are obviously responsible for economic development. They were convening the High Street Task Force, which sadly is no more. The Finance Department is responsible for the rates system, and that is a huge part of this, and I want to talk about that in 1 second. The Infrastructure Department obviously is responsible for the maintenance of the highways, and sometimes these buildings create issues for highways and other street architecture because particularly if masonry is falling. The Communities Department is responsible for the built environment and for regeneration. There are multiple examples where the Communities Department has a responsibility for regeneration projects and is effectively the development partner for properties that are either dilapidated or becoming dilapidated. So it's going to need what we are frankly abysmal at in this place, which is genuinely cross-departmental working. I welcome, the SDLP opposition welcomes this bill as a step forward. Scrutiny will be done in the committee in terms of understanding precisely how all of these powers are going to work, how councils can apply them, and the consequences that they're going to have. I would also welcome hearing from the Minister how he sees this feeding into what should be a broader piece of executive work around supporting high streets, preventing dereliction, and all of the associated points. As I said, it touches on a whole range of areas, and it really should be part of a joined-up set of working. The High Street Task Force, were it still to exist, would be an obvious place where some of these issues could be taken forward, and the outworkings of the dilapidation bill would, I'm sure, be of interest to it. Just want to make a couple of specific examples in my constituency and the city I represent. Mr Butler mentioned Hilden Mill in his constituency, and I think painting the picture for people who are watching this bill and will help them link it to things in their area. So I have talked, and the opposition brought a motion to this place about a chronic piece of facilitated dereliction and dilapidation in the middle of Belfast, which is in the constituency of Ms McAllister and Mr Brett, which is the thing which is called Tribeca. It is in the heart of one of the most vibrant, economically, culturally rich parts of this city and this island. There is no way that anyone could say to me that Tribeca is not that theoretically having cultural hospitality and people living there and all sorts of community opportunities is not a going concern, that it's not economically achievable. It is economically achievable, but the current owners have allowed that property and those sets of properties to fall into structured and supported dereliction and dilapidation. I would like to hear, now I'm not asking the Minister to speculate about that particular site, that wouldn't be proper, but I have said that Belfast City Council should have the power, it does have vesting power, but these dilapidation powers, I would think, would enable them, or better enable them, to step in aggressively and try to rescue all or part of that project. It's indefensible. As you walk down North Street and Donegal Street, this amazing place full of rich history where the Belfast Enlightenment happened in the assembly rooms, you have all of our political, cultural, intellectual traditions have a presence in that part of the city, and we've allowed it to fall into structured dereliction, and our rate system has incentivised it. This bill isn't about the rate system, but it's inextricably linked. Our rate system bluntly incentivises continued dereliction. We have a vacant property relief, which is very generous. I want there to be some form of property tax relief which incentivises people who have vacant properties to find new uses for them. But what our system seems to do is effectively subsidise indefinitely these properties falling into dereliction. So I would like to see if the Minister has something to say about that, and whether this bill will help facilitate a broader bit of work. I think our rate system, through vacant property relief, effectively existing until the place is ineligible for tax because it has no obvious economic usage because it's dilapidated, whether he thinks that should be something which is connected to the dilapidation bill. A couple of other examples in my constituency on Botanic Avenue, just around what used to be the Botanic Lodge guest house, just around the corner from my constituency office. I have no idea why that's derelict. I'm not making any comment on the individuals who own it, Mr. Speaker. You're going to draw me back to the specifics of the bill. But I would like to see Belfast City Council and other local councils look at properties like that and say, hang on, this is right in the middle of a culturally and commercially critical part of our district. Why, frankly, the hell is this being allowed to fall into structured and facilitated dereliction and dilapidation? And I hope that this bill starts to create extra powers to make that happen. And it's not just at Botanic Avenue, it's the case around parts of what's called the Linen Quarter, inner South Belfast, Great Victoria Street, Shaftesbury Square. There's huge vibrancy there. We have one of the world's great universities in that area. We've got people who come from all over the world to study, socialise and experience it. But there's too much dereliction. It's a blight on our hospitality offer and our economic development more generally. So I really hope that this bill can be part of a broader effort to tackle it and clamp down on it. But my colleague on the ERA committee will be scrutinising this bill in detail as we go forward. But at this stage, we support the progress of the dilapidation bill.
Thank you, Matthew. I call on Declan McAleer. Declan.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for introducing this, and commend the previous speakers, including the Chair of the committee, who I feel very accurately reflected the deliberations we've had so far on the dilapidation bill. So we welcome, Sinn Féin welcomes the intent behind the dilapidation bill. Across our towns and villages, the impact of derelict and neglected buildings is plain to see. These structures often sit at the heart of our communities, in our main streets, close to schools, near local businesses, and they send the wrong message. They harm community confidence, deter investment, and in some cases pose real safety risks. The bill rightly seeks to strengthen enforcement and give local councils the powers to the need to act. It's a step in the right direction, and whilst we support the bill moving to the next stage, we are cautious about some aspects of the bill. Many of our local councils are already under significant financial pressure. These new powers must come with appropriate funding. It would be unfair and ultimately unworkable to expect councils to go on any additional enforcement responsibilities without the means to do so. These are still questions which need to be answered about the financial model behind this bill. For example, how many properties are expected to fall under enforcement each year? What proportion will require significant structural work as opposed to basic maintenance? And the estimated annual cost of $4 million is considered how much of this will fall to councils, particularly in cases the cost of works cannot be recovered. These concerns are particularly relevant in rural areas where the rate base is small and the resources to pursue enforcement, legal action and remedial works are already stretched. We also must be mindful of the impact on small independent businesses. Many operate on tight margins, and unexpected repair bills, particularly in older buildings, could threaten their survival. What flexibility will be offered in terms of compliance? Will there be phased timelines? And will financial support or grants be available for those genuinely unable to meet the cost? We've also heard that the long-term uplift in property values will offset these costs, but Can that assumption really be applied across all areas, especially where demand is low and depopulation is a concern? Mr. Speaker, we support the aim of creating safer, more vibrant built environments. That can only happen if those tasked with delivery of our council functions and those affected, including small businesses, which are the backbone of our local economy, are properly supported. We need a fair, realistic and sustainable approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And I call on Tom Buchanan. Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was somewhat amused this morning when I heard the SDLP saying there was too much legislation coming. One day they say they're not enough, the next day they say they're too much, and you wonder what sort of an opposition you have. It reminds me of a bit of poetry within the Ulster Scots, where it says that it's in no other country the likes of this you'd see, and really that's what we're seeing. But to get back to the bill, I welcome the second stage of this bill before the House today. We fully support the intent behind the bill to address the blight of dilapidated, defective and dangerous buildings in many of our towns and villages, as well as the risks they pose to personal safety and the environment. At the last local government election, our manifesto pledged support for the creation of the powers to local councils to tackle dilapidated buildings, and we renew that commitment today. However, we are conscious of the fact that it's a bill that needs careful scrutiny. While it needs to be robust, it needs careful drafting so that there's not extra and added pressure that's put on councils, and of course that needs to come again with financial support, as others have said today. But we'll look forward to examining the details of the bill at committee stage and working with committee to agree a final piece of legislation that is operable, that gives local councils the wherewithal and the clarity that they need to take strides in addressing the problem, whilst ensuring property owners and tenants are afforded fairness and due process. There can be no doubt that, leaving aside all the architect of the powers set out in the bill, much will depend on the content of the guidance envisaged in Clause 20, an issue that has already been raised today during the debate. There can be no ambiguity around the thresholds of buildings that are deemed dilapidated, defective or dangerous, and to protect the taxpayer, clear direction will be required for councils taking emergency remedial action. We would welcome further information from the Minister on the rationale in Clause 11 for giving the Council powers to intervene and start remedial work on defective premises within 9 days of a notice being served. This seems a fairly expedited time frame, and consideration needs to be given as to whether this unduly infringes on the ability of the owner or the occupant to engage constructively and in good faith with any notice that is issued. Moreover, it is not the case that if a risk to health or safety is adjudged to necessitate intervention after such a period, the use of the powers in Clause 10 might be more appropriate than that in Clause 11. I would also ask the Minister to confirm whether he has explored the potential for a grant scheme to support, in limited circumstances, those individuals who may find themselves in possession or ownership of dilapidated premises through inheritance or through other circumstances, despite not having the financial means to take remedial action, and would otherwise be required in a council notice. So maybe that is something that the Minister could elaborate on, whether or not he has looked at such a scheme or intends to look at such a scheme. I would also like to hear greater detail on the sort of reasonable excuses the Department envisages to be appropriate in terms of the failure of owners or occupiers to comply with the conditions or the notices that are issued by Council. Again, there needs to be clarity on that. But look, we give our support to the bill, and as the Chair said, we want to see a bill coming forward through this House that is workable, and that does make a difference throughout our constituencies, and our rural constituencies, and even in our rural towns and villages. So we look forward to the opportunity to scrutinise the bill through the committee, and look forward to a positive bill coming through this House that everyone can support.
Thank you very much indeed, Tom. I call on John Blair. John.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I rise as Alliance ERA spokesperson to express my support and our support for this stage of the dilapidation bill. It's already been indicated by others in the debate so far that this is a long-awaited and crucial piece of legislation that aims to empower district councils with the necessary tools to address the pressing issue of dilapidated and indeed dangerous buildings across Northern Ireland. We all recognise the issues caused by neglected sites and deteriorating structures, and I, like others in the Chamber I'm sure, have been contacted by constituents expressing concerns about specific dilapidated buildings in my own South Antrim constituency. These properties are not only eyesores, they decrease property values, pose health and safety risks, and have a harmful impact on the wider environment and community as well. Therefore, the strong public support for action is understandable, and I'm glad the Euro Minister has responded by bringing the bill to the House. Deputy Speaker, currently many of our councils lack the powers or mechanisms necessary to effectively address these issues. This bill grants them discretionary powers to take action on these buildings, bringing Northern Ireland in line with the rest of the United Kingdom. Moreover, the enhanced cost recovery powers will make it feasible for councils to undertake the necessary remediation work themselves when required. This is critical as many property owners may be unwilling or unable to take action, leaving the council with no choice but to intervene. Having the means to recover these costs will not only support our councils financially, but also streamline the process of ensuring that our communities are safer and that their infrastructure is well maintained. Fundamentally, it is essential to recognise that local authorities are best positioned to understand the specific needs and circumstances of their communities. This bill allows the flexibility to act in a manner that reflects those local priorities. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, the Dilapidation Bill represents a significant step forward toward addressing the challenges posed by neglected and dangerous buildings in our communities. It empowers our local council to take action, enhances their capacity to undertake remediation work, and ultimately makes our communities more vibrant places to live and to work. Therefore, the Alliance Party supports the bill, and we urge others to do likewise. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, John. I call on Militia McHugh. Militia.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and members may wish to put on their headphones. We welcome the intent behind the dilapidation bill. The impact of dangerous and neglected buildings on our towns, villages and city centres is clear, and stronger, more consistent enforcement is long overdue. This bill rightly aims to empower district councils with better tools to act. However, we cautiously support the bill to proceed, especially given the financial implications. Councils, many already under significant strain, must not be left to enforce new powers without necessary funding. New responsibilities must be matched with resources. We need clarity on the bill's financial modelling. Councils should not be forced to carry out essential works without a practical way to recover costs. Otherwise, we risk a postcode lottery of enforcement where only the best resourced councils can act. We must also consider the impact on small and marginal businesses. What is the full range of remediation costs? Not just the £7,300 average, but the minimums and maximums also. Will costs vary by business type, property condition or location? Will businesses be expected to pay upfront, or can compliance be phased over time? And how robust is the claim that long-term increases in property values will offset costs, particularly in rural areas or struggling areas? Finally, what support will be available to help local independent businesses meet their obligations? Incentives and assistance must be part of the solution. If the goal is to improve our built environment and protect community well-being, we must also protect those tasked with delivering this change, i.e. our councils, and also those impacted by it, our local businesses. So yes, we support the bill's progress, but with a few caveats and a clear call for a fair, sustainable and properly funded implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Militia. I call Philip Brett. Philip.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to warmly welcome this stage of the bill today. I'm not a member of the Agriculture Committee nor represent a rural constituency, but I think by the speeches that have been already made here today, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think it makes clear that those of us who represent inner city constituencies, the purpose of this bill is to be very welcomed indeed. As has already been articulated by other members, the genesis of this bill has been floating around in the ether since 2012, and I know communities that I represent have been warmly welcoming them. Mr Butler articulated that the Ulster Unionist Party have been discussing this for 53 years, so I'm sure the Alliance election material will say people talk about it for 53 years and Alliance deliver it within 18 months. But I really, really do welcome this bill here today. And the reason that I do warmly welcome it so much is about ensuring the communities that I represent who live in BT 15, BT 14, BT 36 and BT 37 get the same treatment that those who live in BT 9 get. Some of the dilapidated conditions in which some of the people that I represent are expected to put up with and expected to live beside, Mr Deputy Speaker, would not be accepted in BT 9. They would not be accepted on the Malone Road, and they would not be accepted in other parts of Northern Ireland, but working class communities are expected to suck that up. I can think, and I'm sure if the other member for North Belfast in the chamber today, she can add many more examples on this than me also. But people living beside derelict properties for years after years after years, people who have spent their life savings purchasing their home only to be surrounded by derelict properties and have no future option to be able to sell their homes. Also has been articulated by the member for South Belfast, it obviously impacts on our town centres as well. I did welcome the purpose of this bill in particular, Mr Deputy Speaker, because it would bring a uniformity of approach across council areas. Like many representatives in this room today, my constituency overlaps to local government areas, and the approach taken by Antrim and Newton Abbey Borough Council is much more proactive than that taken by Belfast City Council. And on occasions, residents who live on the border of those local government areas can look across the road or look across the bridge and see their council taking action and then wonder why other local authorities are not doing so. However, I was slightly concerned then when the Minister went on to articulate that these were discretionary powers by councils and that these were not mandatory legislative steps that councils should take. So I would ask that the Minister would articulate why they're not passing a legal duty on to councils to ensure that they live up to their responsibilities. I also just wanted to pick up in relation to clause 24 of the bill in relation to, it mentions derelict properties, but I also want to know if it in particular unregistered land. I have swathes of land in my constituency, Mr Deputy Speaker, that has no owner, which has Japanese knotweed growing onto it and is impacting upon residential homes. However, the bill seems to articulate that interpretation of this Act can only be if someone has a registered person upon that land, and I would have concerns that this bill was to be seen as something that could help tackle unregistered land and unregistered sites. So maybe the Ministry could give some clarity in relation to Clause 24 of interested persons. Clause 10 as well doesn't mention land, just mentions buildings, so I just want to see if the Minister can articulate that this covers both land and buildings. In terms of cost recovery as well, Mr Deputy Speaker, the bill articulates that councils may recover costs. I just wonder why that is not should recover costs. We do obviously appreciate that there may be some aspects that cannot be recovered due to not being able to trace ownership or people having the means, but if we use the word should rather than may, maybe the Minister could sum up with that. Also, in terms of time for compliance with notices that have been served upon property or land owners, could the Minister articulate what time pressures will be available to people to put in action that they need to do, because we don't want to have notices that are going to last for months and months and months, and the people simply delay those tactics. But overall, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do think that this is a very welcomed bill. It will allow safety to be returned to many parts of our constituency where derelict sites or land are used for antisocial behaviour, that regeneration that has been led by government can continue to take place, and that those who have land banked their sites for many years are now going to have to face the repercussions for doing so. It'll also protect our built heritage, Mr Deputy Speaker. Across North Belfast we have some amazing built heritage, and we have seen regeneration projects in terms of Crumlin Road Jail that has been truly wonderful. But you then look across the street, Mr Deputy Speaker, and see Crumlin Road Courthouse, a listed and wonderful building in the heart of our city, which due to legislation has allowed to fall into absolute disrepair. So I think that this bill touches on many of the things that all people in this House want to see, that protects our built heritage, that ensures community safety, and that puts regeneration back in the hearts of our working class communities. So the Minister has my full support in bringing forward this bill for whatever that's worth, but I look forward to him answering some of the issues that I've raised here today. Thank you, Mr Deputy.
Thank you, Philip. I call on Nuala McAllister. Nuala.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to welcome this bill being brought forward here today. I'm very grateful that my party colleague, Alliance Minister Muir, has brought it to the floor of this House, and I remember back in 2012-2013, whenever I was an activist in the Alliance Party, that my first piece of activism was to write a letter to then Minister Durkin, so it was 2013 I think, asking him to take action around derelict buildings in North Belfast. Now it didn't happen then, but it's happening now, and I'm glad that we're moving forward finally on it. It's frustrating that progress has taken so long, and I echo comments around the issues within constituencies that cover two council boundaries. In my particular constituency in North Belfast, if you journey from outer Newton Abbey into Belfast city centre and you take the many different routes that you can, you do see the dereliction get worse and worse as the further you go into the city, whether you use the Shore Road, and I look back to how long the old Grove site was left unused for, and the amount of businesses that went bust and buildings that were left there. If you take it down the Crumlin Road, that my constituency colleague has already mentioned, Crumlin Road Jail, but there are many more properties along the Crumlin Road, and then Cliftonville Road as well, and thankfully there are some organisations that are actually taking it upon themselves to do some of this work. I think about Cliftonville Regeneration Forum, who themselves actually developed their own local kind of manifesto around tackling derelict buildings, and they actually put pictures of many of the houses in the area on brochures. It actually shamed landlords in the area to scrub up a lot of the houses, to actually go in, take repairs and do work, and most of those houses that community organisation highlighted are now actually in use. And the Antrim Road as well, I think about too, from right up from Glengormley right down into Belfast city centre, as it does reach Carlisle Circus and North Street too. I think of one dangerous structure in particular where during the day one of the buildings collapsed. And there had to be emergency services called onto the scene. It was collapsed onto the road into the street, and two businesses, one that was there was a pillar of the North Belfast community for decades, was shut for a number of months. My kids were mostly disappointed about the fact that our local Chinese closed down, but thankfully it's relocated, so they're happy now. But on a more serious issue, you know, we're talking about businesses that were affected because other landlords didn't take seriously their commitments to actually upholding their own property. And I've taken the Minister into my constituency in North Belfast and shown him some of these sites, and he did agree at the time that it was a disgrace and action should be taken. One of the other members has also mentioned the Tribeca site and North Street. It's another area that we need to work together on to ensure that the dereliction is actually tackled. A number of members have also mentioned the issues around cost recovery and cost to local councils. I don't know about other MLAs, I'm sure they are similar, but the number of times that I in my constituency office actually contact Belfast City Council or Antrim Newton Abbey to get an environmental health team out to derelict building sites and to derelict houses to actually take action. They are wasting money doing that when it actually could be the landlords that are taking the action there. So you could actually save within councils too. And imagine if we also had regeneration powers to involve the local councils, along with the powers that this bill will transfer to councils. That really could regenerate and make more and more areas vibrant. I will look forward also to the statutory guidance. I'm not a member of the committee myself, but I will be keeping a close eye and working with my colleague on it, because it can transform my local area and everyone's local area right across Northern Ireland. One thing else that I will say is we are in a housing crisis. Right across Northern Ireland, we're in a housing crisis, and how many houses are in disrepair and have been let to get into such a sorry state by their landlords that they could actually be used to house people. There are many there, and hopefully this power will actually allow councils to actually take enforcement action upon landlords. I'm sure that there will be many more discussions around this bill, both in the committee that I won't be part of, but one thing that I hope is taken forward is the effect on different councils right across Northern Ireland and how they will use the powers. And I will look forward to working with my colleague to ensure that there are councils, and remember, each and every one of us has party colleagues that sit in on the council areas and all of the different councils, so we can actually ensure that councils use the powers. The Minister is giving the gift to councils, and then it will be in our gift and our party colleagues that actually sit on those councils to actually enforce it and use the powers. So I look forward to this coming to the end stage of the bill, and I very much welcome it here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuala. Jerry Carroll. Jerry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our party support the broad aims of this bill, and thank the Minister for bringing it. I think it's important that councils do have more powers to tackle buildings that are dilapidated and neglected, and ensure those buildings are actually used and utilised for the public good. I welcome the provisions in the bill giving power to councils to give notice to owners and occupiers to fix problems within a time frame, and the mind really boggles that this isn't the law already. I want to know if the Minister and his officials have any indication of how many buildings will be impacted on year. Obviously it could fluctuate based on the building deteriorating and so on and so forth, but I presume there's a working figure, and I would appreciate a number on that. Obviously the bill mentions, I think it's clause 19, a fixed penalty of £500 issued to owner occupiers if they breach a maintenance notice issued by the council. I'm really concerned though that this is a paltry sum. Developers and building owners could effectively brush off. It's only £500, which is very, very, very small. The Minister mentioned other figures in the thousands, but could you maybe clarify what that is? Because in the bill, the only figure mentioned is £500, which again, repeat, is too small for owners of buildings. And some cases developers, or some cases individuals. And if you think about it, compare that, Deputy Speaker, to the way somebody who's alleged or is claiming welfare that they shouldn't be or are ineligible for. Their face is plastered all over websites and media outlets, but the owners of buildings are treated with kid gloves. I mean, this is an improvement, but I don't think it's strong enough legislation. I would urge the Minister to make it more robust and maybe ask him to clarify why it's only £500 in his closing remarks. And I think in this debate, people talked about the look of cities and look of towns, which isn't unimportant, but I think really the main focus should be about empty buildings, whilst tens of thousands of households, as the member for North Belfast stated, tens of thousands of households across the north are homeless in hostels, Airbnbs, hotels, and sleeping on sofas in cars and so on and so forth. Also, we have empty buildings whilst organisations, Deputy Speaker, including art organisations, but not just limited to them. I met with the Vault, a really important art organisation in the Belfast City Centre that basically every 9 or so months moves around Belfast to locate empty buildings so they can put up hundreds of artists to allow them to do their work and create art and cultural spaces in Belfast City Centre and beyond. But there's departmental buildings lying empty and private buildings as well. So yeah, I'm concerned that this is just a slap on the wrist, the £500 fine for owners of properties. I think the Minister should consider, if he hasn't already, a multiple strike policy. So if a property owner repeatedly ignores or breaches a maintenance notice, there should be repercussions, a 3-strike policy or a 2-strike policy, something along those lines. And I think the Minister should consider a transfer of building. So if somebody's repeatedly breaching the notice, the maintenance notice, then I think there should be a question of whether they should be able to own that property or whether it should be going to the public ownership, the House Executive, the Department of Finance, DAERA or whomever. So I'd be keen to ask the Minister if he or his officials have considered that. And the bill also, Deputy Speaker, talks about a low-level dilapidation, but it doesn't clarify what that is. So I think there's a concern about that. And just as a quick segue, Deputy Speaker, I think there's a concern, as was mentioned, the member for Foyle, about public buildings lying empty. I'm also concerned that government-owned buildings are being sold off for private gain. And we had a Finance Committee discussion a few months ago about a publicly civil service owned building being sold to a private healthcare company. So the Minister is making good strides, maybe not strong enough, but you can't have this Minister doing one thing while the Finance Minister taking a different approach and allowing public buildings to be sold off for private gain. Also, Deputy Speaker, I'm not convinced of the effectiveness of the £500 fine that I mentioned previously, when you have more than, I think, 5,000 properties across the north availing of 100% rates relief. And I think empty commercial properties qualifying for, I think it's a 50% rates reduction as well. So people could soak up multiple yearly £500 fines a year for breaching maintenance notices issued by councils, whilst thousands of pounds, if not tens of thousands of pounds, are unpaid in rates. So I think the £500 figure is a good start. I welcome the principle, but I don't think it's strong enough, and I'd like to ask the Minister why he came up with that. And just finally, in terms of housing, because obviously the issue of housing is a key issue faced by members across the north, but what aspect of transferring some, all, a percentage of these empty buildings not used, buildings in disrepair that need to be repaired, can be used for housing? Because we have at least 22,000 homes, properties that are homes that are lying empty, but this figure could be more. So I appreciate if the Minister could clarify those points. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Jerry. John Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and apologies for coming in late. It hadn't been my intention at this stage to speak, but I just wanted to take the opportunity for a couple of minutes just to first of all praise the Minister and his officials for bringing this forward, and I agree with much of what has been said today. This is a long overdue bill, and I know that a lot of work has gone into getting it to this stage, and I look forward to it progressing through the various stages to see the final bill, and I think it will have a very positive impact on our communities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, nothing frustrated me more whenever I was both a councillor in Carrickfergus and then as an MLA to see constant dereliction in, especially in Carrickfergus, where I'm proud to have lived for many years and to represent a historic town of the nature of Carrickfergus, but blighted by dereliction after dereliction. Often by landlords who are repeat offenders, who own multiple properties in the area, but are never held to account when it comes to repairing them. In fact, we see the opposite. We see invariably grant schemes targeted to help them do those buildings up. And it was very frustrating over those many years to contact the council and feel that nothing could be done to target them. You only have to arrive in our fantastic town and visit our world-famous medieval castle to see that impressive stature sitting beside an abandoned hotel or an abandoned bar and restaurant complex that has been allowed to fall into the sea. And nothing is being done about it. And I hope, Minister, that this is the bill that would actually allow us now to take action. I know that some amendments will come forward. I want to first of all agree just with the previous speaker around clause 19 in terms of the fixed penalty, because I do feel, particularly when we have wrath of God, money-wise, financial developers buying up properties to try and develop them into housing portfolios, that for them a £500 fine is nothing. It will probably cost more to administer that fine from a red tape point of view than it will actually cover anything. So in examples of that where we see multiple offenders, I do agree with the member for West Belfast who spoke previously that something more than effectively a tap on the wrists must be there to deal with that. And as I say, there are multiple landlords involved in this and often repeat offenders, and I think something a bit stronger could definitely be considered. I'd be interested as well to hear from the Minister whether he and his officials have looked at the other examples of this legislation, where it is operating already in the rest of these islands, particularly in the Isle of Man as well, where I think it's worked really successfully, how that legislation has evolved and how the experiences of local council in terms of enforcement and the appeals process and everything that goes with that, how that's evolved as well, because we know that no plan survives contact, and we know that these things do evolve. So one of the benefits, at least, of being late to the party in terms of having legislation is that we can learn what's gone well elsewhere and what maybe hasn't gone so bad, and maybe amend that accordingly. And I know that the committee, my colleague for Upper Bann, will be doing that with the rest of the committee as that progresses. So I also want to agree with the member for North Belfast, Mr Brett, and the other member for North Belfast as well, just in terms of their analysis, both in terms of the postcode lottery, where you had a constituency that straddles two council areas. I find that particularly frustrating as well, where you don't really know if you're living on one side of the road or the other, how the council are going to be interpreting that. And I do think that is the key to this piece of legislation, Minister, is that it must compel councils to do it. It's all well and good us creating the law, the regulation. They must be willing and able to use it and to put the markers down, because I do think there are powers there, and I do think there has been a reluctance among some officials and councils, depending on where you are in the country, to use those, and I think this will be the opportunity to do that. So yeah, not much more to say at this stage. I look forward to watching it progress to the committee stage, and hopefully some amendments do come forward in relation to that. Okay, thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, John. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for everyone in the Chamber for their contributions as part of this debate. This is what this Assembly is about. It's about scrutinising and passing legislation, and I will seek to respond to the different points that are here around that, because there was a variety of issues raised, and I will try my best to be able to deal with them. So, on the outset also, I would like to declare that I'm a member of the Ulster Architectural Heritage Society, and I think it's important I put that on the record. In terms of the chair of the committee raised the issue with regards to the guidance and having sight of that. That guidance is currently being pulled together. It's important you have sight of that as part of the committee scrutiny stage. The desire from recent meeting with officials is that you would have that at the end of September. We have to engage with councils around this, because obviously they have a key role in that regard, and then hopefully you'll have that at the end of September to allow your scrutiny around this issue, because that's a key part of this legislation for you to be able to have that. In relation to financial support to councils, I get that concern, and it's been raised a number of times during the debate today, and I think it's important I address that issue. So the inclusion of robust and effective cost recovery provisions will reduce the likelihood of councils being disadvantaged financially. Effective implementation of the new regime will require council buy-in to undertake enforcement activity, and it's recognised that councils will need to allocate adequate resources, as in the current budgetary climate there is no discrete funded provisions included within the bill. Any new powers are discretionary, giving councils the flexibility to avail of them as their resources permit. But I do acknowledge the thread of debate that's came through as part of this second stage in terms of that discretionary power and whether it should be discretionary or mandatory. That's obviously something for the committee to scrutinise over the time ahead. I have a strong desire to work in partnership with district councils in regards to this. I think there's a role for us all here who have representatives on district councils in terms of getting them to have the influence to take forward the powers around this. And obviously you can consider that in terms of the balance going forward between discretionary and also mandatory. There has been funding support given to councils in this wider area of just regeneration. I could go through all of those, but most of you in the chamber are aware of that. You're also aware of the current powers that they have, for example, in relation to developer contributions. But this bill specifically deals with the issues with regards to dilapidation and giving them up-to-date powers in relation to this. I think there needs to be a wider understanding of the impact of dilapidation within areas, because not taking action is actually having a wider consequences for people living or considering to invest in the area, or rightfully, as has been discussed as part of this debate, businesses actually then deciding to leave the area because of the dilapidation that's being caused in the area. The other issue that the chair of the committee raised was what would success look like. Success for me is whereby we see dilapidation as not the norm. We have a very different attitude, whether it's in central government and also local government, towards it. When we see it starting to develop, that's something where we go in pretty quickly and we take action in relation to that. Within the debate, and the Leader of the Opposition, who's not here at the present, but I will address this issue, which is in relation to Tribeca and those wider issues in North Belfast. This bill is designed to be able to deal with those dilapidation issues that have been affecting constituencies across Northern Ireland, and most especially, as has been articulated in here, in relation to North Belfast. And what I would like to make an offer to you, because there's a number of issues within North Belfast that, to be fair, the representatives have been raising with me, is to have a meeting with the 5 MLAs from the area to go through those sites and see what more we can do collectively, coordinated across government in relation to this, because it's an issue that consistently you've raised. You've been constructively engaging in relation to the bill, and we need to find a way to go forward in regards to that. And I think that's probably the best way to address those issues that you have been raising around that. You did raise, as the chair of the committee, about why the powers discretionary and not mandatory, and hopefully I've addressed that. The Leader of the Opposition then raised the issue of recovery of costs, and I think that's an important issue. So, yes, no problem. Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's appropriate in this. You've just raised the cost issue. There's one of the examples that I know that happens at times in different towns, and I'm sure most people have experienced this, where the ownership of a building perhaps lapses because of a death of someone, and there's maybe no probate or no will to pick that up. Has the Minister considered that, and then how that would be addressed in terms of taking ownership of the building and taking action?
So, being able to trace back the owner and being able to take action is one of the fundamentals this bill is seeking to address, and I think it's obviously something as part of your call for evidence, so hopefully the committee is going to launch over the summer and the scrutiny around this to be able to drill into these specifics. And that's where the district councils hopefully are going to be helpful in highlighting where they've saw the challenges taking place. Because fundamentally what we want to do is we want to minimise the costs to the taxpayer in Northern Ireland, and want to be ensure that this is borne by the people who are causing the dereliction and dilapidation. Clause 12 of the bill provides that in court proceedings to recover costs, the court may consider whether a person other than the defendant ought to be liable for the whole or part of costs, and the court may make an order accordingly. As is the case in serving a notice under the bill, the Department was keen to ensure that the range of persons for whom costs may be recovered is broad. Before deciding to recover costs from a particular person, it would be in order for a council to satisfy itself that it is appropriate to pursue that person for the costs. And I understand that the council needs to have discretion in that regard. The provision of robust and effective measures to ensure that the appropriate person or organisation pays the necessary remedial actions is key to minimise the cost of the public purse and preventing unscrupulous property owners from deriving financial benefit from letting buildings fall into disrepair. I think all of us in this chamber have knows of examples of that, and it's not right, and we need to find a way to deal with it, and hopefully this legislation will help. Under the current draft of the bill, a council will have to use its judgment on a case-by-case basis as to whether to begin enforcement proceedings if the likelihood of recovering costs would be minimal, and it would be considered reasonable to assume that it would adopt an approach which doesn't put its finances at risk and ensures that it maximises success in the interests of ratepayers. The other point is that the ability to trace an owner and whether that would inhibit the councils from carrying out its work. This should not prevent councils from carrying out the works. Owners or other persons of interest should be actively pursued in an effort to improve and regenerate their areas using a variety of methods such as land and property services, company's house, internet search, private investigators if that seemed to be ethically appropriate, and also Section 16 information notices. So there's a number of ways to go forward in relation to this. Fundamentally, this is about us working in cooperation with district councils in the exercise of this. The other issue that Mark H. Durkin raised in an intervention was in relation to public bodies and their role in relation to this. I think we all have a responsibility for our public estate to keep that in the proper standards, and I think there obviously there's engagement that is appropriate on a case-by-case basis in relation to this. But if you were having essentially the need to use legislation like this against a public body, I think that is an example where government has failed in that respect. But it obviously is something for consideration. Question was raised then by the Leader of the Opposition was how does the bill fit into the broader area of dereliction? And the bill interfaces with other areas in other departments. And there's a variety of areas and officials have been in close contact primarily with the Department for Communities in relation to that. I've already touched upon the issue of Tribeca. It is a good example where councils want more effective powers, and hopefully the bill would be able to give them that, so that allows Belfast City Council to be able to use the appropriate powers to take things forward. The other issue the Leader of the Opposition raised was in relation to the rating system and the role that it plays. Obviously that's a matter for the Minister for Finance, but already that's been a thread that came out as part of this debate, and I will write to the Finance Minister to reflect those points back, because ultimately we need to coordinate all what we're doing across government. The other issue that was raised by Declan McAleer and also Tom Buchanan was the financial powers to councils and the financial sort of costs that they will bear. I totally understand that, and I think it's important that we say that the guidance will be hopefully issued for the committee to provide scrutiny with at the end of September, and that will allow the councils to have a full consideration in terms of how they go forward in relation to this. But the bill, as it's been set out, is deliberately set so that the owners of the buildings are the ones that take the liabilities associated with this. But ultimately, if the councils want to protect and grow their rate space, then regeneration of those areas and not allowing the dilapidation in the first place is in their interest. So there has to be a wider perspective drawn in relation to this. Another point was raised by Tom, and I want to make sure I give you the correct answer in relation to this, which was in relation to the defective premises notice, and it was clause 11 and the 9-day period, and whether that was considered to be too tight. So clause 11 is a defective premises notice. This notice would be used on occasions where to go down the statutory nuisance route of the Clean Neighbourhoods and Environment Act 2011 would not be timely in remedying defects. The power would be used in circumstances requiring relatively rapid remediation, such as a building that had incorrectly installed a staircase. There would be insufficient time for both a preliminary review and subsequently a more considered review. The Council may serve a notice stating that it intends to remedy the defective state of the premises and specifying the defects that it intends to remedy. The notice is served on the owner if the defective state of the premises arises from a structural defect, and in other cases on the person responsible for the premises being in a defective state, or if that person cannot be found, the owner or the occupier. 9 days after the notice takes effect, a council may carry out whatever remedial works are necessary. The building does not have to be dilapidated or dangerous, but the council considers the problem that needs to be tackled quickly, hence the 9-day turnaround time in the absence of appeal procedures. Clause 11 also allows the person on whom the notice was served to serve a counter notice within 7 days of the defective premises notice taking effect, stating that they intend to remedy the defects themselves, and that would be good news if they were going to do that. In this case, the Council is prohibited from taking any action unless the person fails to remedy the defects within a specified time or to a specified standard. This is not a new power. It is currently available to councils under the Article 65 of the Pollution Control and Local Government Order 1978, but is being re-enacted and enhanced to cover listed buildings. It should be noted that Clause 11 does not conflict with the Department for Communities' defective premises legislation, which relates to liability and limitation periods. So hopefully I provide clarification in relation to that. Mr Buchanan also raised the issue in terms of whether there's any plans to bring forward grant schemes. There's no immediate plans for my department as part of this bill to bring forward grant schemes, but that's obviously something for you can consider as part of the scrutiny period around this. This bill is deliberately designed to minimise the costs to the public purse and to be able to ensure that it rests with the people who are responsible for dilapidated buildings, and I think that is the right balance to strike. Manisha McHugh also raised the issue in terms of the liabilities with councils, and hopefully I've addressed that issue. Another point that Manisha raised, which was whether compliance could be phased in over time, and you raised that, and the council can specify the periods in which the work needs to be done. So that allows a case-by-case basis and allows a pragmatic approach in regards to that. Philip Brett, who has been a passionate and strong and diligent supporter of this bill, and in terms of his initial comments probably could be hired as a director of campaigns for this party, but we'll let you decide that role yourself. So you made the point about why their discretionary powers are not mandatory. Hopefully I've addressed that. I know that this is something that will come out through the committee around this, and it's trying to strike a balance where we're giving the councils the power and also then our own influence as political parties on those councils. You also raised an issue in terms of dealing with unregistered land, and I know that is a cause for dilapidation in areas. The council can carry out remedial work itself, or it can register a charge, and it'll obviously for them to make a judgment in relation to this. But I do get that issue that in the areas of dilapidation we've seen in Northern Ireland, that has occurred in regards to areas where there's land that is causing concern for local people. You raised an issue in terms of Clause 24 and in terms of the meaning of an interested person. And Clause 24 defines an interested person as one who has an interest in a building or other land if that person is the owner of the land, an occupier of the land, has a charge over the land or another financial interest in it, or has a responsibility for the management or maintenance of the land. It also defines owner in relation to land. So hopefully that should satisfy you in relation to that. In terms of the period for work to be taking place, I've sort of tried to balance this off in terms of saying the councils obviously can phase this in, but it's ultimately for the councils to make a decision in relation to this. You also raised an issue, and I think it's relevant. I also declared that I'm a member of Ulster Architectural Heritage Society, and I'm glad you raised it in relation to Crumlin Road Courthouse. And the courthouse is obviously a key piece of Northern Ireland's history and North Belfast's history. As someone whose family is from North Belfast, I do value it, and its restoration would undoubtedly regenerate the surrounding area. We have sought to ensure that within the bill, that protections will be afforded to respect the heritage of buildings. Clause 17 binds councils to consult relevant planning colleagues or the Department of Communities in respect of historic monuments before taking any action. This will properly address heritage issues and be more proactive, allowing action to be taken at a much earlier stage, thereby preventing avoidable decay in important buildings. It would add that councils currently have powers under Section 161 of the Planning Act 2011 to carry out urgent remedial works for the preservation of listed building. But I get that those powers that are currently in place are not seen to be sufficient, and that's why we're moving this forward. Just to continue through this, because I think it's important I respond to the issues. My colleague Nuala McAllister spoke about the range of concerns in North Belfast. Hopefully I've addressed that in terms of my desire to meet up with yourselves as MLAs for North Belfast to consider what more my department and also working collaboratively with others, including the Department of Communities, can do to address those issues. These are issues that we need to address, and it's important that all constituencies in Northern Ireland have assurance that this bill will seek to be able to provide powers in regards to this. Nuala has been a good person to show me around North Belfast and show me the need for this bill, and I'm happy that we're able to bring it to second stage today. Jerry Carroll in his contribution wanted to know if there's an indication of how many buildings are likely to be affected under this. Unfortunately, there isn't at the moment. I will double check with officials. If there is, I will write to you, but I don't believe that there's currently an inventory of buildings. You have raised the issue with regards to the £500 fixed penalty and the view whether that is too small. I know that that's something that obviously came out in the debate from others. There is, and I'm going to give you a proper response to this because I want to make sure it's being properly dealt with. So clause 19 provides for a discretionary £500 fixed penalty to be issued by councils to discharge liability for conviction for breach of a maintenance notice and for failure to provide information without reasonable excuse under section 16. Once the fixed penalty has been paid, no prosecution may be brought for that offence. Fixed penalties will not be available for more serious offences. The Department may amend the fixed penalty amount by regulations. Schedule 1 makes further provision regarding the form and content of fixed penalty notices and receipts. What I would say is I'm looking forward to hearing the contribution from the committee scrutiny around this. There obviously is an opportunity for amendments at consideration stage in regards to this, but I get your concerns in regards to this issue. And the other issue was in terms of low-level dilapidation and the definition that we provided as part of that. Obviously, we'll give consideration in relation to the statutory guidance associated with that, and if that isn't forthcoming or doesn't feel as it's providing you satisfaction around this, we can obviously give further consideration in regards to that. Yes, no problem.
Just in regards to CPOs and housing, your colleague from North Belfast raised the point as well. Is there any specific intention to reuse buildings for housing as part of this, or is that more for DFC, if you've addressed that or looked at that? Thank you.
No problem, Jerry. So it's not considered to be the primary effect of this bill to have that issue in relation to housing and CPOs, but I do get that the dilapidated buildings then have an issue with the wider neighbourhood, because then people move out or people don't want to buy properties. So that's where the benefits can arise. I think it's obviously something the committee want to consider as part of their scrutiny function in relation to how this will interact with the wider desire to ensure that we have good quality housing for citizens in Northern Ireland and how that can interrelate. You did raise the issue in relation to public buildings and selling those to the private sector. That's not my gig really, to be honest, around this, but fair play to you. The other issue is in terms of rates relief, and as I said, I will write to the Finance Minister in that regard. John Stewart raised a number of issues, particularly in relation to Carrickfergus, and his council colleague Lauren Mulvaney also has raised those issues with me as well. So they're strong and powerful advocates for Carrickfergus, I can be assured of that. I do get the feeling that sometimes feeling that nothing can be done. There's a sense of fatalism around this, and Stuart Dixon showed me around Carrick a while ago and showed me some of the buildings, and I do get that, and hopefully this bill will give powers to address those issues. You raised the £500 fine. Hopefully I've addressed that in my response to Mr Carroll. You've asked a bit about how this is operating elsewhere, particularly Isle of Man. I'll ask officials to get me advice on that, and I'll write to you in regards to this. Yes, no problem. Yeah.
Mr Deputy Speaker, for giving way. Just to come back to the point, first of all, you raised about why the council's not compelled, but why the options are there. And it's not to be critical of councils, because great work does get done up and down the country. Minister, you'll know, that, as I do, that in some areas, for example, where the powers do exist for punishing those who do illegal dumping or dog fouling, some councils are very proactive in actually taking people to task and to court, and others are quite risk averse when it comes to it. And those are borne out in the statistics. And do you agree with me that we might actually have to see a few high-level test cases so that council officers are confident that this can be done, and also to scare people into realising that we're not messing about with this legislation, and they will come after those who are serially responsible for these things?
I agree with you. This legislation will have teeth, and we need to make sure the councils apply it, so then there's a deterrence effect from people allowing buildings to go into a dilapidated state. It's the localism in Northern Ireland. District councils can decide what way they're going forward in regards to this, but there's 2 councils, for example, that haven't signed up to the fly tipping protocol in Northern Ireland. I've written to them and asked them to sign up to that, but we all need to work together in regards to this, and obviously people can shape their own local solutions to these issues. But ultimately, if we pass this legislation, which I hope we will, and I think it's really a good moment for the Assembly, it'll be for district councils to then show that they're actually going to use these powers to provide that level of deterrent, to not allow these things happening. We're all proud to be public representatives, and we stand for election, we serve the people, but it's really gut-wrenching to see certain parts of our local villages, towns and cities to then allow to slide into decay. and areas that we were once proud of not to be like that. And hopefully this legislation will provide the power to be able to turn that around, because it's been a long time coming, but it's here. I'm looking forward, hopefully, if we agree this at second stage, that the scrutiny stage going ahead in terms of the committee, I'll seek to work with, as those officials will, with the committee in terms of any concerns that you have. My commitment in terms of dealing with dilapidation in local neighbourhoods and working with other departments is significant. I've heard some particular concerns, and I want to take those forward and have this discussion with yourself, John, around Carrickfergus and those specific issues. And hopefully constructively we can move forward. This is what this Assembly is ought to be about. This is the meat of the Assembly, which is legislation, and I'm glad we're moving forward with it. Thank you.
The question is that the second stage of the dilapidation bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the dilapidation bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. We just take our ease for a short moment before we move on to the next order of business.
Okay, members, the next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Insolvency Amendment Bill. I call the Minister for the Economy to move the bill. Thank you, Minister. Second stage of the Insolvency Amendment Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call on the Minister for the Economy to open the debate on the bill.
Members will be aware that I and my department are working towards an economic vision aimed at creating good jobs, increasing productivity, promoting regional balance and decarbonisation. While perhaps not as high profile as these areas, our insolvency system remains fundamental to the operation of a healthy, stable and fair economy. Whilst our economic performance is positive and has been improving over recent years, companies can still fail for a variety of reasons. As well as shifting markets and unexpected global crises, local businesses do face challenges in trying to operate profitably. For example, during my time as Finance Minister, my department commissioned the Ulster University's Economic Policy Centre to carry out a study on the cost of doing business for local companies. That report illustrates the financial challenges that face all businesses here, particularly those associated with recent increases in national insurance contributions and the rise in national minimum wage. In addition, and as I highlighted recently at the Energy Ireland conference, stubbornly high energy costs are causing significant challenges to both households and businesses. These factors, along with the rising costs of other essentials such as raw materials, transport and insurance, are having a negative impact on the bottom line of many local businesses. Therefore, when companies or individuals encounter financial difficulties, how we respond has significant implications, not just for those directly involved, but for the economy as a whole. A well-functioning insolvency system helps preserve value, reduces uncertainty and allows capital and talent to be reallocated efficiently. It is a silent but vital enabler of confidence in investment, in lending and in entrepreneurship. For employees, it offers clarity, legal protections and access to compensation. For creditors, it ensures fair treatment. And for the economy, it promotes dynamism and resilience. My department's insolvency framework is not static. It evolves in response to new challenges, and it balances the competing interests of creditors, debtors, employees and wider society. Our legislation requires regular updating if it is to remain relevant and continue to serve its purpose efficiently. This has been illustrated over the years, where the focus of corporate insolvency legislation is now aimed at the rescue and restructuring of failing businesses where possible, rather than liquidation. Similarly, for individuals in financial distress, bankruptcy law has moved away from the punishment and stigma of previous times. It is now aimed at relief and rehabilitation so that individuals can rid themselves of problem debt and move forward with their lives. The contents of this bill represents a further evolution of our insolvency system. It does not make any major changes to legislation, nor does it introduce any radical new provisions. However, its provisions will have a practical impact on our insolvency laws, modernising them, making them more efficient, removing procedures that have become redundant or outdated, and easing the burden for both creditors and petitioners. Given the breadth and diversity of the proposed amendments, there are 29 in all, it would be impractical to provide a succinct and detailed summary of them. However, I will give a brief outline of a few of the most significant measures included. When a business falls into financial distress, often the best outcome for everyone, especially the creditors and employees, is to keep that business running. However, businesses can't keep operating if essential supplies such as gas, electricity or water are cut off. That's why this bill gives my department new powers to ensure that suppliers of essential services must continue to provide them during insolvency proceedings. We're also updating the definition of essential services for modern times. Therefore, this bill will guarantee that IT services are also protected, so that businesses can keep their digital services running while efforts to restructure them or rescue them continue. Another goal of the bill is to put creditors at the heart of the process and make it easier for them to have their say. At present, all meetings of creditors must be held in person. This often makes it difficult for them to take part, especially if they live in remote areas or outside this jurisdiction. This bill will allow creditors' meetings to be held online so they can participate in the decision-making process from wherever they are. In addition, insolvency practitioners won't need to hire venues for meetings, saving time and money for everyone involved. We're also cutting through unnecessary red tape. Currently, all creditors, no matter how small their claim, must submit a formal proof of their debt to be considered for payment. This can be an obstacle, particularly for those who are owed relatively small amounts. The bill will introduce a more practical solution. Creditors owed smaller sums will be eligible for payment automatically without needing to file a claim. This small but significant change will make the process quicker, simpler and more accessible. We are also giving insolvency practitioners greater flexibility. Sometimes there is a valid reason to take legal action to recover money for the company. However, the risk of losing and facing high legal costs can be a deterrent. Under the new rules, administrators and liquidators will be able to assign the right to pursue these legal actions to third parties, often creditors themselves. This way, the business can raise funds without taking on the risk, and creditors can still benefit from any successful claims. Taken together, these reforms ensure our insolvency and director disqualification laws remain effective, agile and fit for purpose in today's fast-moving world. Its provisions are practical, timely and widely welcomed within the profession. They will serve creditors, debtors and practitioners alike efficiently and fairly. Therefore, I am pleased to commend this bill to the Assembly.
Minister, thank you. I now call Philip Brett, Chair of the Committee for the Economy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And just at the outset, this is the first time that I've served under your chairmanship since the untimely passing of your father. So can I just record my sympathies and that of my party? I had the pleasure of knowing your dad, and he was a gentleman like you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and you've been in all our thoughts in recent days. Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise as Chair of the Committee for the Economy. This is the first economy bill that has got as far as second stage, and the Minister has chosen a very small one at 121 clauses and 4 schedules. The Department consulted upon the proposed changes to insolvency law and briefed the Committee on these on a number of occasions. As the Minister has just set out, the bill is rather lengthy, and I don't propose to repeat the detailed references to all of them, but there are 21 different measures which are involved. Instead, I will briefly summarise these shortly, Mr Deputy Speaker. Insolvency arrangements are a necessary and important part of business. Clear and understandable procedures are essential in order to give business owners, investors, creditors confidence and thus provide an environment where the economy can grow and the level of uncertainty can be provided for business people. The committee has been advised that changes to insolvency agreements have been made in England and Wales in recent years, and almost every single one of the measures in this bill are already in place in other parts of this United Kingdom. This bill largely brings us into line with accepted practice in the rest of the UK. The Department has advised us of a single exception relating to the provision of information to the Enforcement of Judgments Office. The committee was assured that departmental counterparts in England and Wales view this as a gap in their provision, which will likely be addressed in the future. So Northern Ireland's legislative provisions, if this bill is passed, will be ahead of the rest of the United Kingdom. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Department also assured the committee that everything in the bill had been consulted upon, and furthermore officials confirmed that everything in the recent consultation had also found its way into the bill. The bill allows administrators to take High Court action against directors where they have been fraudulently trading and to assign rights of action to third parties. The bill allows administrators to ensure a fair share of the benefits to creditors, to take action which benefit creditors and to allow benefit payments to liquidators. The bill allows the sensible use of agreement by correspondence by administrators and will allow creditors the right to opt out of such communications. The bill allows for liquidators to be released where winding up orders are rescinded, the appointment of administrators to be extended with consent, the official receiver to immediately become the trustee of a bankruptcy in order to allow them to sell the asset in order to benefit the creditors, the removal of instances where winding up petitions can be used to prevent the appointment of an administrator, and the bill is to make clear that there are no assets which distribution could be made to unsecured creditors. The bill would also ensure that the notice of intention to appoint an administrator need only be sent to prescribed persons if there are such persons who would be entitled to appoint an administrator receiver or who would hold a qualifying floating charge. The bill removes the fast-tracking of voluntary arrangements for bankruptcies, as these have been little or sparingly used in England and Wales. The bill also allows insolvent businesses to continue to access essential services and to prevent the supplier from insisting on payment. The Department has assured us that these measures will improve the efficiency of the insolvency process, limit bureaucracy and thus discourage pointless time-wasting strategies. I anticipate that members of the committee will set out their views on the principle of the bill during this debate, and if they aren't to speak, the Commentary Act Committee was supportive of the bill. Clearly the passage of this bill is a matter for this House, Mr Deputy Speaker. That being said, if it passes, the committee call for evidence will be commencing today. Whilst that is not ideal, the committee are keen to ensure that this bill becomes law as soon as possible. The committee agreed that subject to the passage of the bill, it would seek an extension to the committee stage to just before Christmas, and I anticipate that they will conclude our deliberations well in advance of this, and I will save further comments for later stages, and thank the Minister for bringing that here today.
Thank you, Mr Brett, and thank you for your kind comments. Also, I call Emma Sheeran.
And can I sort of formally endorse myself with the remarks made by the Chair of the Committee in relation to the sad passing of your father. As has been outlined by the Chair of the Committee, we have taken evidence and very helpful advice from one of the Minister's departmental officials in terms of this legislation, which was quite informative for the Committee, during which he answered all of the questions that were previously put to him in a very concise yet detailed manner, and I think we should reflect acknowledgement and thanks to Jack Reid for that. It was a very informative session, but I think a lot of the points around this legislation have been covered in both the contribution from the Minister and the committee chair in terms of the fact that this is about modernising our processes here. We know that the Minister, since coming into post, has made a real effort to support local businesses and has outlined very clearly the move towards regional balance and supporting our Indigenous economy and trying to level the playing field. And this piece of legislation will go some way, hopefully, in doing that and in supporting businesses who sometimes feel that due to circumstances beyond their control that they do come into difficulty, and that shouldn't be something that defines the rest of their career or the rest of their life. So I welcome this stage and hope to see us progressing further.
Thank you, Emma, for your comments also. Very, very grateful. I call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Also, I've spoken to you about your dad before, but just to also pass on my own first time you've been in the chair since I've been here as well, just to agree with what's been said. I speak today in support of this bill, and I welcome its introduction to the House. As Alliance Party spokesperson for economy, I recognise the bill is a long overdue step to modernise and strengthen our insolvency framework in this region. The assurance we've received through really detailed briefings, as has been said within committee, was really reassuring. And I want to thank Jack for that, and the departmental officials for the overview and comprehensive briefings they have given to us. But core to this legislation is about giving businesses, especially small businesses, and we here in Northern Ireland, over 90% of our companies here are in that smaller micro businesses who find themselves in circumstances that no one ever wants to put themselves into, and I think that's the spirit that we need to come from here. And people are forced into making choices or pressure on them that nobody ever wants to be in or have to make, and it's about providing the legal tools to need to be able to restructure and recover and possibly survive those financial difficulties. Non-payment is a massive issue here in Northern Ireland, and from my background in construction, it's normally caused by greed of the developer and simply just paying the ad profit, which then puts small companies and our micro business in massive financial risk, and the pain, the stress that is caused through that. And the risk put on business owners is something that this thankfully looks at and addresses. But often business owners, I don't think, in this house or right across, people who go out and start their own company often put their own assets at risk to live their dream. So the Minister's talked about the energy costs and all the things that can affect, and then you've got bad debt as another. But regularly, family homes are put at risk to be used to provide bank debt, and that's something that as this bill comes through, something we needs to address, and needs to make sure that people aren't losing their homes. But there's no stress that anybody can put on anybody, like financial stress, the feeling of weight that the business owners here carry, that nobody goes out to fail. Nobody starts a business to fail, and I think that's the bit that and has been acknowledged throughout the House that needs to be acknowledged. But in my view, that this represents a positive and progressive way forward, bringing our laws in line with best practice. And recent, as the chair of the committee said, that the example right here in the world is in the UK, in England and Wales, and following that brings us into line. You want to stop me? No? Thought you were going to stop. Sorry. So it brings us into line with England, Wales, and in fact, as has been said, it takes us ahead of that, where changes are about to be made, and we're going ahead, and that again is to be welcomed, that we're not coming back to this, that we're actually setting stuff ahead. But the bill does provide greater clarity and certainty for business owners, for creditors, and for individuals, but importantly in doing so, it ensures that Northern Ireland remains competitive and an attractive place to invest and to start a business here. Too often our outdated insolvency laws have compounded business failure rather than providing a clear route out of that and to recovery. And this bill introduces key reforms that will keep viable business and give viable businesses the space and the flexibility to potentially get back on their feet. And I think that's critical in this, that we can save stuff, that our businesses that can be, or individuals that can be saved. And it provides clarity and confidence. Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Honeyford, if you're going to continue after question time, you happy to do that? Yep. Okay, thank you. Members, this question time is scheduled to commence at 2 p.m. The debate will continue after question time, when the next member to be called will be Mr. Honeyford to continue. Members, take their ease for question time to begin.
Okay, members, sitting resumed. Time for questions to the Minister for Economy. Question 5 has been withdrawn. I call Paul through. Speaker.
Thank the member for his question. The recent racist violence in North Antrim was disgraceful, unacceptable, and there is no excuse for it. Businesses affected by criminal damage may be eligible to claim under the Criminal Damage Compensation Scheme run by the Department of Justice. In order to prevent a repeat of the hatred and intolerance that we saw, we need to see political and civic leadership standing united for inclusion and respect.
Mr. Frew. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Given the fact that we have seen Ballymena in particular in North Antrim in the press for all the wrong reasons, given the violence, given that the footfall is down, given that some eateries can't get chefs now, given that workers have had to flee and go home, what specific support can the Minister give businesses in Ballymena affected?
Well, I think, as I said in my opening answer, what we need to see is a strong and clear leadership, and to say that what has happened is wrong, and it does send a very bad message about not only Ballymena but the North as a whole. And I think that what we also need to see is that civic leadership coming through. The idea of support coming through to support businesses, I don't think is the most appropriate vehicle at this point in time. I think we need to see a cohesive and collective approach across departments as to how we address these challenges. I know that's something that we have discussed as an executive. I'm also aware that the Department for Communities has provided a small amount of funding to Mid and East Antrim Council to take forward work with the Ballymena Business Improvement District to positively promote a Ballymena town centre, and I think that is something that will be useful. But again, I would revert to the idea that we do need to have that very strong and clear leadership about the type of society that we want, that is inclusive for all.
Minister,
Minister, I know, like me, you will be acutely aware of how much many of our local producers rely on immigration in order to be able to survive. I wonder if you would comment on the many benefits that we see as a result of immigration into the North.
Minister.
Yeah, and I do think that our minority, ethnic and migrant communities bring many benefits both to our economy and our society. From an economic perspective, from a business perspective, we want to be globally competitive, and this simply can't be achieved in some sectors without migrant workers. From everything from accessing international knowledge to expanding into new markets, providing niche skills that are not available locally, workers from other countries help us to grow our economy for the benefit of everyone. We also know we have a very tight labour market, and I know of many businesses who are struggling to fill essential roles and essential skills gaps. That's something that is regularly raised with me by businesses, and without access to that migrant labour, businesses simply wouldn't be able to operate at the scale that they need to and the scale that our economy needs them to.
Question number 2, please.
Thank the member. O2 have advised that the majority of their voice and data traffic is carried on their 4G and 5G networks. While O2 are stopping roaming on their 2G network, they have no plans to switch it off. and have provided assurance that it will remain in full use for their customers. O2's 3G services will be switched off by the end of this year, and they are working to ensure that their 4G and 5G networks will pick up the relatively small amount of traffic that was previously carried over 3G. Several measures have been taken to improve mobile coverage, including the shared rural network. This project consisted of mobile network operators investing to extend their coverage by upgrading their existing networks, working together on shared infrastructure and building new sites.
Bill.
Thank you for that answer, Minister. Minister, as you know, the majority of my constituency is rural. Therefore, given the vital importance of a reliable phone signal for safety, connectivity and daily life in rural areas, do you agree with me that mobile phone providers have a moral obligation to ensure that no rural communities are left without adequate mobile coverage?
And I thank the member for her question, and it's something I recognise myself also as a MLA for a rural area and somebody who lives in a rural area who struggles for good coverage regularly. I also recognise that good connectivity is essential for people, and I'm aware that some areas are much better served than others. I'm due to meet with mobile network operators in July, so I will seek further assurances that they're doing everything in their power for that planned switch off of 3G networks to ensure that it will not leave people without that adequate mobile communications connectivity. And I will also be pressing them on their plans to improve connectivity in all areas and especially our rural communities.
Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answers. There is a Pacific problem, and that relates to attacks en masse, and we've seen that in West Belfast recently and in some nationalist areas, and it's important that there are leadership in relation to the attacks that have happened, because mobile infrastructure is vitally important for people in terms of connectivity. But I just want to check in relation to the barrier busting task force. Can that be strengthened to have a specific look at rural areas, specifically like my own constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone?
Sure.
And I thank the member for that question, and let me be unequivocal. There is absolutely no place for those attacks on 5G masts. I've already stated that very clearly in this House, and I think those who are at it need to desist. I think anybody with information should contact the PSNI. On the barrier busting task force, and I think I had previously mentioned this in the House also, given the prominence there has been in this debate, the departments are working together specifically to address some of those concerns that people may have and that myth busting that might be required. But I will be happy to take the member's point on board and engage with officials in relation to if there's specific issues that need to be addressed in rural areas.
Jan Armstrong.
Question 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
I have been in active discussions with the British Government to emphasise the strategic importance of Spirit operations here in the North. Less than a fortnight ago, I met with the Secretary of State for Business and Trade, Johnny Reynolds, in London, where I highlighted the need for a positive and sustainable outcome for the company and its workers. And I spoke with Minister Sarah Jones last week and again highlighted the importance of a positive solution and the need to protect jobs and the supply chain. My department, along with the Executive Office and Invest NI, continues to work collaboratively with the British Government to ensure the best possible result for the workforce and the local economy. The acquisition of the A220 wing facility by Airbus was a positive development and provides assurance about job security for many highly skilled workers. However, the priority remains on ensuring that all the jobs are protected, and I remain engaged with all stakeholders to ensure a long-term sustainable future for the remaining operations and workforce.
Ms Armstrong.
And I thank the Minister for your response. Minister, you will be aware that Unite the Union and the GMB Union are doing a lot of background work in order to protect jobs, as you've referenced, that you're also doing that too. You may also note that the Competition and Markets Authority is seeking responses to its inquiry into the anticipated acquisition by the Boeing company of Spirit Aerosystems. Will your department be feeding into that inquiry also?
And I thank the member for her question. I have engaged with the trade union representatives on a number of occasions in relation to the work that they continue to do across the board in engaging for a good outcome and I continue to support them in it. And in relation to the work that is ongoing, and that's something that officials will, of course, engage with the member on and myself on. So.
And I thank the Minister for her response so far. Minister, you've already detailed some of the engagement that you've had with trade unions. Could you also outline the engagement that you've had with employee representatives and any more detail on the engagement with trade unions and how that's going to be used in the ongoing negotiations? Thanks.
Sure.
Yeah, and as I mentioned to Diana previously, I have had significant engagement with the trade unions, along with the First Minister and Deputy First Minister, and Invest NI have regularly met. I fully understand and appreciate the concerns that they are expressing, and I've communicated these to Spirit, to Airbus and to the British Government, and will continue to support them in their efforts and work alongside them to find the best possible outcome.
Philip Brett.
In your answer, you rightly articulate the importance of the aerospace and defence sector to the Northern Ireland economy, which is already worth £2.2 billion. The Strategic Defence Review, which I recently submitted a written question to you about, has the opportunity to provide thousands of jobs and billions of pounds worth of investment. You, Minister, can only have a one-line response to me. So can you outline today what proactive work you have done to secure investment from that Strategic Defence Review for companies right across Northern Ireland?
Sure.
And I thank the member for his question, and I will work with and support companies in achieving all of the objectives of my economic vision in terms of creating good jobs and regional balance, raising productivity and decarbonisation. So I'm happy to work with companies to achieve that, and of course support them in their efforts in engaging with the British Government. I am well on record, as is my party, as to how we would like to see public funding invested, and that's in public services. I think that the fact that we continue to see the prioritisation of defence over public services is not the place that certainly that I think that we should be investing in. Businesses will of course continue to engage with the British Government representatives in respect of all strategies as they see fit.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, we just met with the APG on construction, where they outlined the reality whereby a number of companies who were scheduled to set up business in the north have now relocated elsewhere, including one to the Republic. And this a major company scheduled to set up business in Newry, relocated to the Republic because of a lack of infrastructure. Minister, tell me what you know about this issue and what you are doing to address it.
Well, businesses make decisions for many commercial reasons, and they will of course do that in respect of where they choose to locate. What I am doing in terms of my work across the department and across the executive is to create the best possible environment for businesses to start up, to grow and to thrive, and my focus continues to be on ensuring that there is adequate support there in relation to skills and the business environment to achieve that, and working with executive colleagues to address some of the challenges that we do face, particularly in respect of infrastructure. I think those are well rehearsed, and the reasons for them are well rehearsed also. The decades of underfunding of our infrastructure will take a significant length of time to address. It's something that I and my colleague, and in particular my colleague the Infrastructure Minister, has right at the top of her priorities, and that we as an executive collectively will be working to do.
Or please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
Local economic partnerships represent a new approach to developing economic policy and promoting regional balance. Local areas will identify their own economic priorities and partners, and will work together to deliver those priorities. Partnerships will be supported with a £45 million fund over 3 years. Funding will issue to councils in arrears based on activity undertaken. This means that funding will only issue to councils at specific points in the year and depend on the activity in their area. In addition, having listened to councils on this, I expect greater spend to be weighted towards years 2 and 3 as activity accelerates and projects are delivered on the ground. The partnerships, of course, need time to do their crucial work to set out their priorities, and these will set the agenda for delivery, and my department and Invest NI are supporting them in this work.
Ms. Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Much is spoken about in terms of regional balance for the North West, but representing South Down, I'm quite concerned that the South East doesn't feature so high on the agenda, and I'm just keen to make sure that this money is drawn down fast and hitting the rural communities. And I want to ask, is there any specific targets or engagement you have for the South East of the province?
And I thank the member for her question, and I think the point that she makes is well made. I think what we are trying to achieve with these local economic partnerships is that every area has the opportunity to design their own economic priorities, and then to leverage in that support from the department, from my own department, Invest NI, and other departments in helping to achieve them. And what we are doing is providing the resource to support them to do that. I've had the opportunity to visit the South East quite significantly in terms of Newry, Warren Point, Kilkeel. I've had a number of engagements, and there is so much opportunity there to be leveraged and to be harnessed, and certainly the work of the local economic partnerships is designed to do exactly that.
Kyra Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for your answer thus far. And I very much welcome the local economic partnerships, particularly in the North West, in addressing the regional imbalance. Minister, could I ask, what is your assessment of Invest NI's contribution to regional balance? Thank you.
Yeah, and I thank the member for her question. The Invest NI business strategy for 2024 to 27 has set ambitious and challenging targets, and I'm pleased to see that the organisation has increased investments outside the Belfast metropolitan area from 56 to 59%, and I look forward to Invest NI achieving its target of 65% of investments outside the BMA by the end of the strategy period. I'm also encouraged by the proactive and positive working that Invest NI has with partners on key issues such as the City and Growth deals, the McGee Task Force, the Social Enterprise Partnership, and of course the local economic partnerships. These are key initiatives in helping to drive greater balance right across the North.
Mark Durkin.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Is it the case that £8 million of the Regional Balance Fund was returned and reprofiled for future years? And is the Minister concerned that this delay or any delay in spending could limit the impact or ambition of projects intended to tackle regional imbalance in the short term, particularly in areas like the North West?
And I thank the member for his question. And as I mentioned to Diane in my opening answer, the £45 million of funding towards the local economic partnerships is over the 3-year period, and we do anticipate having engaged with councils that the bulk of that will come in years 2 and years 3. And we have given councils the space to have their local economic partnerships set up. 10 of the 11 councils have now done that, and it was important that they had the space to ensure that they were developing them as they saw fit, and also ensuring that they had the space to develop the project proposals. So we have given them that flexibility, and the funding will flow accordingly over the next couple of years.
Keith Buchanan.
Speaker, question 6, please.
Financial support is not currently available for homeowners who wish to install solar panels. However, options for microgeneration support, including domestic renewable generation such as solar panels, will continue to be evaluated as part of our net zero ambitions. The Windsor Framework enables the extension to the north of the VAT relief for energy-saving materials that was previously available only in Britain. That means that people here will also be able to apply zero rates of VAT to the installation of energy-saving materials such as heat pumps and solar panels. Homeowners may wish to seek independent advice on solar panels, heat pumps and other energy efficiency matters from organisations such as NI Energy Advice Service. Those technologies have the potential to provide an attractive payback to homeowners without grant support.
Mr Buchanan.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for answering so far. Minister, with respect to the NI connections and socialisation, obviously there's a consultation out on that. I think that's closed, obviously. Can you provide an update where that now sits and what your plans going forward with that broadly?
Yeah, and I thank the member for that question, and he's quite right. The consultation is closed, and officials were working through the responses, and advice will be with me very shortly in respect of the socialisation policy and the way forward. As the previous Economy Minister had set out, there was a preferred option, and that was for the socialisation of those charges. I think all of us in this House will have had representations in relation to the high costs of connection from businesses and others, particularly in rural areas, and that's something that I will be considering in the very near future.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, critical to reducing bills will be the delivery of the North-South interconnector. Given the failure to deliver another critical piece of cross-border infrastructure, that's the A5, can you, and given your previous mixed words on the interconnector at best, can I please ask, are you committed to the delivery of the North-South interconnector? What will be happening before the end of this mandate? Will that project be delivered?
Sir.
And I thank the member for his question, and he's quite right and well on record in relation to that. The North-South interconnector has received planning consent from his party colleague previously, and we are obligated to deliver on that. I do see it as crucial infrastructure across this island as well in terms of our energy systems, and in terms of being able to meet our renewables and other targets. The process is ongoing in the north already. As he will likely be aware, there was recent delays announced in the south, and that is something obviously that they need to look at, and as to how they're going to address those challenges. And I've had the opportunity to engage with the Minister there in respect of that. As he will know, there is ongoing community opposition that is posing significant challenges, and I anticipate will continue to do so.
Jackson Kearney. Sir.
The benefits of employee ownership are well documented and strongly align with my economic plans. Employee-owned businesses pay on average a higher wage. They are more likely to remain in the same location and invest in their local economy. They can be up to 12% more productive because increased employee engagement and motivation. On the 19th of June, I attended S&W Wholesale in Newry to celebrate Employee Ownership Day. While there, I announced funding of $97,500 to Employee Ownership Ireland for this financial year. It is the collective ambition of my department and Employee Ownership Ireland to see 10,000 employee owners in place across the north by 2030. This funding will contribute to that goal by increasing awareness of the Employee Ownership Trust model and by funding feasibility studies for businesses considering the transition to employee ownership.
Mr. Kearney.
Minister, earlier this morning at the Irish Congress of Trade Unions Biennial Delegate Conference in Belfast, I, along with hundreds of trade unionists and visitors, listened to your presentation on the Good Jobs Bill. It was extremely well received. Your support for employee ownership, as stated, is also very welcome. So can you confirm that drafting is now underway to strengthen the positive contribution that trade unions can make in this regard?
And I thank the member for that question and for his comments. The development of policies which strengthen the voice of workers and, of course, their representatives is a core aspect of my Good Jobs agenda, and that is reflected in the Good Jobs Employment Rights Bill, consultation in the Voice and Representation chapter, and the announcements that there were set out on the 28th of April. Officials are working to develop the finer operational practicalities relating to several of the policy areas which were included across those proposals, and including in the Voice and Representation chapter, such as the right for trade unions to request access to workplaces and electronic balloting. Engagement with trade union officials and employer representatives of the members of the LRA Engagement Forum is ongoing on those matters, and this work will be taken forward in parallel with the drafting of the bill with the Office of Legislative Counsel colleagues, and it's my intention to introduce the bill to the Assembly in January 2026.
David Honeyford.
Small businesses are the backbone of our economy. They make a huge economic and social contribution to local communities across the north. To better understand the challenges and opportunities that they face, I am establishing an SME entrepreneurship co-design group. The group will be made up of stakeholders from the enterprise support ecosystem, representing government, academia, finance and business support organisations. The group will collaborate to develop an action plan with recommendations aimed at increasing business creation across the North and enhancing overall entrepreneurial landscape. The action plan will have a lifespan of up to 3 years. My department will oversee its implementation in partnership with co-design group members. The membership of this group is being finalised at present, and once this is done, the work of the group will start with the aim of publishing an action plan before the end of this year.
Mr Honeyford.
Thank you. Thank the Minister for that answer. That's really good news. As we move forward, we ensure we simplify the process and allow greater flexibility to small business. Can you give us a timeline? You said 3 years. When are you hoping that to be in place? And the membership of that, how many? Can you give us a bit more detail of who are the numbers around that?
So, as I said, we're hoping to get that established very soon, and that we would be working to the aim of having an action plan published before the end of this year, and the work of the group then continuing over the next 3 years. The membership is still to be finalised, but the broad groups that I mentioned, government, academia, the business support organisations, enterprise support organisations and finance community will all be involved, and of course once we have finalised that, happy to share with the member and with the Assembly as a whole.
Could I ask the Minister, what does the spending review mean for the future of Go Succeed, which has become a core part of the local enterprise ecosystem?
And I thank the member for his question. The British Government spending review was announced on the 11th of June. They have committed to the creation of a new local growth fund to replace the shared prosperity fund. They have, however, so far failed to provide the detail on the proposed local growth fund and how it will be delivered. What we do know is that the funding available over the next 3 years will be fixed in cash terms at the level provided under the shared prosperity fund in 25-26. So in other words, this is a real terms funding cut. The Shared Prosperity Fund failed to fully replace the value of the EU structural funds that were available here in the first place, and to now be facing further reductions in funding is deeply disappointing. This will obviously impact the future of the programmes that is delivered under its banner, including Go Succeed, and the level of service that's able to be provided. Last week I spoke with the Minister for Local Government, Alex Norris MP, and asked him to provide clarification on the Local Growth Fund urgently. It's vital that Go Succeed are told of what funding to support their service may be available and how it can be accessed as soon as possible, and the same is true for the other programmes that are delivered under that banner as well.
Trevor Clark.
Attracting productivity, enhancing regionally distributed inward investment is central to my department's economic strategy for the North. I am committed to strengthening our position as a leading destination for global investment. The North has a proven track record of attracting high-value, innovative investment, with over 1,500 international companies choosing to locate here, 64% of which have reinvested. This reflects strong investor confidence in our skilled workforce, modern infrastructure, competitive costs and uniquely advantageous access to both the British and EU market. I work closely with InvestNI, both locally and internationally, to promote the region's investment proposition to prospective and existing investors. South Antrim is well placed to benefit. The £700 million Belfast Region City deal, and in particular the Advanced Manufacturing and Innovation Centre, AMIC, will help attract cutting-edge industries, strengthen local supply chains and create high-value jobs, positioning the area as a hub for advanced manufacturing. In addition, my department is investing £45 million over the next 3 years in the local economic partnerships. These will bring together government, business and academia to drive regional growth and enhance our foreign direct investment offering. South Antrim can leverage these partnerships to attract investment, foster innovation and support local enterprise development.
Mr Clark.
Can I thank the Minister for that very comprehensive answer? Minister, in terms of the government who previously sold off Silver whenever they sold off the Belfast International Airport, leaving it into private ownership along with 2 others, but given it's the primary airport, the only one able to suit large carriers, what is your team doing specifically to help the Belfast International Airport in terms of its growth and its advancement in Northern Ireland as the leading airport, and indeed bringing in other investment to that area?
And I thank the member for his question, and I had the opportunity to visit Belfast International Airport and to see the enhancements and the redevelopment of the terminal very recently, and had the opportunity to discuss their further plans, and will be happy to continue to engage with them in respect of that. My department has recently taken on aviation policy, and we are working to draft new policy in respect of that area. So we're working with Belfast International Airport and the other local airports as well about how we can utilise our air links to the best benefit. We are an island, we need to bring people to it. Our air routes are really important to us, and how does that enhance our economic offering as a whole? So that's something that will be developed over the next number of months, and I'm sure I'll be happy to engage with the member in respect of that.
Moving on to topical questions. Mr. McLaughlin's is withdrawn. Call Mr. Paul Frew.
Speaker, can I ask the Minister what engagement she has had with regarding the Great British Energy Act?
I thank the member for his question, and I have had the opportunity to engage with the ministers responsible, and also officials have continued to engage at official level in relation to GB Energy and the proposals that they are bringing forward for their remit. That's something that is ongoing currently. I was in London, as I mentioned, just under a fortnight ago, and met with the Minister, Michael Shanks, and had a further discussion around GB Energy and how we can make sure that businesses here and others are able to access the opportunities to get that funding that is going to flow through GB Energy.
And I thank the Minister for her answers so far. What benefits and opportunities does the Minister see out of that Act?
And I thank the member for his question. And one of the particular areas of focus that we discussed with Minister Shanks was in relation to community ownership, community benefit models, so that local communities are getting the buy-in and the ability to drive forward their own agenda in respect of energy. So that's something that they're keen to promote through GB Energy. Obviously there are other things that certainly from a departmental perspective of policy areas that we are seeking to develop, whether that's in relation to biomethane or hydrogen, that we would be looking to see what opportunities are there to work with private sector companies to be able to access that funding to support the objectives that we have and that will help us achieve our our renewable energy targets and our climate targets.
Can the Minister set out how she intends to use the funding allocated to her department in yesterday's monitoring round?
And I thank the member for his question. The department was allocated 9.8 million resource DEL. This will enable me to provide 7 million to the higher education sector. In addition, 2.8 million resource funding has been secured for energy. Regarding capital, DFE was allocated 2.5 million, which has allowed me to provide certainty to the higher education institutes in relation to quality-related research funding.
Mr. Boyle.
And could I thank the Minister for that answer? Can the Minister confirm that the funding allocated to Queen's University will allow the Momentum 1 project to proceed?
And I thank the member for his question. And following constructive engagement with Queen's University, a resolution has been reached which provides the funding needed for the university to proceed with Momentum 1.0, that project. I am fully committed to the Momentum 1.0 project and recognise its strategic importance to Queen's University, to the Belfast Region City deal and to the wider economy in the north. My officials will continue to work closely with Queen's University to support the project's progression and construction of the Innovation Centre, which is anticipated to commence in early autumn.
And Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, Northern Ireland tourism is an important part of your remit in the Department for the Economy. Do you recognise that the Mourne Mountains are one of the biggest tourist attractions in Northern Ireland?
And I thank the member for her question. And I think that many of us would recognise the importance of the Mournes as a tourism attraction, and certainly I've had the opportunity to attempt to Mount Donard. I didn't get all the way to the top, but yes, there's a key, really important asset that we do have locally, and I think it adds to the collective assets that we are really lucky to have as part of our portfolio, and that I, as the Minister responsible for tourism, have the ability and the pleasure of being able to sell as opportunities for people to visit.
Ms. Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I welcome your commitment, and I have been a bit frustrated with our local council, who repeatedly diminish the Mourne Mountains and the Mournes area for tourism. They've removed their name from the branding, and the £30 million allocation through the Belfast Region and City deal was for a world-class tourist destination promoting the Mourne Mountains. Whenever this particular project failed, the council are keen to realign that £30 million to elsewhere in the district. Will you, as Minister and a key partner, the Department of Economy, remain committed to keeping that £30 million city deal money as part of the tourist attraction for the Mourne Mountains?
I thank the member for her question, and what we have done in the first instance is give the space to the Belfast Region City deal and to the partners within it to bring forward proposals, and I'm happy to engage with them as they do that. I think it's important that they do take the time and the space to consider the opportunities and the options that they have in front of them, and how to best utilise the funding that they have. I know the case has certainly been made that the funding should stay within the Newry, Mourne and Down district, and if that's the wish of the Belfast Region City deal group, then it's something I'm happy to support.
Colin Gillernew.
And I wonder, could the Minister provide an update on when there will be a consultation on compensation during severe weather events, please?
And I thank the member for his question. I think we all recognise that with the impact of climate change, we are increasingly experiencing more severe weather events, and our communities are bearing the brunt of these. So it is important that we ensure that the level of service customers receive from their utilities providers is fit for purpose. And I'm working with the your utility regulator, who has responsibility for carrying out a consultation to look at amendments to the electricity guaranteed standards of service, and this includes incidents in adverse weather. I have been assured by the chair of the board of the utility regulator, Rosamund Blomfield Smith, that the utility regulator is working to issue that consultation as soon as possible, and I have impressed upon them the importance of moving at pace to progress this important work. Once my department receives the utility regulator's analysis of the consultation and a decision paper, we will work as quickly as possible to make any updates to the legislation as required, and I will of course update the House as this work progresses.
Mr. Gildernew.
And the Minister will know that many rural areas, particularly my own constituency, were very badly affected by that. What were the findings of the previous consultation on this same issue?
And I thank the member for his question. The utility regulator consulted on this in 2023. It set out proposals for guaranteed standards of service for electricity suppliers and asked respondents to comment on these and the level of compensatory payments. This included guaranteed standards of service in relation to the introduction of a guaranteed standard of service for cases of severe weather. The UR did not progress to a decision paper as there were very few responses received and there wasn't the evidence base to support change.
Flynn.
Minister, it was great to see at the launch of at St Mary's College recently to launch the FAILA programme. St Mary's, as you know, is a vital part of our local community in West Belfast, so will you consider restoring the premia paid to St Mary's and Stranmillis in order to ensure the financial viability of both of these institutions?
And I thank the member for her questions, and I agree St Mary's and Stranmillis are both excellent institutions, and I'm determined to secure their long-term sustainability. I'm currently finalising the terms of reference for the Higher Education Funding Review, and both St Mary's and Stranmillis will be considered within this. This review will consider how, given their relatively small size and specialist nature, that we can better support St Mary's and Stranmillis to ensure their financial sustainability.
Ms Flynn.
I thank the Minister for a response. I also know that the Minister recently launched Tradfest, and does the Minister agree with me that traditional music is a very big draw for our international tourists?
The member for her question. I absolutely agree. I had the pleasure of attending the Tradfest launch, and I gave the example of the world's biggest tourism conference in Berlin. During this conference, countries across the world host events to sell their tourist offering to tour operators and competitions to attract interest to those as fierce. In Berlin, Tourism Ireland booked out a pub to showcase our culture and crack with a trad music session of music and dance with a standing room only. It was absolutely jam-packed, and it perfectly illustrated to me the importance of the traditional music sector to our tourism sector. There are many reasons for that. But for me, one is that the traditional music is both an authentic expression of our local heritage and culture, and part of us that we love to showcase and to share with the rest of the world. So that's a very special combination. I think it's important to reflect the significant success of Tradfest. Over the last 7 years, it has become an ever more important part of the traditional music scene and our tourism offering. And this year's festival is expected to attract over 25,000 visitors, with almost a quarter of those from overseas. So add to that the traditional acts that will be performing as part of Fela this summer, and it builds our reputation for traditional music. And I've no doubt that events like that were very helpful in our successful bid to host Fela Huel in 2026.
Bobby Butler.
Thank the Minister for her answer so far. In regard to meeting our climate and environmental credentials and in attaining energy security, where does the Minister and her department see anaerobic digestion helping us meet those targets?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. And that's an area of work for the department that it continues to go under policy development. We have established a pathfinder group for biomethane, looking at the development of biomethane policy, and we are currently working through the first stages of that, like a kind of gathering of evidence and information, and we'll be bringing forward proposals in relation to that in the near future.
Mr. Butler.
For her answer and interest in this in the matter, and she's obviously over the detail to the extent where biomethane is concerned, but obviously actually generating energy is also an opportunity with AD. Does the Minister have enough capacity within her department to match the output from DAERA in that, and can those be co-designed together to ensure that we have that energy security but also exploit the opportunities to meet our climate and environmental credentials?
And I thank the member for his question, and my department and my officials work closely with DAERA and their officials in respect of this area in particular. And we have also had the opportunity to meet with some businesses who would have a real interest in this area and have some real sound proposals on the way forward, utilising, as he says, both the energy from anaerobic digestion itself, but also the other things that come out of it at the end. So I think that it is something that we are continuing to work together on, and that I certainly see significant potential from.
McAllister's not in her place. I call Unadopted.
Sorry. Following the recent statement on improving services for young adults with special educational needs, can you set out the next steps for your department, please?
And I thank the member for her question. In terms of proposing or improving that provision, my department has commissioned the Education and Training Inspectorate to undertake an evaluation of current provision within further education colleges. This work is underway, with the report expected in the autumn. I have also asked officials to develop a statutory assessment and support model for students with learning support needs in further education, and this new model will be underpinned in legislation, and I have tasked my officials with working up a costed plan to design and deliver this new model. In the short term, my officials are exploring with colleges, the Education Authority and the Department of Education administrative mechanisms to give greater certainty to young people aged 16 to 18 who have had a statement in school and are moving on to college.
Linda Dillon.
Gormayaga Cancorlia, and thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, I appreciate that, and if I could get some sense of if that will also include physical infrastructure, as I've been contacted by parents who are saying that physical infrastructure is actually a problem as well within some of the colleges. But your research also highlighted issues that require action on behalf of other departments, and I'm specifically thinking of health, as I am on that committee. Will you be bringing those issues to your executive colleagues, or have you already had conversations, and what have those responses been like?
Sure.
And I thank the member for her question. In respect of the physical infrastructure for the colleges, yes, that is something that is being addressed. I had set that out as part of my initial statement, and that is one of the quick actions that can be taken to help support young people with disabilities and people of all ages with disabilities while they're at college. In respect of the engagement with the executive, I have written to executive colleagues following the announcements that I had made to highlight the range of issues that were raised during the review but that are beyond the remit of my own department, and I've asked them to consider the potential for a whole of government approach to transitions into adulthood. That's the model that I would like to see here, that gives all young people the opportunity to progress to the pathway that is right for them. I have had the opportunity to engage with some of my individual ministerial colleagues, and I know that there is a willingness and a desire to look at this issue.
Thank you. Move on to questions to the Deputy First Minister. Members, take their ease for a moment while we change over. Okay, we'll resume and call John Stewart. Minister.
Concordia. The Deputy First Minister and I have experienced at first hand the important work of the Bureau that it does in the US and also in Canada. The team of 5 staff work closely with Invest NI, Tourism Ireland and a range of partners, including universities, to support the programme for government, highlighting our opportunity as a great place to work, to study, to invest and to visit. The Bureau's team has recently supported our visit to North Carolina in March with the Chamber of Commerce to open new markets and assess potential business customers in medtech, clean tech and software. We're able to learn from one of the top models in the US for establishing a research and innovation ecosystem, and we invited key state officials to lead a return inward visit. The Deputy First Minister subsequently attended Washington and met with the President of the United States for St Patrick's Day, the new US Ambassador, both to UK and Ireland, members of Congress and other key figures to discuss tariffs, the importance of a special envoy and also to showcase the Open. The Bureau hosted St Patrick's Day breakfast, creating a unique networking opportunity for 250 key influencers from here and across the US. This included having the Claret Jug in DC to promote the Open, which attracted media attention right across the US. The Bureau has also supported a number of inward and outward visits, including helping the Communities Minister establish opportunities around the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, and it's also currently supporting planning for inward visits by both Education, Justice and Agriculture departments in the autumn, that with the intention of sharing best practice, policy and learning from experience in the US and Canada.
Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for answering. I too commend the work of the Northern Ireland Bureau. One of those important roles it has, as you say, First Minister, is to liaise with Invest NI and local councils to help our entrepreneurs and our manufacturing sector get opportunities in America that they may not otherwise have been able to avail of. These are difficult times in international trading at the moment. I'm just wondering what plans, if any, is there to extend the footprint of the Northern Ireland Bureau and branch even further to give Northern Ireland companies and even more opportunities for trade missions and other opportunities to seize the US market?
Mr.
Yeah, thanks for that, and I think we need to take every opportunity, particularly in this ever-changing global climate that we now live in. So in terms of expanding our reach, that's something that we will definitely be considering in terms of our own international strategy for going forward. We have to continually look towards new markets and new opportunities, and our businesses here are very innovative. They're always looking for solutions, and I think the partnership that we have with Invest NI, working with our own department, with our bureaus, and whether that be the bureau that we have in Washington, whether that's in Brussels, I think all those things are really, and China obviously as well. So I think We look for every opportunity, and we're more than happy to always hear from local businesses that potentially are attending trade fairs across the world that are actually looking for new markets, and that's where Invest NI really kick in terms of engaging with them. So if you have anything in particular, particularly in relation to any particular business interest, then please get in touch.
Ms. Sheeran.
Agus buheslichen Ira Fahini Fregrishin. First Minister, we're living in an increasingly uncertain world, which obviously provides challenges economically. Does the First Minister agree with me that we need an executive focus to grow our economy and maintain linkages with key international partners?
Minister.
Yes, thanks for that. As I said, and you've noted yourself, I mean, the increasingly volatile world that we live in, a lot of global uncertainty, the tariff wars, which do not benefit us at all. All that uncertainty, I think, presents like real challenges and real, I suppose, worry and uncertainty for businesses. And if we know anything about business, it is that they like certainty, that they like to be able to plan for the future. So we're having to continually monitor the current situation that we find ourselves in. But I can assure the member that our focus, as I just said in the previous answer, is around attracting investment, growing our economy, protecting our local jobs, and using our offices that we have, whether they be in Washington, Beijing, Brussels, and working with Invest NI, all collectively with the shared ambition to try to create opportunities. And in a few short weeks, we're going to have the Open, and I think that in itself is a huge opportunity because of the fact that it's a global platform. We get to showcase ourselves as a lovely part of the world, and also all the business interests that will also be coming to visit. So I think it's a huge opportunity for us, and we must grab all of these opportunities, particularly in these times of uncertainty.
Kingston. Brian Kingston.
Thank you. I'm doing a double act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And well, I note the First Minister's answer there, and I hope it'd be fair to say that she does see the United States of America as an important partner for Northern Ireland in terms of economic development and cultural ties. And therefore, will she commit to engaging with the current administration in order to promote Northern Ireland as a great place to live, work, visit, study and invest?
Minister.
Yes, I believe that we should continue to engage, and that has always been my approach. That's why we were in North Carolina just recently, and obviously the Deputy First Minister went to Washington. But when it comes to growing our economy, as I said, we have to take all of these opportunities, and not least the opportunity that the North America market provides for us. It is the world's largest economy, after all, so we must tap into that. We regularly work across with both Invest NI, with all of our local businesses in terms of opening up opportunities. And North Carolina was a really, really good example, actually, of something that's working really well for our chamber here, and then we're hopefully going to have a return visit. But when it comes to even overnight visits, tourism potential, again the Open is a great example, but I think in recent figures it says that 241,000 overnight visits from North America. That's a contribution to our economy of about £88 million, so we want to keep grabbing all of those opportunities. And also we have long-standing cultural relationships as well in terms of this island and the US, and obviously next year's 250th anniversary of Declaration will create another opportunity.
Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, First Minister, for your answers so far. But First Minister, there are two other offices apart from Washington. There's a bureau in Brussels and one also in Beijing. What is your office doing to demonstrate that we're getting value for money for each of those offices? And undoubtedly you will be aware that in the recent Executive Office Committee, severe criticism was given in respect of any output or any perceived output from the office in Beijing.
Deputy First Minister, or First Minister.
Yeah, I think we have to continually always keep the role that all of our offices play under review, and I certainly want to do that as part of our international strategy, because for me, I suppose there's nearly threefold in terms of any of the offices. It has to be about diplomacy, so advancing diplomatic relations and building relationships, which is important to get business done. It's about developing economic and trade interests, including current investments that we have, so maintaining those relationships, but then also looking for new opportunities. But also then it's about developing new partnerships on, particularly given these challenging times that we live in, so when it comes to trade, etc. So all of our offices must tick all of those boxes in terms of what we're doing, and where that is not the case, then that's something that I would obviously want to review. I think the international strategy will give us an opportunity to do that as well.
First Minister, the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Minnesota Vikings are coming to town to play an historic first NFL game on Irish soil in our GAA HQ Croke Park. Has the Washington Bureau been engaging with the Rooney family, whose people hail from Derrybeg in Newry, to host a delegation in the north to coincide with that historic event when 80,000 NFL fans from across Europe and further afield will be coming to see the game?
Minister.
Another great sporting event coming to our island, so something that we very much welcome. In terms of engagement, I've no doubt that our office have, but I don't have that detail. But I'm very happy to respond to the Minister and let him know what contact our office has had in terms of that upcoming event.
Mr. Glad of the motion, Mr. McNulty. Move on to Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 2.
We are committed to ensuring that digital transformation is deployed responsibly and with appropriate governance, transparency and accessibility at the heart of reform. It needs to be about enhancing inclusion rather than intensifying existing inequalities. A digital maturity assessment is due to conclude at the end of June 2025, and this will help departments better understand where they are on digital journeys, identify any gaps, drive smarter and more inclusive transformation of services. The Office of AI and Digital was launched on the 11th of June, and the next phase of this work will be the development of an action plan to identify the key challenges and the opportunities associated with the adoption of AI across the public sector. Importantly, we'll be working to ensure the needs of our most vulnerable groups are met. The new office will serve as a central hub to share and manage risks and opportunities across departments, and it will also ensure that the needs of all Section 75 groups are fully considered.
Ms. Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the First Minister for her answer. And I just want to touch on the horrific hacking incident that happened at a recent SEN event. How will the TEO and other agencies and departments work together to strengthen this cybersecurity and ensure that digital platforms and, of course, AI advancements remain inclusive and accessible for all?
Yeah, it's really important because I believe that AI and digital transformation is necessary in terms of how we deliver public services. I think it'll allow us to deliver better public services in a way that perhaps is more convenient to many in our population, but it has to be equitable across society. And I think that at the heart of whenever we're at this stage of developing our own AI inclusion strategy, what that looks like across departments. There's varying levels of advancement on this across different departments. We're trying to get a handle on that right across the board. But I think that one, it needs to be inclusive. Two, we have to be able to stand over the ethics around the use of AI. I think that's also very, very important. I think for a lot of people this is a new field, but for me it's something that's a necessary part of delivering good public services. So I think that we need to build in all the checks and balances, whilst also then advancing this area, because I think it will lead to transformative public services.
Colin Killeen.
Can the First Minister detail her thinking that informed the launch of the Executive's Artificial Intelligence Office, please?
Thanks for that. I mean, at the heart of our programme for government is the need to transform our public services, and the member will know that our whole focus is around how we can drive that transformation, how we can support innovation, creativity and efficiency as building blocks for social and economic growth. But there's no doubt that the world of AI is ever evolving. It's very much something that's changing, but we're trying to get ahead of the curve in terms of harnessing this technology for our own public services and particularly for our transformation journey. So standing still is not an option. We discussed this issue at length, obviously at the British Irish Council just a short number of weeks ago, but that was why in talking to our new Chief Scientific and Technology Advisor that we realised that the potential to be grasped in terms of establishing an Office of AI and Digital was something that we needed to move forward with. So I think it's going to put us at the forefront of AI innovation. It'll take some time, of course, but I think it's going to be a key driver in improving both communication, delivery, innovation right across the public sector. We have to do things better, more efficiently and more appropriately in reaching the wider public. So I think it's going to be a continuing live conversation as we develop this even further.
Could I ask the First Minister what analysis will be done as part of the creativity of AI to ensure that there aren't any job losses in the public sector?
Yeah, it's not replacing people, it's about how we enhance how we deliver services. So this is something that I certainly want to do now when we're looking at our digital maturity assessments, that's looking across every government department. What is their level of, in terms of readiness and ability to deliver transformative public services? But we must work with the workforce. We must work with our union representatives, and we must make sure that we design this together, that it's complementary as opposed to a replacement for the human.
Jerry Kelly.
First and foremost, our thoughts and support are with those impacted by the recent disorder. The Executive unequivocally condemned the violence that we have witnessed, and we again call for calm right across our communities. As recent events have shown, hate crime has a devastating impact on victims, on their families and our society, and we recognise the importance of early intervention and tackling the drivers for hate. To support this, TO provides funding of over $7 million to local organisations and to councils to support cohesion and integration, address good relations issues and reduce the potential for young people to engage in negative or antisocial behaviour. We recognise the valuable role that our councils play and can play in providing local solutions to good relations issues. Therefore, we have today approved an additional allocation of $220,000 to be distributed urgently to our councils to address issues around racial and social cohesion. Alongside a review of the T-Box strategy, we have also commenced work on the development of a new strategic approach to racial equality post-2025 and expect a key focus of this to be on tackling racism and hate. We have taken knowledge from other programmes which deal with societal issues, and our focus is on identifying preventative actions and effective interventions to change attitudes and behaviours. The current racial equality strategy includes a commitment to work with the Department of Justice, which leads in this issue, to develop our approach on tackling race-hate crime. As a result, the Racial Equality Subgroup established a Hate Crime Legislation and Access to Justice Working Group, which will work closely with DOJ in advising on any future actions for inclusion in the programme. And the Justice Minister is progressing legislative provisions to strengthen sanctions for offenders and provide greater protection for victims of race-hate crimes.
Mr. Kelly.
I welcome the Minister's answer there and the detail in it. So I thank her for the answer. Can the First Minister give her assessment of the racially motivated violence we have seen on our streets in recent times?
I think everybody in this chamber would call out what we saw in recent weeks for what it was, which was raw racism, unadulterated racism on our streets, and it has no place in our community, and it must be faced down wherever it raises its ugly head, and I know that's something that we share. But behind all of these attacks are families, their young mothers, their children being attacked in their own homes, and I think that we need to send a very cohesive, clear message from this chamber that for those that are involved in racism, that you will not win, that we will not tolerate this in our society, not today, not tomorrow, and not ever. And I think it's vital that all of those that are responsible for this type of hate are brought before the courts and held accountable for their actions, because we would send a message to people out there that have been impacted by this, people out there that are living in fear because of racist hatred and threat. I would want to say to them that they're not alone, that we can see them, that we can hear them, and that we will stand with you and do everything we can to face down racist thuggery.
Philip Brett.
Speaker, First Minister, one of the clearest actions of tackling hate and sectarianism by the department that you co-lead has been the Urban Villages programme, which has been a huge success in both Ardoyne and in Ballysillan. There is a clear political and community support to extend that scheme to other parts of North Belfast. Could the First Minister outline what work she has done with the Deputy First Minister to bring forward another phase of the Urban Villages scheme?
That area is actively under consideration. We're looking at what the next phase of that looks like. I think we can all point to very good success in terms of the impact that the programme has had across many, many communities, and we're not currently looking at that in terms of, again, the geographical areas, the types of projects that we can support, but there's no doubt in my mind that any of the work that we've done to review the impact of the work that we've done to this point has been a positive thing, so I look forward to getting to the point where we're able to actually announce the next stage of that programme.
Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, First Minister, for your answer so far. I would welcome this £220,000 that you've just announced here. That's great news. What mechanisms or structures is your department going to put in place now to ensure that that money is really well targeted at those who are best placed to actually get to the root cause of the racism? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. And that's something that we actually considered a lot, because you could just have a blanket approach and just put out funding and it's the same for every council, or we can invite applications for projects that we can assess that it will actually meet need in particular areas that have been identified as areas of challenge. So we're just announcing this funding today. It's going to be administered through the existing District Council Good Relations Programme, because it's a ready-made programme and allows us to get the funding out quicker. But there's going to be a facility for each of the council areas to be able to access up to £20,000 each in terms of delivering programmes on the ground that can be done very, very quickly. And the option will be to redirect any unused expenditure to other areas that they've identified in terms of potentially being areas of concern. So I think this mechanism will allow us to actually get funding out very, very quickly, but also will allow us to actually take a look at and analyse if the funding for the project that's been bid for is actually something that we think will make a meaningful difference. And there's no better than our local councils, because our councillors are all very well connected in their communities, and they should be able to assist also in identifying where we think that the funding needs to be. But it's a case by case as opposed to a blanket approach, so hopefully it will be more targeted.
Matthew Till.
Thank you, Speaker. First Minister, first of all, I welcome the fact that additional funding has been announced. I represent the most diverse constituency in the north, possibly the most diverse constituency in the whole island. I speak and have engaged with lots of people from ethnic minority communities in recent weeks and always. I'm afraid they don't feel that the response from the Executive has been clear and coherent to the race riots. Though I welcome the funding, can I ask, have you asked, and has your department properly got to the bottom to be absolutely sure that no person or organisation in receipt of funding from your department, such as Communities in Transition funding, has had anything to do with any of the violence or intimidation of recent weeks?
I'm sad to hear that that's the experience of some people. We met with the Racial Equality Group last week, and we had a very good engagement with them actually in terms of what we have been doing and what we intend to do, and we want to continue to work with them, particularly as we develop the race relations strategy for post-2025. And we'll be bringing legislation around the racial equality piece later in the year as well. But I think that we've taken a lot of the learning around what happened in the summer of last year. We were able to apply it to actually what happened only recently, and that's important. This additional funding is only one element of it. Quick condemnation of attacks whenever they occur are also crucially important, as is the role of social media, as is a strong justice response, as is us all standing firm against it. But when it comes to groups being funded, I have no truck with any group getting any penny of funding if they're involved in paramilitary activity. I will ensure that that is the case. We rely in good faith on groups making applications and officials assessing them accordingly, and there's no evidence to suggest that there are any groups that we are funding that are involved in paramilitary. If there was, I would have something to say about that.
Sir Carl.
So you obviously know that last year in August we saw disgraceful race riots where businesses were burnt out and torched in hate crimes. Can I have your assessment of the fact that it took almost a year for compensation to be paid to those businesses, those organisations by Belfast City Council? The new money is welcome, but I'm concerned that most of those companies, those businesses, have only received £4,000 in payment and compensation, despite many of them losing, in effect, hundreds of thousands of pounds.
Yeah, I think it's disappointing that they're only getting that funding now, given that it's almost a year since they had that suffering inflicted upon them. So obviously there has been an issue in terms of how that funding has been administered. I'm happy to raise that with officials actually, because not that it helps anybody retrospectively, but of course if anybody finds himself in that situation again, then we need to be able to get support to people very quickly. One of the things that we're doing is working with the Red Cross, particularly around individuals that are impacted, in terms of supporting them, and we're going to be announcing more about that in the coming days as well. But I just think that we have to deal in the aftermath of these things with the immediacy of the issue, trying to calm things down and deal with it from a police and justice point of view. But in the longer term, we have to all stand firm together against racism. In the longer term, we all have to have the right plans in place, and that will involve working with our local government colleagues, because our councillors are very well connected in terms of knowing their community that they represent, and I want to continue for us to do everything that we can in this area.
Emma Dillon.
Question 4.
Minister.
The Executive Office has committed £3.2 million funding until March of 2026 to support EVOG at a local and a regional level. The impact of that funding will need to be evaluated across the period, but early analysis shows a really positive impact to date. For example, from January to March of this year, 655 of momentum funding was provided to local councils to enable them to build awareness of the issue and the local change fund. Councils held over 225 events. They reached over 7,300 participants. And the survey results that they carried out showed that 88% of those who participated had an increased knowledge of violence against women and girls. 81% had increased knowledge of healthy relationships. 85% had more confidence in helping end violence against women and girls. And all 11 councils have now opened up a local change fund for 25-26, and that's really very much to get right into the grassroots of community and voluntary organisations to help them to prevent and respond to violence against women and girls. We also then have the Regional Change Fund, and that's provided $1.2 million to strengthen programmes run by regional community and voluntary organisations with ending violence against women and girls expertise. And activity highlights include campaigns, social media activities. Some of the feedback is that they've been really widely viewed, which is something obviously that we very much welcome. We also are aware that 6 new staff members were recruited for the Regional Change Fund projects. And this funding has really ensured important connections have been established to act as the basis for longer term connections, because I think the longer term connection and the longer term coordination to tackle this damaging issue is so acute. And all this information, I think, paints a positive picture for what we have been able to achieve to date. But there's no doubt about it, there is much more work to be done. We're off to a strong start, but I think that we need to collectively keep moving forward in the right direction together.
And I thank the First Minister for that comprehensive answer. In light of the tragic events of the weekend, I want to extend my deepest sympathy to the family of Sarah Montgomery. Such tragedies speak to the importance of a connected and joined-up strategy. Can the Minister give an update on the type of projects that are being supported through the Regional Change Fund?
Minister.
Yeah, can I just again concur with the member? Many of us expressed our sadness yesterday and our shock at the death of Sarah Montgomery. I think I just can't even imagine what her family are going through. A young mummy expecting her next child, her whole life ahead of her, and taken from her family in the most devastating way. So I think this underlines for me once again how important this work is, how important that we actually have a whole of society approach to tackling violence against women and girls, and we have to get into the weeds of this, and it's going to take everybody working together to do so. I think some of the projects that we have been able to develop to date have been really are making a difference. Just to cite a couple of examples, Nexus, the work that they're doing around delivering healthy and respectful relationship education for young people, that's a crucially important part of this work. We've got Youth Action, who are also working with young people aged 14 to 25 to help them build their confidence, build their knowledge and their understanding, and make informed decisions about their lives in a way that I think will help to address violence against women and girls in the wider community. And then we have the White Ribbon campaign, which we all support on a regular basis, but it's going to have the opportunity now to develop the campaign itself. It's Listen, Learn, Lead programme. It's going to get into more schools, into workplaces, into community settings, and this is all vital work, because as we all know, when it comes to tackling violence against women and girls, it's about intervention, it's about prevention, and it's about that early work. And this is about trying to create a society where women and girls feel safe and are safe everywhere.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The town of Donaghadee in my constituency is still in shock from the weekend as pregnant mother of 2. Sarah Montgomery became the 27th female to be murdered in Northern Ireland since 2020. A shocking figure indeed. Can the First Minister provide an update on what more the Executive can do, and also particularly how the Change Fund can make change within the Ards and North Down council area, of which Donaghadee is a part of?
Yes, and again, just to concur with the member and to offer my support to the community that you represent as well, because I'm sure that everybody is shocked by the events of the weekend. I've talked there just about some of the examples of things that we've done in a regional change fund, and then we have a local change fund which will go right into the heart of communities, and we've allocated over $2 million across local councils, so that should reach right into every community to help them to address support community networks and community infrastructure that already exists in different council areas. We provided 1.4 million to actually help a small grant scheme for grassroots groups. I can see some of those examples already on a very local basis to me. I can see small rural women's groups coming together and bidding into that funding and actually doing some of this work. So I think we have to really get down, as I said, get into the root of this, tackle this issue from the root, and that means bringing it right into local level. So I think both at a kind of higher level with working with the regional groups, but then at a very local level, right into community group level, this is how we can be successful in this area.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, you've really acknowledged the appalling murder of Sarah Montgomery, and I join with others in expressing condolences to her family and loved ones. It has brought into sharp focus again, though, the issue in Northern Ireland of violence by men against women. So, First Minister, can I ask for an update on the commissioning of research to identify evidence gaps in understanding men and boys' attitudes and behaviours towards violence against women and girls?
Yeah, I think, just to concur again with the member, this is always about violence against male violence against women, and we have to call it out for what it is. I really welcome some of the work that we've done in this area around active bystander, which is particularly targeted at young men. So in any social setting, whether that be in a gym or at a sport event, at a workplace, just not standing by and letting somebody make a comment and let it go. I think that active bystander campaign has been very important. In terms of the research, we're actively looking at what the right research would be, because it needs to be something that informs our strategy and actually improves it. You know that we've built in a yearly review to our strategy, so we're not that far off actually that as well, which will actually allow us to assess the things that have worked well, the things that we need to do more of, including the research piece. So if there's anything else in terms of that I can provide to you in writing, I will. If not, I think that we'll be talking about the one-year review of the strategy just in a few short months, and I'm sure that the research piece will be a feature of that.
And the topicals, Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, in 2022 you asked for and received a very personal mandate to lead the executive. Promises were made before and after the executive was formed. But on the A5, your party colleagues' department has failed to do basic paperwork and jeopardised that life-saving project. On Casement Park, the Irish and British governments have coughed up more money, but the executive you lead cannot say what happens next. On Lough Neagh, you yourself have been to the Lough Shore multiple times, but your party voted with the DUP to block the fundamental action needed to save Lough Neagh. First Minister, I could give lots of other examples of, I'm afraid, woeful failure of delivery. But in the spirit of end of term, First Minister, can I ask you, how do you think it's going?
So there's no doubt that the executive and every minister in the executive faces enormous challenges as a result of years of underfunding, austerity budgets, crushed public services, and I think every minister in that executive table is there to do their best. I think every minister in that executive table is there to try to work in a collective effort to address some of the challenges that we have. Will you do everything immediately? No, you won't. Can you lay strong foundations on which to build upon? Yes, you can. And I believe that's what we have done in this first year. It's certainly what I'm committed to. I am determined to deliver for people, to try our very best to deliver for people. And I think we've made good strides forward. But absolutely, we'll always have more to do. But that's what the job of government. We are here to govern and actually to try to deliver for people.
Mr. O'Toole.
With respect, First Minister, staged photo ops and platitudes aren't enough anymore. You are, with respect, an elected leader, not a royal, blaming others when your own ministers have failed to do the basics. If the government in Dublin had the delivery record of the government you lead here, your party would have rightly roasted them. The people of the North deserved much, much better. So in the spirit of an end-of-year report, can I suggest that when this place returns, you and the rest of the executive need to do much, much better?
So I've heard the member at this all day. You're talking flippantly about an end-of-term report. Well, let me tell you about your end-of-term report. I've heard three things from the now funded and resourced opposition. Funded and resourced opposition. And the three things I've heard: negativity, negativity, negativity. Whilst the rest of us are getting on, no solutions. No solutions, no credible proposals, no ideas from the funded and resourced opposition. But let me tell you something else. I'm not interested in the blame game. I'm more interested in trying to deliver for people. I'm more interested with working with others around the executive table to try to make a positive difference to people's lives. I will continue to do so. You can make a choice about how you continue to conduct yourself.
Philip McGuigan.
First Minister, another young woman, another mother, another daughter has had her life brutally stolen from her this week. First Minister, will you join with me in expressing our condolences to Sarah Montgomery's family, who are undoubtedly experiencing unimaginable pain?
Yes, thank you for that. And I think the fact that so many members are raising this issue shows me that people in this chamber care. People in this chamber care about ending violence against women and girls. As has been said by many people over the course of recent days, Sarah Montgomery had her whole life ahead of her, a beautiful 28-year-old woman, 2 children and 1 on the way. That tragedy is just unimaginable for so many people. This is another woman in our society who's had her life robbed from her in the most grotesque and barbaric fashion. And every woman lost isn't another statistic, it isn't another number in our appalling numbers. It is a mother, a sister, a daughter, a friend, an aunt, and her life has just been taken from her. And we need to do everything that we can to address this issue that we have. It's not unique to us, I accept that, but we have a really embedded problem. But I don't accept that we can't turn it around. I believe we can turn it around, but it's going to take all of us facing the same way. It's going to take all of us standing by. It's going to take all of the work that we're doing around the campaigns, around active bystander, around calling it out for what it is, for calling out misogyny whenever you see it. Don't allow others to be part of it. So I think we all say from this chamber that this is something that we will continue to commit to and all continue to work on.
Thank you, and I thank the First Minister for her response and concur that on all of the issues that we need to do much better. In terms of actions, the Executive Office oversees the local Change Fund, which supports community networks to play their part in preventing harm, abuse and violence against women and girls. Can I ask the First Minister to provide an update on the local Change Fund?
Yeah, I said earlier in answer to some other members that I do believe that the Change Fund is making a difference. I think that we can see that in terms of the rollout of our strategy to end violence against women and girls, and I want to continue to learn from that. To see what works well, let's pick it up and run with it if it works across the piece. Where it doesn't work, then we don't do that piece of work anymore. I want to continue to fund women's organisations to do work which they've been doing for years at a massively underfunded rate. They are invaluable frontline in terms of reaching women and families affected by abuse, but crucially their focus is absolutely on addressing the root causes of misogyny that lead to abuse and violence. So I think by investing in grassroots organisations, we are going to make inroads in this area. This is about empowering communities. This is about challenging the dangerous misconceptions or misperceptions that are out there about violence against women and girls. And I cited earlier, like really good local examples, even in my own local GAA club. Clonaux Young Women's Group got together and brought forward a brilliant initiative at a very local level for that age cohort of like 16, 17 years of age, and they designed something and we were able to support that. That to me is getting right into the heart of communities, and I think that's how we're going to be successful.
Hinkson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in light of the Equality Commission for Northern Ireland failing to produce its promised guidance in relation to the Supreme Court ruling that in equality legislation a man and a woman are defined by biological sex, does First Minister agree that it is now incumbent on the Executive as a whole to issue its own interim guidance that women-only protected spaces and categories in Northern Ireland should not admit biological males?
The Supreme Court ruling on the 16th of April ruled that the definition of man, woman and sex refer to biological sex within the context of the Equality Act. So obviously there are considerations for here in terms of what that means for individual departments here. But the Equality Commission have set out their view in terms of the fact that they need to take this to the courts, that they need legal clarification, and we have to await that clarification whether you like it or not. We have to await that clarification. I just think that in all these things, let's understand the complexity of it, and let's understand that we need to be sensitive also.
Well, I note the First Minister's answer, but I do think that a policy of dither and delay is not serving the people of Northern Ireland well. Does the First Minister at least agree that the lack of guidance from the Equality Commission vindicates the actions of the Education Minister and the Communities Minister in issuing their own guidance, particularly in relation to schools, changing room and toilets, and sporting categories for women and girls?
No, I don't. I think that it's important that we await the Equality Commission's deliberations and the impact on the ruling on equality legislation here. That is the equality legislation that we're all governed by. So I think it would be more prudent to wait till we get to the Equality Commission so that we're consistent across the board. And again, I make the point that this is something not to be gleeful about. This is something that is sensitive and emotive, and something that I would like us to actually have real clarity on, so that all of our departments can bring forward guidance that actually is consistent across each and every department, that we don't have a piecemeal approach across the departments.
Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Executive Office leads on the investment strategy for Northern Ireland. The A5 is one such project, which is the biggest investment project in Northern Ireland. Climate Change Act, which has targeted, heralded by Sinn Féin, has stalled this development in its tracks. So will the First Minister commit to amending the climate change legislation which impacts upon the investment strategy she is keen to deliver upon? Should legal advice forthcoming to the Executive indicate this?
First Minister.
Well, as I expressed to the member yesterday and to many other members, that we're all disappointed with the setback in terms of the A5. This is a project that has been far too long in the making, has been marred with legal controversy the whole way through. I want us to get to the end point where the road actually is built. I think that we, as the Infrastructure Minister has said, she's actively looking at the legal advice that she's been given, but there is an urgency to this. We must have the A5 built. We also must have other capital projects built. So this ruling will have implications for other departments. So I'm committed to working around the executive table to find a solution.
Mrs. Erskine.
Thank you. The First Minister, you've said in this chamber many times that both yourself, your ministers and Sinn Féin are taking time to go through the legal advice and court judgment on the A5 and seek legal advice. One option is an appeal to the High Court decision. And when I asked the Infrastructure Minister regarding this in the Infrastructure Committee last week, she indicated that nothing was off the table. So can the First Minister confirm if legal advice has been received yet by the Attorney General to the Executive, and if appealing the High Court decision is still an option that is open to the Infrastructure Minister?
All options are on the table, and the Infrastructure Minister has been very forthcoming in saying that. I also stand by that. All options must be on the table. That includes appeal, that includes, in terms of amendments to legislation, that potentially includes new legislation. Let's look at all the options, but we've also sought, both at an infrastructure level, department level advice from legal teams. We also are seeking our own AG advice as well. It's important that we get the solution, the remedy correct here, because this is about us being able to do good things in terms of protecting our environment, but also being able to deliver on capital projects. I think we can find a solution to that.
Dennis.
First Minister, last week at a Loyalist bonfire we saw the types of threats and intimidation that are routinely displayed at this time of year. Would the First Minister agree with me that there should be nothing routine, nothing acceptable and nothing normal about this type of behaviour?
Minister.
Yeah, I mean, yes, of course. I absolutely agree. There's nothing acceptable or nothing normal about this type of displays, the burning of flags, political posters and bonfires. This thing that we've come to see every year, and also the threats that accompany some of this regalia as well. I think it's totally unacceptable, and it needs to be called out. And there need to be political leadership in terms of calling it out for what it is, because in many instances this is hate.
Dennis.
And I note the First Minister's response there, and I'm sure she will agree that there is a particular onus on people, particularly elected politicians, and particularly those elected politicians who represent those areas where this type of sectarianism is occurring, that there is a responsibility on those people to show clear and unequivocal leadership in calling out this type of sectarian and also racist behaviour.
Yes, and I think, unfortunately in recent weeks and months we've seen an increase in this, particularly in shared housing projects where you see flags that are erected against the wishes of the local community, and that has to be called out for what it is, because that is intimidation. So I do not accept that is in any way that anybody should take that as an acceptable behaviour. So you're absolutely right in terms of robust condemnation of those types of intimidation, and all in political leadership need to step up and actually call it out for what it is. And lots of times it's sectarianism, it's racism, and I've often said in this chamber and outside of it that racism and sectarianism are two sides of the one coin.
Sorry, Kelly.
Does the First Minister agree with me that the £50 million for the redevelopment of Casement Park is a significant moment which must be seized for its completion?
Minister.
Yeah, thank you for that, and absolutely I think the £50 million that we secured from the British Government is a new milestone in terms of the redevelopment of Casement Park, and it creates momentum into the project. And for now it's time for all partners to work together, whether that's the funding that we now have from both the British Government, the Irish Government, the executive funding, the GAA's funding. Let's now all work together, and at every turn, at every meeting that I've had at both Irish Government, British Government level and including at our executive, continue to drive this project forward. Because, as the member knows, this is going to be a game-changer project for the Gaels of Antrim, but even for wider right across the piece, because it's an investment in sport, it's investment in local communities. And for my part, I want all sports to thrive. I want us to invest in all sports across the board, and that's going to require additional investment. And for those that advocate for investment in sport, let's join together and invest in all sports, because I think that will be a win for everybody in society. So I want the Casement Park delivery. I want the funding to be agreed across the board and get the project built. I want funding for the Northern Ireland Football Fund as well, and I want funding for other sports. So if everybody joins together, imagine what we could achieve in terms of investing in local sports here. That's a win-win for society as a whole.
Mr. Kelly.
And I'm sure the First Minister is looking forward to the day the Ulster finals are going to be played in Casement Park. And in the next couple of weeks, we'll see the semi-finals, albeit in Croke Park. I just thought, since we are heading into the recess, you might want to make some comments about the semi-finals coming up.
Can I just say, come on, Tyrone? I'm looking forward to going to Croke Park, obviously, to support the county team. But imagine what this can do if we could get Casement Park delivered. When we get Casement Park delivered, imagine what it'll mean in terms of this sporting spectacular that we have in the Gaelic Athletic Association calendar. Like every summer, to have the Ulster final in Casement Park is just going to be amazing, and I look forward to that day.
Well, in sporting terms, First Minister, you scored 0-16. Ms Archibald scored 0-18, so you're well behind the leader at 0-28. That concludes questions to the First Minister. Point of order, Mr O'Toole.
To the questions we've just had, to be clear that under Standing Order 45A, there is an official opposition. There is a leader of the opposition recognising standing orders. They have a job to do. Their job is not simply to compliment and promote the First Minister, and further to the point that is made as Sinn Féin members get up and leave the chamber in demonstrating their view of the official opposition. In terms of funding and resource, the official opposition has published one policy paper per month since we returned in this term, and I'm happy to place them in the Library of the House for the First Minister and others to peruse.
Struggling to find a point of order there, Mr O'Toole. You made a political statement, but it is now made and on the record. We now move back to the previous item of business, and I call Mr Honeyford to continue with his speech. Hopefully somebody will stay to listen.
Do you want me to go? Sorry, I'll just go ahead. Go ahead, I'm all right. Yeah. So, the bill introduced key reforms that will give viable businesses the space and the flexibility to potentially get back on their feet, and also provide clarity and confidence, which is important to creditors and investors, and that ultimately is vital for a stable and attractive economy. We need a balanced approach to this that protects the most vulnerable, and legislation must recognise the legitimate interests of creditors, but also ensure insolvent individuals and companies are treated with dignity and fairness, and also protected. The bill introduced much more robust mechanisms to detect fraud and misconduct, and this is an element I think that the committee will be wanting to look at it and go through to make sure that it is there, that we don't have fraud and happening throughout our system, but also provides responsible debtors with a clear path towards a resolution, and where possible giving people that second chance. By providing a clear and predictable framework for insolvency where no one starts out to fail and no one works to fail, but equally we must remove unnecessary uncertainty from those taking the brave step of starting a business in the first place. In turn, this fosters innovation and economic growth, which benefits all of our community. And in conclusion, I want to thank the Minister, and I want to put on record the thanks, and it's been said across the House, for the Department's officials. As members of the committee, we have a responsibility to ensure that our laws reflect the needs of a modern, dynamic economy, that one is resilient, fair and fit for the future. The Minister of Finance yesterday talked about the two-way conversation, and I think with this, and it has been referenced by the Chair of the committee, when this came to committee, that has been the case with officials, and that is really, really welcome. That hasn't been the case in other areas within the department that has come forward where we've been asked to make decisions and we've felt like we haven't had the information and we haven't been given the detail, and particularly, and I'll point at the RHI pre-Christmas, where that information just was not available to us for us to make a reasonable decision on it. Seeing the way this has happened, and I want to commend the department for that, of giving the information and providing the committee and allowing the committee to work through the issues and answering in full and giving us full responses and answering everything that was asked was really welcome change. Really, really welcome change within the committee, and we're happy to support this bill as the Alliance Party. I look forward to working with colleagues across this House to ensure that it has successful passage, and we do set the platform for moving forward from within the department. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. We call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this bill, which, though modest in scope, is a necessary and welcome step in modernising our insolvency legislation here in the North. This bill brings forward a series of technical amendments that align our law more closely with reforms already enacted in England and Wales, but it also takes important steps that are specific to our own circumstances. Fundamentally, this bill is about making the insolvency process more efficient, more accessible and more responsive to the needs of those affected, whether they are creditors, directors, insolvency practitioners or members of the public. One of the most practical reforms in this bill is the shift away from the default use of physical meetings. Instead, the bill allows creditors and shareholders to participate through virtual meetings or written correspondence. That reduces cost, removes barriers to participation and brings our procedures into the 21st century. For small businesses and individual creditors, this is a particularly welcome change. The bill also streamlines a range of process for insolvency practitioners, allowing them to take certain actions, such as recovering assets without needing repeated permission from the courts or the department. And again, that cuts down on the delays and unnecessary bureaucracy, while still ensuring that there's proper oversight where it matters. And I'm also pleased to see that the bill strengthens accountability for company directors. Administrators will now have the same powers as liquidators to pursue directors for wrongful or fraudulent trading, ensuring we can hold individuals to account and maximise returns for creditors regardless of the insolvency route that is taken. Importantly, this bill also addresses several issues specific to Northern Ireland. Clauses 103, 104 and 115 fix legal deficiencies that had the potential to hamper enforcement or allow misconduct to go unchecked, including in cases which involve insolvency partnerships. These are overdue and necessary conditions, and whilst this legislation may not command major headlines, it will make a meaningful difference in practice, saving time and money, protecting creditors and improving the fairness and efficiency of insolvency proceedings. It is an example of the kind of good legislative housekeeping we need to see more of in this place, which is thoughtful and practical and based on consultation and consensus. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the Minister for the Economy to conclude and wind up the debate on the second stage of the bill. Minister.
Gurmargaret Lascan Collier, and I thank members for both their consideration of this bill and their contributions today, and I'm pleased to note the level of support that it has commanded across the Chamber. I'm also grateful to the Economy Committee for their contribution to this debate and the scrutiny of the bill so far, and obviously now it will hopefully pass into their hands for further scrutiny. And I welcome too the comments in relation to departmental officials and the level of engagement that you have had in respect of the bill. While the subject matter of the bill for the most part is specialist and technical in nature, it will be of benefit to those working in the profession and those affected by insolvency, including creditors and employees. It will streamline and modernise procedures to make management of insolvency proceedings more efficient, which will in turn improve the returns for creditors. Just to, I suppose, touch briefly on some of the issues in the debate and discussion today, and in fairness, there were very few additional issues or points of contention raised as we move through this, and I think that reflects the process that has been gone through to this stage in respect of the consultation and the engagement with the committee, and I think it is something we will certainly take on board in terms of your commentary about moving forward and when we engage in relation to legislation. It has been recognised by members across the Chamber. It will address some of the issues to update and modernise our legislation, tackle bureaucracy, unnecessary bureaucracy, and bring things more into line with modern ways of doing business, and improves that level of transparency. I do note the point that Mr Honeyford made in respect of people who take the chance of starting their own business and the challenges that they face, and also in respect of family homes, and obviously that is something that can be engaged with further as it does go through the scrutiny stage in committee, and I look forward to hearing the feedback from all of the committee scrutiny. In conclusion, therefore, I'm really grateful to those who have contributed to a helpful debate on this important piece of legislation, and I'd ask the Assembly for its support today to agree the second stage of the bill so that it can now be referred to the Economy Committee, and I commend the bill to the House for its approval.
Minister, thank you. Members, the question is that the second stage of the Insolvency Amendment Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary voting no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the Insolvency Amendment Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for the Economy. Members, just take your ease for a moment. We'll be ready for the next item on the order paper. Members, the next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill. I call the Minister of Finance to move the bill.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. Second stage of the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call the Minister of Finance to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
Gurmargaret Lascan Collier, and thank you for the opportunity to move the bill today. As members will be aware, the Financial Provisions Bill are required at regular intervals to deal with a range of miscellaneous and routine financial matters that require amendments to governing legislation. It's on this basis that I present this bill today. It has been some 11 years since the last Financial Provisions Bill, and there are many matters that need to be resolved. In developing this bill, I received several requests that my bill include some additional miscellaneous administrative matters. As there are no alternative or timely legislative vehicle to address these issues, I have agreed to accommodate these within my bill. Hence, the bill is the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill. The bill has three broad sections: powers, fees and financial governance, and I'll take each in turn. Clause 1 through to 14 of the bill provides new powers to 5 departments: Department of Finance, Department for the Economy, the Executive Office, Department of Education and Department for Communities. Firstly, my department seeks Clause 1 to provide it with the statutory authority to issue loans to the investment fund. As members will be aware, my department is the lead policy lead for this investment fund. However, it does not have the power to make loans and has relied on TEO and the Strategic Investment Board to make the loans. This clause will address the legislative gap, and the full responsibility of the investment fund will then transfer to my department, thus enhancing financial governance, regularity and accountability. Clause 2 to 5 have been requested by DFE and will provide them with additional powers in several key areas. Firstly, it will enable them to provide financial assistance such as grants, loans, guarantees or indemnities where such action is in the interest of our economy. This will help to address concerns expressed during the COVID-19 pandemic about their ability to provide such assistance. This clause will also restore their power to inform limited companies, which will aid the Department's flexibility in policy delivery, a further gap highlighted by the COVID response. Clause 3 allows the Department for Economy to issue loan funding to the higher education sector, improving their ability to successfully deploy financial transactions capital funding for capital projects in our universities and higher education institutions. Clause 4 will repeal an outdated aspect of employment and training legislation which dates back to the 1950s. This amendment will remove the requirement for the Department of Finance approval on all schemes. These approvals will instead be sought through the existing delegated limit procedures that are already being successfully used. Under Clause 5, Tourism NI will be provided with powers to classify and grade tourist amenities beyond accommodation providers. This power is being sought by the Department for Economy to develop and strengthen the broader tourism sector. Clause 6 to 10 and Clause 14 relate to the Executive Office. TEO under Clause 6 will be provided with the authority to provide services for victims and survivors of historical institutional abuse and other forms of institutional harm. TEO has requested Clause 7 as a gap in the current legislative framework exists. This new clause will enable them to coordinate integration support for asylum seekers and refugees locally, thus permitting TEO to utilise funds provided by Whitehall departments for these purposes. A further power that TEO has requested is in Clause 8. This provision will provide TEO with the power to arrange and facilitate opportunities for people to acquire the skills or experience necessary for public appointments, thereby encouraging equity, diversity and inclusion in such appointments. This is to ensure that our public appointments best reflect the communities they serve. As members will be aware, ending violence against women and girls is a programme for government commitment. This bill will support this priority through Clause 9, which will give TEO the powers required to implement a strategic framework on ending violence against women and girls, including funding initiatives aligned with the aims set in this framework. Clause 14 amends the appointment terms for the Commissioner for Survivors of Institutional Childhood Abuse, allowing for terms of less than 5 years where appropriate. Clause 11 provides the Department of Education with the power to fund postgraduate qualifications in educational psychology. This clause will correct a legislative oversight and ensures DE's continued support for the doctorate in education, child and adolescent psychology, which is essential for meeting statutory duties in special educational needs. Clauses 12 and 13 relate to the Department for the Communities. Clause 12 enables the Housing Executive to investigate tenancy fraud on behalf of registered housing associations and to charge housing associations for this service. Clause 13 will transfer the responsibilities for setting the basic allowance for councillors from individual councils to the Department for Communities, ensuring consistency and fairness across local government. Clauses 15 to 17 relate to additional fee-raising powers that have been requested from the Department for Economy, from DERA and from the Department for Infrastructure. These respective departments are requesting these powers to safeguard the provision of public services and improve financial sustainability. Under Clause 15, DFE will be permitted to exempt or reduce fees charged by tourism ANI in exceptional circumstances and to introduce new fees where appropriate. Clause 16 enhances DERA's ability to recover costs for marine licensing services provided by the Department, and Clause 17 permits DFI to introduce a fee for the issuing or replacing of smart passes under the concessionary fare scheme, supporting the important scheme's long-term financial sustainability. Turning now to Clauses 18 and 20, which focuses on financial governance. Clause 18 will provide my department with an increased limit on advances from the consolidated fund. This limit is currently 2% of the previous year's financial year's authorised expenditure. I wish to increase this to 4%. I believe this is a prudent measure to further safeguard against the risk that lower limit may not be sufficient to ensure the continued provision of public services. Clause 19 will remove the requirement for DFE to maintain separate accounts for petroleum and mineral receipts, thus streamlining financial reporting. And finally, Clause 20 will transfer the responsibility for appointing the external auditor of the Audit Office for DOF to the Assembly Audit Committee, enhancing independence and improving the governance arrangements. Members of the Assembly have previously raised concerns about the overuse of sole authority of the Budget Act, which has been used to provide the legislative underpinning for various spending taken forward by departments. This is a matter on which I agree with members. This bill will address many of those concerns by providing departments with the necessary legislative means under which such expenditure can be incurred. This bill will also address other legislative gaps that have been identified, will aid financial sustainability, strengthen financial governance and improve accountability. It is for these reasons that I bring this bill today. I commend the bill to the House and urge members to support this passage through this second stage. Thank you.
Minister, thank you. I call Matthew Toole, Chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill is a little bit like the Fiscal Council Bill, significantly overdue but welcome nevertheless. I'll first speak as Chair of the Finance Committee, and then I'll make some party remarks. Firstly, thanks to the Minister for bringing the bill, as I said, and to his departmental officials for their work in keeping the committee updated on progress in delivering the bill. A financial provisions bill creates a number of legislative changes that departments require for routine financial matters for which it would not be practical to have specific legislation. Many of these measures are currently approved under the sole authority of budget bills, or budget acts as they become. These are often known colloquially as the black box, because there's a little black box which is next to them in estimates documents. As the Department of Finance is the lead on the bill, the committee will be responsible for the committee stage and overarching scrutiny. Therefore, the committee held a pre-legislative briefing with departmental officials on the 18th of September 2024. There are 16 provisions in this bill, of which only 3 relate to the Department of Finance directly. Consequentially, in anticipation of the bill successfully passing through second stage today and being referred to the committee, we have already written to the other relevant committees, ERA, Communities, Economy, Education, Infrastructure, the Executive Office and Audit Committees to invite their views on the provisions of the bill that affect their scrutiny remit. And I think this is a really important point to make as Chair of the committee, which is, as with lots of these things, indeed as with the budget itself, it's not solely for the Finance Committee, or indeed party's finance spokesperson, to be scrutinising this bill in isolation. People who are committees that have responsibility for departments who are subject to the measures in the Financial Provisions Bill should be across the detail, and that's why the Finance Committee has written to the other committees to that end. Madam, that's the second time I've done that today, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will only offer specific comment on the 3 provisions under finance. These relate to the investment fund, the appointment of an NIAO external auditor, and an increased limit on consolidated fund advances. The committee previously held a briefing on the investment fund with departmental officials at its meeting on the 4th of December 2024. The fund receives allocations via the Strategic Investment Fund, an arm's-length body of the Executive Office. The SIB has the legal virus to make loans, and the Department of Finance does not. This arrangement has worked so far. However, it was expected to be temporary until the Department received appropriate powers. This provision will introduce these statutory powers. The Department believes this will improve accountability, regularity and propriety in the use of Financial Transactions Capital, or FTC, funding. The Executive Office are in agreement that this power should be provided to the Department of Finance. As for the appointment of an NIAO external auditor, the Department wishes to amend the Audit (Northern Ireland Order 1987) to transfer the responsibility for the appointment of the external auditor of the Northern Ireland Office from the Department of Finance to the NI Assembly Audit Committee. This has been agreed by all parties involved. Finally, an increased limit on consolidated fund advances, which the Minister was talking about just a moment ago, which is the power to make such advances from the fund as contained in the Financial Provisions Northern Ireland Order 1998. That order was intended to deal with situations whereby departments might have sudden, unexpected additional expenditure in the event of major events, such as foot and mouth disease or COVID. This is to allow additional expenditure to take place quickly without the delay caused by taking a budget bill through the Assembly. Currently, the limit to such an advance is 2% of the authorised supply expenditure from the previous financial year. The bill proposes that the Financial Provisions Bill is used to increase the limit to 4%. This would appear to be a sensible and prudent measure to provide further security and flexibility to deal with unexpected demands that may arise. Although this Financial Provisions Bill is larger than previous bills, and the number of departments involved is larger, and that might make the process of scrutiny more complicated, members on the committee nevertheless support the principles of this bill and its passage through second stage and referral to the committee. Members look forward to working with the department, other committees and stakeholders to provide robust scrutiny of this bill. I look forward to hearing members' contributions in this debate, which will hopefully aid the committee in its own deliberations. I'll just say a few remarks in my opposition function. Again, this is an important piece of tidying up. Really, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for a long time, many of us have railed against the use of the sole authority of the Budget Act to basically legally authorised vast amounts of expenditure. That was an unsustainable and unhealthy position to be in. For example, for a long time, welfare mitigation is a very large item of expenditure for the Executive, and I think one that parties agree is essential, was funded through the sole authority of the Budget Act, the so-called black box. It's, from a financial management perspective, extremely suboptimal, so it is welcome that many of these powers are finally being put on a... Yep.
And I'm glad you brought up the issue of the black box, because obviously with billions going through the black box rather than the proper accounting measures, which I think within the accounting measures said it had to be approximately no more than 1 million, and then for only a very short period of time. Would the member agree with me that while we've already seen a welcome move away from that and the reduction of the black box, there still seems to be an over-reliance by other departments in the civil service of using that facility?
Well, I think he makes a fair point and put his remarks on the record. I'm not quite sure the black box is billions each year now. I don't think it's... It was, yeah, but the amount has come down, but and obviously this will help tidy it up. I think from that perspective it's useful. I should say this is a big bill. There are lots of important things happening in it, and I think it will be important for each individual committee that has, where their bodies have powers that are being granted. In the Finance Committee specifically, we are looking at 3 areas. One relates to the Audit Office, another relates to the Northern Ireland Investment Fund, and the third relates to the consolidated fund advances. we will want to understand exactly the context for those powers, work out the examples of how they might be used, and all of that. I think it's important. That's important work to do. I would just say, in an important process point, and in fact, one of the DUP members, Mr. Buchanan, earlier on reprimanded the opposition for saying, "Well, you basically wanted, you wanted legislation, and now you're complaining that you're all getting it in one day." I should just say delicately, that's not how this is supposed to work. We are supposed to be given the time to debate these things. Because we asked for legislation, that doesn't mean that it should be acceptable to have 6 full-blown stages of primary legislation in 2 days. I don't think that's a serious legislature in operation. Today, these are 2 really important bills we're debating today: the Fiscal Council Bill and the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill. I think we should have had these a good while ago, and I think we should have been devoting a bit more time to them. I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to labour that point, but I do strongly reject the idea that we should in 2 days be debating very important substantive bits of important legislation.
To the bill that we're
I'm happy to return to the bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but it is very important that I put those remarks on the record, because the Financial Provisions Bill is a very substantive piece of legislation. Just finally, before I draw my remarks to a close, in welcoming the fact that we do finally have an Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill, I want to draw attention to the strange situation as relates to the Northern Ireland Investment Fund, which is one of the entities whose funding is being clarified via this bill. The Northern Ireland Investment Fund was set up a number of years ago as a way to use FTC financial transactions capital, something I and others in the committee have been talking about using in novel ways for a long time. There wasn't much of an audience for it a few years ago. Now it looks like Casement Park, if it's ever built, and maybe the Minister might give us a view on that while he's at the dispatch box. The FTC is being used to build Casement Park. If we ever get it built, I really hope we do, and it's a novel and important use of FTC. But the NI Investment Fund is this entity that's existed for a while. It's funded some important things, but it's also been used to finance things which were supposed to be things like innovative, cutting-edge, new economic development projects in areas of high deprivation and all of that. Often they've been used to fund hotels, which are not necessarily excluded from commercial lending, and in one case, particularly interesting, was used to fund a car park, which is, I think, worthy of interrogation. But that's the NI Investment Fund. More broadly, so I hope that works better, and I hope in the course of interrogating this bill we can understand how the NI Investment Fund intends to use these. The Department intends to manage the NI Investment Fund much more strategically going forward. But in broad terms, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think it's welcome that we have an Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill. There is lots of detail in here that we have not had the chance to go through yet, either as a committee or as individual MLAs. So I once again say, though we are passing the second stage, and rightly, of this bill today, members, both on the Finance Committee, who will be doing their job, but also in other committees, need to look through the detail of what we are passing here and understand precisely the legal ramifications, all of which are sensible, and this is largely a tidying up exercise, but we should still be across the detail of what we're doing, because there is a fundamental point about the seriousness of this legislature at stake. But in broad terms, we support the provisions of this bill, or at least supported passing second stage. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for coming to the second stage of this bill. And obviously it makes a number of amendments, over 20 clauses, which will help address several issues that have been touched on across various departments, as the Minister has laid out, and that is contained in more detail within the EFM. The oversight of the investment fund to utilise financial transactions capital naturally sits within the Department of Finance. Therefore, providing them with the power to issue loans will remove the need for these to be issued through the Strategic Investment Board, an arm's-length body of the Executive Office, and this will undoubtedly improve overall accountability within this scheme. The second clause focuses on the ability of the Department of Economy to proactively take initiatives which provide financial assistance to support our local economy, which the Audit Office highlighted as something which was missing, particularly during the pandemic period. And the ability to create companies is a further intervention which the Department of Economy could use in the future as a result of changes being made in this bill, rather than having to rely on Invest NI to do just that. The Executive has prioritised tackling violence against women and girls and within the programme for government and in this year's budget as well. And I'm pleased that there's a clear focus on these issues will remain within the Executive Office, who will be designated as being responsible for implementing the strategic framework over the coming years. And of course, improving financial stability in other aspects of the bill, as amendments will enable DFE, DERA and DFI to have additional fee-raising powers, which will ultimately then be scrutinised by their standing committees as well. As we have been reminded about in recent weeks, there's also an onus on us as public representatives to ensure that our migrant and asylum-seeking communities are made to feel welcome here, and of course to have access to the services that they require. I therefore welcome the tightening of the legislative framework, which assigns the Executive Office as being responsible for coordinating integration and support. The bill will also give TEO a further power to utilise funds provided by Whitehall departments for integration support services, rather than having to rely on the sole authority of the Budget Act, as was said previously. So in conclusion, I do support this bill. It will close the legislative gaps that have been identified and, of course, that have been raised by a number of members over a few years now. And I'm glad that the Minister is bringing this forward before the summer recess. I just think it's a bit laughable that some who cry and scream about there's not enough legislation coming through, we need to bring legislation forward, is now crying and screaming that there's too much coming forward before summer recess. I'm glad that we're now at the second stage of important pieces of legislation, and then as we come back from summer recess we can get stuck into actually scrutinising those and, importantly, getting these important pieces of legislation through, because after all that's what we're here for as legislators. So thank you.
Thank you. Call down Forsyth, Deputy Chair of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I speak today on behalf of the Audit Committee first, and then some remarks as a DUP MLA. And firstly, on behalf of the Audit Committee, specifically in relation to Clause 20 of the bill. The main role of the Audit Committee is to scrutinise and agree the budgets and estimates of the Northern Ireland Audit Office and the Northern Ireland Public Services Ombudsman, and to lay the estimates before the Assembly. The Audit Committee fulfils this role in place of the Department of Finance in recognition of the independence of these non-ministerial bodies. The Committee does, however, have regard to the advice of the Department of Finance and the Public Accounts Committee in respect of the NIAO in carrying out this role. Clause 20 of the bill proposes to transfer the power to appoint an external auditor for the Northern Ireland Audit Office from the Department of Finance to the Audit Committee. This reflects a recommendation of the previous Audit Committee in its review of the governance and accountability arrangements for the Northern Ireland Audit Office and the Northern Ireland Public Services Ombudsman, and the report of which was noted by the Assembly on the 14th of February 2022. The Audit Northern Ireland Order 1987 currently requires the Department of Finance to appoint an external auditor for the Audit Office. In accordance with an extra statutory arrangement, the appointment is made by the Department of Finance, acting on advice from the Audit Committee. At present, the Audit Office's external auditor certifies the accounts of the Northern Ireland Audit Office, which are then reviewed by the Audit Committee and laid before the Assembly by Department of Finance. The Department of Finance does not have any role in agreeing or approving the accounts, and its role in the process is purely an administrative one. During oral evidence on the 7th of July 2021, the Comptroller and Auditor General for Northern Ireland expressed a view that responsibility for the appointment of auditors for the NIAO should rest with the Assembly. Members of the former committee noted that in England, Scotland and Wales, the Auditor General does not appoint external auditors, and that this duty falls to the relevant committee in the legislature, which makes the appointment on recommendation of the Board. In correspondence dated the 6th of May 2021, the Minister of Finance acknowledged the anomaly in relation to the appointment of the external auditor for the NIAO and proposed that the Department of Finance take forward work to make this change. The former Audit Committee agreed with the CNAG and the Department of Finance, and therefore recommended in its report that the appointment of an external auditor for the NIAO becomes a responsibility of the Audit Committee to bring it into line with its peers, and that the Department of Finance legislates to effect the change. While the Committee for Finance will be undertaking the committee stage of the bill, it has requested that the Audit Committee scrutinise Clause 20 and report back on its findings. The Committee agreed to undertake this scrutiny role at its meeting on the 25th of June 2025 and will commence this work in September. During scrutiny, the Committee will wish to consider if it agrees with the recommendations of its predecessor committee that the power is transferred. In addition, it will seek to ensure the drafting of Clause 20 is sound, insofar as it will achieve the intended outcome of the transfer. This will include, for example, whether it sufficiently reflects the practical outworkings of the transfer of power in relation to the award of contracts. The Department did not engage with the Committee on this legislation until after the bill was introduced, and it may have been helpful to do so to iron out any potential issues in advance. That said, the Audit Committee looks forward to engaging with the Department of Finance at the earliest opportunity after summer recess. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll now add some remarks as a DUP MLA, and just to declare, in the interest of transparency, I sit on the Audit Committee, Public Accounts Committee and Finance Committee, which are all referenced here. So,
all very dry.
Sure. Okay, so thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We recognise there is a need for this bill, not least to rectify a number of anomalies in terms of the absence and location of certain powers vital to departments for decision making and delivering support for public services. There are some 16 provisions in this bill, 3 relating to the Department of Finance and others covering a range of issues across a number of departments: DERA, communities, economy, education, infrastructure, and we'll work through the details of these in committee, but I just want to highlight some points today on the record. Clause 2 of the bill details how the Department for the Economy will be able to provide economic assistance, for example loans. If the Department believes that this would be of benefit as well as a power to form limited companies, we would welcome further clarification of the rationale for the latter, and particularly an assessment of the implications for the role of Invest NI. Invest has made a considerable contribution to economic growth over recent years, and we would not want to see that role undermined. Clause 5 envisages granting Tourism NI powers to grade or classify tourist amenities like museums, tours, art venues, wildlife experiences, gardens and visitor attractions and activities. This is in addition to accommodation. Given the concerns around regulation of short-stay holiday lets, the impacts for local communities and apparent void in governance and oversight, we would have some unease with the suggestion that Tourism NI should be expanded without first grappling with those live issues, and that hand in hand with the Department for Economy accounts receiving a disclaimed opinion and some concerns raised in the Statement of Internal Control in Tourism NI also adds to our concern in this area. In clauses 7 and 9, affording TEO greater powers in respect for integrating asylum seekers and implementation of strategies for tackling violence against women and girls. It is right that these proposals are accompanied by strong safeguards in terms of not duplicating the role of other departments or undermining the need for agreement in areas that are cross-cutting. Moreover, we should not allow ourselves to be found in a situation where the Executive, through TEO, is offsetting the failure of the Home Office to address the impacts of immigration on communities, both financially and practically. And as Chair of the All-Party Group on Domestic and Sexual Violence, I want to record a welcome to the Clause 9, where we see the allocation of the finance powers under the Violence Against Women and Girls framework. As with any framework or strategy, it needs to be underpinned by funding. And with devastating news over the weekend, we're now up to 27 women murdered in Northern Ireland since 2020. It is welcome to see the powers and the funding underpinning this particular clause. Clause 12, Department for Communities draft tenancy fraud. This will provide the Housing Executive with the power to undertake tenancy fraud investigations on behalf of registered housing associations and to charge RHAs for that service. And it will also provide for a two-way exchange of information between the RHAs and the Housing Executive for the purpose of investigating tenancy fraud. And as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, I am pleased to see that these proposals stem from recommendations from reports on tenancy fraud and social housing by the Public Accounts Committee back in 2014 and the Audit Office report in 2013. And the reports recommended establishing a single tenancy fraud team to provide investigative services to both Northern Ireland Housing Executive and the Housing Association sector. And the provisions do not create new offences in relation to tenancy fraud. They simply enable the investigation of tenancy fraud to be more consistent across the social housing sector and to enable more complex cases to be fully investigated. And our Communities Minister Gordon Lyons has taken a strong stance in attempting to reduce fraud, and this clause will be in line with that. Tackling tenancy fraud is vital to ensure that the best value for money is achieved from our investment in social housing. If social homes are occupied fraudulently, they are not being prioritised for those in the greatest housing need. We also note in clause 13 the responsibility for setting councillors' allowances is moving away from council, removing the conflicted position where councillors are being asked to vote on their own pay, leading to inequalities across Northern Ireland. Clause 16 would give DAERA scope to change marine licensing fees, and it's crucial that we see more detail from the Minister on the direction he proposes to take on this front. Whilst we agree that ministers need to have flexibility to ensure fee structures are sustainable, proper safeguards are needed to ensure fairness and accountability, and that may not be a matter for this debate, but it should not be overlooked. In relation to clause 17, it has been our stated position that imposing smart pass replacement fees would generally place scheme users at a disadvantage compared to their counterparts elsewhere in the United Kingdom and the Irish Republic. Before setting out to recover the administration cost of delivering the scheme, can it demonstrate that it has made an effort to reduce them? Has the Department reviewed the requirement for senior citizens to apply in person or considered introducing automatic renewals? And given that the personal circumstances of Smart Pass holders may change as they get older, it is notable that there is often currently a need to migrate between various categories of pass. And is there not a concern that this will require standalone applications to access various discounts, which bring additional costs? So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've outlined some points on a number of those clauses, but this bill is essential to progress the financial provisions across Northern Ireland public services, and we will continue our scrutiny of this detail as it progresses. Thank you.
Thank you. David Honeyford.
Deputy Speaker, I feel like Matthew O'Toole, been on my feet constantly. You'll be a more positive Matthew from me than you're used to, Minister. But I rise for the alliance to give. But I suppose just before I say, we're saying that there was a kind of complaint from the SDLP about the number of bills coming through earlier on, and the length of time we've been back and now this is coming through just shows you the delay that whenever this place has collapsed, of how long it takes to actually start to get legislation being brought back through the House. And it's a reminder, so it's not just the length of time we're down, but the length of time that then once we come back. But I rise to support this Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill to help deal with routine financial matters. It's some time since we had one of these bills, so it's really welcome that this bill is moving forward through the legislative process. Despite it being largely technical, it's welcome that it will give almost every department the enabling powers to make it smoother to lend funds or incur expenditure they deem appropriate and amend technical aspects of legislation and provide various services that would otherwise leave or otherwise have done so before. Most of the financial provisions align with departmental priorities and strategies. And for my own department or my own committee for the Department of Economy, it is welcome in our view that we'll be able to establish a limited company where deemed this is appropriate in the interests of our local economy and trying to grow our economy, and to provide financial support through loans to higher education institutions should we see it fit, but also welcome changes there on tourism as well that you mentioned. Would also be interested in on your comment around what's been mentioned about Casement Park and those larger developments, just if within this as the Minister responds to this. But it's important that the Executive Office will also have powers to incur expenditure to do anything it deemed necessary to support its leading role in implementing the aims in the strategic framework for the violence against women and girls, which has been referenced a number of times. But we stand here today and we've had the tragic murder of Sarah Montgomery over the last number of days, and it brings this into sharp focus and highlights the key priority of tackling violence against women and girls within the programme of government, and the absolute priority that must be for the executive. And amongst all of us here in the chamber, this is another positive step forward to helping to do something about that and provides the department with the flexibility to support that aim. Additionally, Alliance welcomes the provision to enable the Executive Office to arrange or facilitate the provision of a relevant service to an individual in Northern Ireland who is an asylum seeker or a dependent of an asylum seeker who is qualifying for immigration status. The Executive Office has a key role to play when it comes to providing much needed support for asylum seekers and refugees, especially within the recent publication of the Refugee Integration Strategy and Delivery Framework, and this provision should help towards aspects of that strategy. But overall, Deputy Speaker, Alliance believes this bill is the best mechanism to help departments tidy up several administrative matters and handle routine financial matters. It's positive to see that a miscellaneous piece of legislation are being regularised in such a way as the bill to ensure the necessary powers are up to date, especially since the last financial provisions bill was over 10 years ago. So with that, we welcome this and look forward to coming through scrutiny in committee. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Call Jerry Carroll.
Yep, thanks. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. There are a few aspects of this bill which are concerning, I think do need to be scrutinised a bit further, and obviously I'll do that on the Finance Committee, but I think it's worth teasing out some of this here this afternoon. Obviously it's being presented as sort of routine financial matters, but some of the provisions are anything but routine and are obviously policy based, and I want to explore that. Clause 7 obviously deals with, as members have said, asylum and immigration integration support services. Maybe if the Minister could clarify, I'm at odds to understand what the new powers, if any, are being handed or being passed on to the TEO. So if the Minister could clarify that, that would be useful. I think there's obviously a part around integration, as the TEO already have. I think there's a big bit of work to be done around mears and housing and the state of housing that people are in, particularly asylum seekers, and the speed at which people, when they get settled status, are being effectively evicted from their homes. So to me, that would fall to the remit of the TEO already, but I'd like the Minister here and the TEO.
Mr. Carroll, can I ask you to reference the substance of the bill, not programmes covered by other departments or agencies, and only mention programmes in a strategic way when related to a reference to how the bill impacts on that agency or programme?
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And obviously, I'm talking about clause 7 as part of the bill, and integration is part of the TEO strategies already. And I think there's a big bit of work to be done around housing, and also I think there's a big gap where the previously TEO dealt with the Ukrainian refugee scheme, and rightly so. But there's no specialised scheme for Palestinian refugees, and that's a bit of work that needs to be sped up. Clause 12, Deputy Speaker, Sure, yeah.
The member for giving way. Would the member agree with me that that is actually a reserve matter? It is the Home Office that comes under. Unfortunately, not here, and would be a much preferred situation if we were able to deal with these matters ourselves. Unfortunately, that's not the case at the moment.
I would agree with the member. It would be better if it was devolved and we get to set our own immigration policy, but it's not. And the question is, what is the Finance and the First Minister doing about it, rather than just shrugging their shoulders? I don't think that's good enough. And assembly questions have been received from myself about basically there's no agreed position, which again isn't good enough. I don't think that's a good answer for people in Gaza being pummeled and being bombed to smithereens. Moving on, Deputy Speaker, clause 12, as been stated, deals with housing fraud, and obviously gives the Housing Executive the power to undertake tenancy fraud investigations on behalf of housing associations. I mean, my only concern about this is that it doesn't work the other way. I'm dealing with constituents, I'm sure other members are as well, who are former housing executive tenants who are getting work done to their property, which is owned, or communal areas of the property owned by the housing executive. Private maintenance companies are charging individuals in the region of £5,000 and £6,000 for not huge elements of work. And there's no opportunity for transparency or to challenge this, whilst there is in the south and Britain as well. So I think there's a huge question of why that's not being addressed as well. Not to mention the housing executive tenants who are being dragged through the courts through trying to get their succession tenancy case challenge their succession tenancies. Clause 13 is relating to the setting the rate of basic allowance for councillors, and the power is now inferred or allowed to be done to the DFC. So I'm just not sure why that's the case, and the Minister could clarify. That would be helpful. And also, is that a decision on a power that can be taken by the Minister or the officials, or can this be brought, or will it be brought to the Assembly? Clause 17 deals with the travel concession passes, and I agree with the Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee on some of the concerns that she raised. And this is the power to obviously introduce payment for a card, and it could be £20, it could be higher. I don't know at this stage, and I'm totally opposed to any payment for this card. And I commend the people, Deputy Speaker, who campaigned for free travel, and they reached 60, 65 through the concessionary fare scheme. And if you introduce a payment for a card, then this is a slippery slope, Deputy Speaker, and obviously no longer free by the fact that people have to pay. So I'm concerned about that, and I oppose it, and I may well try to amend it. And obviously the Finance Minister or the Infrastructure Minister shouldn't be putting barriers up to travel. And obviously we've heard already about the scale of pensioner poverty, which is growing right across. Clause 19, Deputy Speaker, deals with petroleum and mineral licensing, and obviously it's being presented as a technical element, and it might well be, but I'm getting quite sceptical given the scale of pre-approval for mineral licences, and I'm concerned about that, and I want to seek some assurances from the Finance Minister. I suppose I have to join in like everybody else and say to the Leader of the Opposition that should maybe be careful what he wished for, demand the legislation, and he's now got it. And I would say to him, if a single MLA and a small team of dedicated staff can scrutinise legislation, then an opposition with more MLAs, more staff and extra resources should be well able to scrutinise legislation. So there you go.
Okay, members, thank you. That completes the list of speakers. I'm now going to call on the Minister of Finance to conclude and wind up the debate. Minister.
Thank you, and thank you to colleagues for their comments and views and questions in relation to the bill that's before them today. I'll try and cover as many as possible in my closing remarks. It is a quite wide-ranging bill in the sense that it covers a lot of departments and a lot of issues, and it's basically tidying up a number of matters that have accumulated over this last number of years and putting things on a proper statutory footing to allow them to proceed in a transparent and open way, and allow the Assembly and others to scrutinise properly the budgets of departments moving forward. There's only 3 elements of it which directly relate to my department: the investment fund, FTC, the auditor, and the increase of 2 to 4% in relation to access to the consolidated fund. I note the comments from the Leader or from the Committee Chair that the Committee has already been in correspondence with other committees asking them to ensure, and I'm sure they will, scrutinise their various elements of the bill and ensure that that they express their views back in regards to those elements. And a number of the questions raised today will have to also be raised directly at committee, and no doubt will be raised directly at committee moving forward. It's strange the things you remember from this place. I remember quite at times a heated debate in this chamber between my predecessor Conor Murphy and Jim Allister around the issue of black box. And things have dramatically improved since then, but this bill will further improve that. Now, there may be other anomalies built up over a period of time as we move through the budgetary processes, and we always have to come back to these sorts of bills, but we are making a go at it here. In terms... Yep.
Minister, I think the issue is because previously it seemed to be used as a default mechanism by departments, and I think at one stage there was over 1.3 billion that sat in the black boxes which were being used for it, but that was against the department's own accounting rules. When we're addressing this bill, will it be possible to make some statutory requirement that we will not exceed the good governance levels of the black box, which I think was set for very good reasons at around about £1 million?
That's really a decision for members in terms of what amendments they wish to bring forward, or the committee may wish, or a committee may wish to bring forward those. I'll establish a view on that when I see the details and what implications that has. I think the bill itself now sets the proper pathway and course in relation to proper accountability around the budgets. In relation to some of the issues within the bill, it does highlight again the important work that got on within the various departments, and a number of members mentioned this, the ending violence against women and girls, and the shocking statistic, 27 women have lost their lives in this last number of years, and the importance of that work and doing everything we can to support TEO in the delivery of that strategy and making that strategy a reality, and seeing the outworkings and positive results of that strategy, and making a significant change in the attitudes in society to that dreadful issue. In terms of other issues, and in terms of whether how the Department of Economy will use loans, tourism NI, councillors' allowance, and smart cards, etc., I've no doubt they will be engaged at committee level. Any of the issues which raise revenue, I have to say, I would caution members against taking a populist view on these matters. As someone who's heading rapidly towards the age of 60, I am not in poverty, but yet not allowed to be handed a free bus pass. So think about it. You know? Yes.
Minister, it doesn't make you a bad person, trust me. Thank you.
But, you know, and quite rightly, we have to protect those in society who require protection. But I don't need protection in that sense. So think about it from both sides of the debate and discussion. So members, have no doubt, will debate those, and their party colleagues will debate those issues at length in the committee. Other members have welcomed the pipeline of legislation being opened. Mr O'Toole has made his views known on that, and the opposition to the opposition, Jerry Carroll, has made his views known on that response. So they have. But look, I want to say any members who haven't been in the Assembly when it's been working its way through realms of legislation, I advise you to buckle up. You're in for an interesting ride over this next year and a half, and long nights and long days in this place scrutinising legislation. And you'll be surprised how quickly it can take over your lives. But it is, I think Jerry referred to that, and it was only a passing remark, it wasn't a definitive statement. This may be seen as routine legislation. There's no such thing as routine legislation. You know, and I'm sure members will carry out their duties diligently in scrutinising this piece of legislation and other pieces of legislation. Other comments mentioned in terms of, I too welcome, and just to reassure Jerry again, the issue in relation to integration and support in relation to newcomers in our society is not a change in policy or legislation. It's merely placing a statutory footing and framework around how that money is spent. So, I welcome the continued support being offered by TEO, and I've no doubt they would like to offer more and do things differently. But it's a joint office, but this piece of legislation we're examining today does not change the mandate or role. It only gives it legislative cover in terms of the spend. Oh well, yes.
Appreciate that, and just to take a minister back, and he talked about sort of himself becoming a pensioner and maybe not needing a free bus pass. That's fair enough, but I remind him that AJ and I have stated that around 40% of pensioners are in poverty, and I'd implore you not to be, and other ministers, not to be placing barriers in the way of people, especially when we have a loneliness and a crisis of that nature.
I don't think it's anybody's intentions to place barriers in front of anyone, but I'm putting it to you the reality of some people's lives. We need to use our limited resources to the best impact and effect and give it to people who most require it. An MLA heading into his 60s, I would argue, doesn't require it. Others may have different views. I think I've covered most of the points. Just in terms of the fraud issue, a number of members issued in relation to the Department for Communities. This is to, and Dion Forsyth give a history, both in terms of the changes to the appointment of auditors and the history of that through the Audit Committee, and the Audit Committee have been asked by the Department of Finance or the Finance Committee to scrutinise that clause, and will report back on it. But also in relation then, she also raised the issue of tenancy fraud, and again this comes from a recommendation from the Audit Committee as well, from the audit. Certainly it's come from the Audit Office in relation to this recommendation and this piece of clause within the bill, and the best use and provisions of audit in relation to tenancy fraud, where it takes place and how it's best investigated, who's best placed to investigate it. Other elements in relation to overcharging or tenants not receiving proper services from contractors, etc. I'm not an expert on these matters, but I suspect there is provision within the housing sector for those matters to be investigated, but those matters too can be raised through the Department of Communities. Last Concordia, I have hopefully responded to the broad outline of members' comments, and I recommend and propose that the Assembly passes this bill through its second stage.
Minister, thank you. Members, the question is that the second stage of the Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes Administrative and Financial Provisions Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Finance. Members, take the reins before we move to the next item on the order paper.
Okay, members. Next item of business is a legislative consent motion for animal welfare, import of cats, dogs and ferrets. Bill Clark, please read the motion.
That this Assembly endorses the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions within the Animal Welfare, Import of Dogs, Cats and Ferrets Bill, as introduced in the House of Commons on the 16th of October 2024, which enables the making of legislation for the purpose of promoting the welfare of dogs, cats or ferrets when bringing any of those animals into the United Kingdom.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to raise the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak about the Animal Welfare, Dogs, Cats and Ferrets Bill that is progressing through Parliament. Before I do so, I would like to acknowledge that Assembly Standing Orders state that a legislative consent motion shall not normally be moved until at least 5 working days after publication of the committee report. I am moving this motion inside that time period, as the bill is due to complete report stage in the House of Commons this Friday. As this bill is a private member's bill, it is my understanding that it cannot be amended once it moves to the Lords. Therefore, it is essential to seek members' consents today and, more importantly, not retrospectively. To take forward this LCM, my department had a number of internal obligations to fulfil, including legal scrutiny of the bill and undertaking impact assessments. Once that was completed, it was deemed that the most appropriate course of action was to seek executive approval. In retrospect, the more effective use of time would have been to approach the committee at the same time as executive consent was being sought, as getting executive consent took much longer than anticipated. I understand that my officials have addressed this matter with the chair of the committee in their recent oral evidence. Nevertheless, I appreciate the cooperation, again, of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee in facilitating this LCM. Turning to the bill itself, it is quite short, containing 8 clauses, of which 5 apply to Northern Ireland. It covers 2 topics: the non-commercial movement of dogs, cats and ferrets entering Great Britain from countries beyond the United Kingdom, and the welfare of dogs, cats and ferrets which are brought into any part of the UK, including Northern Ireland, from countries beyond the UK. Only the welfare element of this bill would apply to Northern Ireland, but I will explain how all parts of this bill will operate. In terms of the non-commercial movement of animals into Great Britain, this bill will amend the assimilated law version of Regulation 576/2013 on the non-commercial movement of pet animals. Members may have heard this being referenced as the Pet Travel Regulation. The amendments proposed in this bill will reduce the number of personal pet dogs and cats that anyone can take into Great Britain from countries outside the UK from 5 to 3. In effect, it will result in any movement of more than 3 cats or dogs being categorised as a commercial movement. This part of the bill will also contain an enabling power to permit England, Scotland and Wales to make regulations that would restrict the importation of cats and dogs which are below the age of 6 months or more than 42 days pregnant or mutilated. The EU Pet Travel and Welfare During Transport Law is contained within Annex 2 of the Windsor Framework and continues to apply in Northern Ireland. It is not possible to replicate these provisions here, as this is likely to be deemed contrary to EU law. I do want to provide members with some detail around the origins of these legislative amendments, particularly the proposal to restrict non-commercial imports of dogs and cats from 5 to 3. This desire to change the law in Great Britain is a response to recommendations made to the UK Government by the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Common Select Committee. The EFRA Committee highlighted concerns around movements into Great Britain from continental Europe using English Channel ferry ports. Submissions made to the committee suggested traffickers would try to bypass commercial import rules by presenting consignments of low welfare pups as their own personal animals in batches of 5. The EFRA Committee also heard that smugglers would try to circumvent puppy smuggling initiatives by presenting a pregnant dogs into Great Britain again under the pretence that the dog is a personal pet. I wish to assure this House that these are not scenarios that we encounter in Northern Ireland. Rather, the position here could not be more different. Northern Ireland has been a hub, unfortunately, for puppy trafficking, and this criminal enterprise has been an indigenous affair. And my use of has been is quite deliberate. Since 2020, my department has taken significant strides to tackle puppy smuggling here in Northern Ireland. Under the auspices of the Pause for Thought group, my department has worked with the police, Harbour Police, the 2 main ferry companies and councils to implement new processes to log, track and check movements of dogs through Larne and Belfast Harbour. And I saw that last year in operation and want to pay tribute to everyone who's involved in this. In the past 5 years, figures maintained by my department suggest that dog transports to Great Britain have fallen by as much as 50%. While the signs are good progress, I am far from complacent. Puppy trafficking here is not eradicated, and there is always a need to be on high alert. But it remains that the joint working of the Pause for Thought group members has severely dented this trade, helping secure transport bans and successful prosecutions in the process. In terms of restricting the imports of cats, dogs and ferrets on welfare grounds, now I will turn to the provisions that will be applicable to Northern Ireland, for which I am seeking the legislative consent of this Assembly. The bill will confer a power on all relevant national authorities in the UK to make regulations in their respective legislatures on importing cats, dogs or ferrets which promotes the welfare of those animals. In the case of Northern Ireland, the national authority will be my department. This power will enable my department to bring secondary legislation to this Assembly to prohibit the direct importation of cats and dogs which have been mutilated. The bill will also enable relevant national authorities to outline the extent of the provisions that should be contained in any secondary legislation. Therefore, regulations could include the right to inspect, seize, search and detain, but also the ability to enable cats and dogs to be exempted from prohibitions where specified circumstances are set out and adhered to. This would enable my department to put in place processes to allow individuals or organisations to rescue mutilated animals, for example, to bring them back to Northern Ireland. The bill also includes powers to establish criminal offences in relation to the importation of cats and dogs which breach any conditions imposed. The draft provisions provide that the offences contained in any regulations could be heard in a magistrates or Crown Court. Sanctions and penalties would range from a fine, a custodial sentence, or both. The maximum penalty that would apply in any offence is sent to the Crown Court is imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years, or to a fine, or both. This is in line with the existing parallel offences under the Welfare of Animals Act. Finally, the bill will not provide any powers to restrict movements between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, nor will it impact the UK internal market. It is already illegal to place on the market or sell a cat, dog or ferret with any sort of mutilation in any part of the UK, and it is also illegal to have these types of procedures performed in any part of the UK. Rather, the bill has been drafted to enable laws to be made to prevent these animals from entering the UK market in the first place via imports from third countries. In summary, I am seeking consent today to enable my department to contain additional powers to secure the welfare of dogs, cats and ferrets, to close off loopholes which allow the continued existence of mutilated companion animals here. The bill will not change the law directly here. Rather, my department will be able to lay legislation in this Assembly that will be subject to your scrutiny and the affirmative resolution procedure. I hope this LCM will enjoy your support, and accordingly I commend this motion to the House. Thank you.
Robbie Butler. It's a bad start, Mr. Speaker. Drop my pen. I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of the ERA Committee on this LCM for the Animal Welfare Import of Dogs, Cats and Ferrets Bill. Members will have read the committee's report published on the 27th of June. When on the 12th of June we considered correspondences from the department seeking the committee's views on tabling this LCM, which it then led that day. To move the motion today and adhere to standing orders, DERA requested that the committee expedite its reporting period and report by the 20th of June. We considered DERA's request that the bill is a government-backed private members' bill with no mechanism to amend it once it moves to the House of Lords on the 4th of July, and we agreed that we would aim to expedite our report if an oral briefing from officials was provided on the 19th of June. The committee also then immediately wrote to several stakeholders for their views: Kennel Club, Dogs Trust, Cats Protection League, Ferret Rescue Centre, USPCA, Solace and NILGA. However, we noted that we were unlikely to report by the 20th of June, and it was a tall order to expect the stakeholder replies to be in with just over a week given. Mr. Speaker, on the 19th of June we then received the oral briefing from officials who highlighted that the LCM is the most timely and proportionate way forward. They apologised to us for the lateness in bringing the LCM to our attention, and with hindsight felt should have brought the proposals to us at the same time as they went to the Executive. The committee was pleased to hear that DERA will review the process, aiming to avoid such a tight turnaround happening again. The committee heard that the bill contains 8 clauses, 5 of which apply to Northern Ireland and contain 2 main topics. The non-commercial movement of cats, dogs and ferrets between Great Britain and countries beyond the United Kingdom is the first one, and the second one is the welfare of dogs, cats and ferrets that are brought into any part of the UK, including Northern Ireland, from countries beyond the United Kingdom. We did hear, however, that it's only the welfare element of the bill that will apply to Northern Ireland and encompasses a wide-ranging power which will enable the making of secondary legislation in this Assembly to prohibit the importation of cats and dogs which have been mutilated, for example, ears cropped or declawed. We heard that DERA, gaining these powers, would close legal loopholes and also include powers to establish criminal offences, and some of those have been outlined by the Minister. I'm grateful for that. Unfortunately, Mr Speaker, the bill does not provide powers to Northern Ireland to introduce measures to prohibit the travel of animals under 6 months old, as it's considered that this could be contrary to the EU Pets Regulation EU 576/2013, which is within Annex 2 to the Windsor Framework. In the question and answer session with officials, several matters of concern were raised by members, and these were detailed in our report. We queried the elements of the bill that do not extend to Northern Ireland. Officials stated that puppy smuggling, as experienced in Northern Ireland, would not have been solved by applying those clauses anyway, as they deal with scenarios that are specific to the south east of England and issues encountered at the Channel ports. Regarding sentencing, officials advised that the PPS believe that sentencing within the Welfare of Animals Act is robust, but that engagement with the PPS and DOJ is ongoing. Mr Speaker, officials outlined for us the typical trafficking scenarios seen in Northern Ireland. Indigenous illegal breeders moving animals in van loads through Larne and Belfast to the bigger, more lucrative market in GB, or those coming across from the Republic of Ireland into Northern Ireland. We highlighted a potential scenario to officials that if a smuggler wanted to continue that practice, they could potentially do it using the loophole to legitimately do it from France to the Republic of Ireland, then with a change of ownership onto Northern Ireland, and officials then agreed to follow up that concern. On the 26th of June, we considered responses from the Dogs Trust and Solace. The Dogs Trust welcomes the PMB and the LCM, and they seek to address concerns on puppy smuggling, which have persisted following changes to the pet travel scheme in 2012. However, Dogs Trust expressed concern that without routine checks between Great Britain and Northern Ireland on non-commercial movement of animals and cross-border activity, the opportunities for detection and enforcement may be limited. Solace also welcomes the bill, however raised a concern in relation to the additional enforcement responsibilities, including adequate resources to support this work. Mr Speaker, regarding the aspects of the PMB that are unable to be included in the LCM, we request that the Minister seeks to cover Northern Ireland in that regard as soon as is practicable. And I would again highlight the very tight timeline for the scrutiny of the LCM. However, we welcome the apology on the timescales from DAERA and look forward to earlier engagement on any future LCMs. On behalf of the committee and in conclusion, overall the committee felt it could not take a definitive position on the LCM as it had not had sufficient time to scrutinise the LCM nor some of the issues raised by committee members, the Dogs Trust and Solace. The committee has reported on the scrutiny it was able to do in the timeframe and now leaves it to the House to determine if the LCM is agreed. I'd like to add some remarks as the Ulster Unionist spokesperson for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. So I welcome, and my party welcomes, the opportunity to speak on this LCM. The Ulster Unionist Party has consistently championed stronger protections for animals, as reflected in our manifesto commitments to crack down on puppy smuggling, in particular, to end cruel practices like ear cropping and support enforcement agencies with the tools and resources that they need. And we would be encouraged to support the Minister in that aspect. We therefore do support the intent of this bill, particularly the ability to prohibit the import of mutilated animals, and we recognise the importance of the LCM as a means to close current loopholes in law. However, it is deeply regrettable that other significant provisions in the bill, such as the ability to prohibit the import of animals under 6 months old, cannot apply to Northern Ireland due to the constraints of the Windsor Framework and our continued alignment with the EU Pets Regulation. This creates a glaring distinction, perhaps a two-tier system where protections available elsewhere in the UK are denied here. We must also recognise, and I do believe the Minister did this in some way, that puppy smugglers or animal smugglers are notoriously without morals or conscience. It is entirely reasonable to believe that a new loophole allowing the import via the Republic of Ireland could be exploited by the very same smugglers who traffic animals to the southeast of England in what would be a wholly feasible and ridiculously lawful route for them. This might well be seen as like squeezing a balloon at one part to constrict it, but seeing it pop out at another point. I'd just like to finish with this. What steps will the Minister now take to further tighten the gaps and divergence that will exist as the result of this? But with those points on the record, we will be supporting the LCM.
My God, I can call you and thank the Minister for this. What we're asked today, and we're asked at the committee, was to agree something in principle, which, of course, with the commitments that the Minister has just outlined, the welfare of dogs, cats and ferrets, many of those issues that have been raised, well, the animal welfare import issues, they're hopefully what this legislation will, at this stage in principle that we're dealing with, close off smuggling loopholes and help protect animals. and it hopefully should ensure better animal protections, improved biosecurity and regulatory alignment. I'm glad to hear, Minister, from when you outlined there that the Department has worked with police, harbour police and indeed other transport industries to tighten up and make sure that those animals, anyone who has a heart at all, will feel for animals, whether they be cats, dogs, or, well, don't know about ferrets, they maybe nip your finger now and again, but nonetheless, they are animals, and anybody who has a heart. They say that the sign of a good person is a person who treats an animal well. So hopefully in our role as public representatives, we can make sure that we do our bit to ensure that animals are treated well. And I look forward to the Department itself bringing forward additional legislative measures to give effect to what the principles are that we've been asked to at least endorse today. So, thank you very much.
Raised today in support of this LCM regarding animal welfare. As has been mentioned by the Chair of the Committee, we would have liked to be given additional time in order to scrutinise the content of this bill in its totality. However, the Department has confirmed that any secondary legislation brought in with the enabling powers conferred by the bill will go out for public consultation and be subject to the full scrutiny of this Assembly. As we know, the Minister is intending to bring forward a suite of animal welfare reforms himself, and the EU has placed this issue to the fore of its own legislative priorities in the current mandate. Under ideal circumstances, it would be best practice to bring forward primary legislation that deals with devolved competency ourselves. However, there is also a danger that with the regulations changing in GB and the EU, we could be left as a loophole here, that those who do not adhere to strong animal welfare protections would be only too willing to exploit. In designing the necessary changes to regulations here, we must consider our unique situation and challenges. The Department was clear that this bill was designed with specific concerns in South East England around animal smuggling. We need to be cognisant of the problems that we face in relation to animal importation. We must ensure that any changes are compliant with our obligations under the Windsor Framework, and we should endeavour to ensure that there is an island-wide harmonisation in our approach and enforcement. Speaking of enforcement, Ceann Comhairle, any strengthening of our animal welfare regulations will mean the requirement of additional training and resources when ensuring that any new regulations are being implemented and indeed adhered to. We can't expect already stretched councils to simply absorb these new responsibilities without practical support and indeed financial assistance. Ceann Comhairle, I support this bill, which will help expedite the changes required to strengthen our already robust animal welfare regulations and to help deter and punish those who would seek to profit from the misery that can be inflicted on our companion animals.
Michelle McElwain.
Mr. Speaker, and you'll be glad to know I don't intend to rehearse everything that has been said before. The Chair of the Committee has outlined both the merits and the issues with the LCM as presented to us today. As a party, we believe that Northern Ireland should have exceptional standards of animal welfare. We're a nation of animal lovers, and it's only right that they should be given and treated with the same care and love that they so freely give us in return. It is heartbreaking to see examples where pets have been abused, mistreated, or indeed mutilated. We do, however, remain concerned that there are elements of this bill which can't be extended to Northern Ireland due to continued oppressive and undemocratic arrangements imposed by Article 2 to the Windsor Framework. And this includes powers to prohibit the importation of animals under 6 months, the ability to restrict animals that are pregnant, and the reduction of the number of animals permitted in personal import. And this does create divergence. While officials were suggesting that this divergence will not have a major practical impact, we continue to be concerned that Northern Ireland could be left further behind in terms of the welfare of pets and animals because we are being essentially denied the ability to legislate in line with our counterparts on the mainland. While we can't consent to the arrangements conceived by the EU and obviously previous governments that underpin divergence in this area, we do welcome the extension of at least some of the provisions. And I understand that the current enforcement framework under Section 5 of the 2011 Welfare of Animals Act will be strengthened as a consequence, which will obviously enable further action against individuals who import animals that have been mutilated. We recognise that to withhold consent for those provisions that can apply to Northern Ireland would be counterproductive and increase divergence within the UK. So I do appreciate that the Department will use the powers contained within the bill to bring forward further legislation, so there will be no immediate change, but ultimately that it will lead to a situation where there are additional protections in place for dogs, cats and ferrets, which can only be welcomed. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John Blair.
Speaker, I will speak briefly as a member of the ERA Committee and allow a spokesperson to express support for the extension of the import of cats, dogs and ferrets bill to Northern Ireland. The UK-wide approach to preventing the commercial import of mutilated or heavily pregnant animals for masquerading as non-commercial movements demonstrates, I think, our collective commitment to improving animal welfare standards in this region. I am pleased that the Welsh and Scottish Parliaments have both given their legislative consent for this bill, and I'm hopeful that Northern Ireland will shortly follow. The reality is that certain practices such as ear cropping in dogs and declawing in cats are still commonly performed despite the significant harm caused to the animals involved in these practices. It's concerning that there has been a recent increase in celebrities purchasing animals with such mutilations, which has driven public demand, it would seem. In 2023, it seems the RSPCA received 354 calls related to ear cropping in dogs. It's essential that we convey from here the message that these unacceptable practices, which inflict totally unnecessary pain and suffering on defenceless animals, are not tolerated. Although legislation exists banning these practices here, individuals can still import animals into Northern Ireland that have endured such cruel treatments elsewhere. This loophole, which effectively allows widespread animal cruelty, needs to be closed. We can no longer tolerate the mentality of out of sight, out of mind. By tightening the rules governing non-commercial movements from third countries, we will ensure that we are not inadvertently supporting harmful practices from abroad. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Alliance supports the LCM today and anticipates its successful passage across the UK. As such, an approach is essential if we are to end these illegal trades and inhumane practices for good. I might add in closing that this is an important further step on a journey of animal welfare improvements already announced or planned by the Minister. It is my hope that there will be political will to see these through as we go. Thank you.
I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to conclude and wind on the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief in my summary. I am very grateful for the contributions in the Chamber and also the scrutiny that the committee has provided in advance of this. The chairperson of the committee asked what further steps I will take to address the issue of divergence. It's something that I regularly in discussions with the UK Government on a range of areas, and I'll be sure that I will continue to do that over the time ahead. I think engagement with the UK Government around these issues is important. There's been positive progress in a number of areas, particularly, for example, in relation to dental amalgams, where engagement proved to be fruitful. Yes, no problem. Yeah.
On the specific issues of this bill and the articles that do give rise to divergence, the Minister given a commitment that those issues specifically can be looked at. And I know that it's not maybe within your remit to make the changes, but certainly with negotiations and the ongoing negotiations between UK Government effort and the EU, that these would be improvements and an upgrade, because the LCM in its totality would have been a better fit for Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Chair, for his intervention. I can't give an assurance we'll resolve that, but I can give you an assurance I will write to the UK Government to outline the concerns that you have expressed. In relation to the contribution from Patsy McGlone, I thank you for your contribution. I think it is important we emphasise the importance of the welfare of companion animals in Northern Ireland and how that's a reflection in terms of values of our society. I also want to thank the opposition, because the Leader of the Opposition, before he left, promised me that he would buy me a pint of the Thirsty Ferret beer around that, so I intend to hold him to that. Yes, so the official opposition, really good. And I will hold you to that. I do thank Anya for her support for the bill, alongside others, including Michelle McIlveen and also John Blair. I recognise that getting this to the chamber. Obviously, we have outlined the position to date, and obviously we'll reflect upon that going forward. John, as also chair of the all-party group on animal welfare, rightly outlined the concerns around celebrities purchasing mutilated pets. I think we all have a responsibility to ensure that we do not subject animals to that suffering, nor do we profile it on social media channels, and I think you're right to call that out. So I commend this legislative consent motion to the House and thank everyone for their contributions.
The question is that the motion standing in order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Just point of order, Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand that while we've been in this House discussing this LCM, that the Minister for Infrastructure has gone to the media to update them on the A5. Now, I would have thought that given the scale of this project and all those that have been affected by it, that the Minister should have come to this House to make a statement to this House to update not only this House on it, but the members, the elected members in West Tyrone and from Fermanagh South Tyrone that are where this road is running through their constituencies, and to make the statement there rather than going to the media. I feel this is not good practice. And we, as elected members now from these constituencies, will have to learn from the media what the Minister is proposing or planning to do going forward. That cannot be good practice, and we haven't had the opportunity to question the Minister on the way that she's seeking to plan to go forward. And I would ask you, as a Speaker of this House, to rule on this matter, because I don't think that this is acceptable. I think it's very poor practice, and it leaves the elected members in these areas at a very much at a disadvantage as to what the Minister is planning to do.
Well, I thank Mr. Buchanan for bringing that to the House. It was also brought to my attention by my office, and during the course of the debate that this had happened. And I think it's important that any issues of significance that the Executive have to announce, particularly on a sitting day, are announced through the proper channels, which is through this House. And it is offensive to all members of the House to make an announcement to the media which is of significance whenever your duty is to come before this chamber, and that is the duty of ministers. So we'll be looking at it, and if necessary we'll be writing to the Executive Office on this matter. Another matter was raised today, for example, about the time it's taken to answer questions. And all of these things, it's really, really important for democracy that the Executive and the Assembly work together. The Assembly have a scrutiny role, the Executive have the executive role, and it's important that the Executive cooperate with the Assembly in conducting that scrutiny role, because that is the elected position of the people in this chamber to do on behalf of the public, and therefore it is critically important that that happens. But I thank you for bringing that matter to us, Mr. Buchanan. If members take their ease for a moment before we move to the next item of business.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion from the Committee on Procedures to establish a new standing order. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That the motion to establish a new standing order of the Assembly, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Okay. Thank you. I call on Kelly Armstrong to move the motion on behalf of the Committee on Procedures. Kelly.
Rise to move the motion.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 3 minutes. Kelly, are you? Over to you. I call on Kelly Armstrong to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And on behalf of the Committee on Procedures, I'm very pleased to bring forward this new standing order today, which provides for an annual debate on the Executive's legislative programme. This addition to standing orders is one of the recommendations of the inquiry on private members' bills undertaken by the previous Committee on Procedures and approved by the Assembly on the 14th of March 2022. That committee did not have time to bring in the standing order before the end of the last mandate and therefore recommended that its successor committee do so in this mandate. The recommendation to provide for an annual debate on the Executive's legislative programme arose from the requirement of Section 15.3 of the Assembly and Executive Reform Assembly Opposition Act Northern Ireland 2016, which states that standing orders must make provision for an annual debate on the Executive legislative timetable. The Business Committee and the Chairperson's Liaison Group also supported provision for such an annual debate, indicating that it would be helpful to the scheduling of plenary time and to facilitate committees to better plan their scrutiny. In developing the standing order presented to the Assembly today, the Committee on Procedures considered a range of potential approaches, received legal advice on a number of issues and took account of the process already adopted by the First Minister and Deputy First Minister in this mandate. Members will recall that the First Minister and Deputy First Minister brought forward a motion on the 11th of June 2024 to debate the Executive's legislative programme of bills to be introduced in the Assembly in 2024, details of which were set out in a written statement dated the 23rd of May 2024. This information was more recently supplemented by a written statement providing an update on the Executive's legislative programme for the remainder of the 24-25 Assembly session. Turning to the detail of the standing order, paragraph 1 provides for time to be allocated for an annual debate on the Executive's legislative programme as required by the 2016 Act I referenced earlier. On the bills that are intended to be introduced during the Assembly session, paragraphs 2 and 3 provide for the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to table a motion for debate within a period of 20 working days beginning with the first day on which the Business Committee meets following summer recess. The Business Committee must select the motion for debate in the Assembly, and this should take place within 10 working days beginning on the day on which the motion is tabled in accordance with paragraphs 4 and 5. Certainly will.
I appreciate the member giving way. I'm a former brief member of the Procedures Committee, so I think this is an important thing that's being brought forward. Would she agree with me that part of the reason why this is so important is we are now in 2025, but I think there are still several bills outstanding from what was originally the 2024 legislative programme. So this will enable us, on behalf of the public, to keep score on all those bits of delivery.
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you. I hopefully won't take it because I'm very aware that we are the last before recess, but I absolutely agree with the member, and we have recognised as well in the standing order the need for flexibility, as there may be circumstances which affect the motion being tabled within the expected time frame. Paragraphs 6 and 7 of the standing order provide for the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to make a statement setting out the reasons for not tabling the motion within that time frame and providing a revised date for when the motion will be tabled to debate the Executive's legislative programme in that calendar year. Mr. Speaker, this standing order fulfils the legislative requirements, is based closely on the approach already adopted by the First Minister and Deputy First Minister in relation to a debate on the Executive's legislative programme, and provides greater clarity regarding the expected time frame, which will assist the planning and scheduling of work during each Assembly session, provides appropriate flexibility if the time frame is unable to be met, and implements the recommendation of the previous Procedures Committee as endorsed by the Assembly in March 2022. Prior to finalising the standing order, the committee sought views of the First Minister and Deputy First Minister and all parties and the independent member in the Assembly before agreeing. At our meeting on the 18th of June 2025, by consensus, it was agreed to bring it to the Assembly for approval. In closing, and in my capacity of chairperson of the Procedures Committee, I would like to thank the Deputy Chairperson and all the members of the committee for their constructive approach and detailed input to this standing order and to the work of the committee more generally. I would also like to thank our clerks, affectionately known as Christella, and the officers who have worked so hard in this last session to complete a significant amount of workload. So thank you very much to all of them. But, Deputy Speaker, I trust members will view this proposed change as a constructive and useful addition to standing orders, and I look forward to the debate. As an individual MLA with the Alliance Party, as a scrutiny MLA, I am delighted that we actually will have prior knowledge at the start of a session of what the Executive's legislative programme will be. That will make life an awful lot easier for committees and will help us to hold ministers to account. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. Kelly, I call on Cara Hunter. Cara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak briefly on this new standing order, and I thank the Chair for her work in chairing this committee. We in the SDLP welcome this new standing order, which speaks to include an annual debate on the Assembly legislative programme. This new standing order speaks to the importance of openness and transparency in this Assembly with regards to executive business. Our viewpoint as the opposition over the past 500 or so days is that this is of great importance and allows for accountability of the First and Deputy First Minister and the wider work of the whole Executive. I also rise to put on record my frustration that the Executive still hasn't delivered its 2024 legislative programme, and that delivering for people is why we're elected to this House, and I think that it's a must with transparency and accountability is key to show the public how we are focused in bringing forward legislation that can adequately change their lives. Thank you.
Indeed, Cara. And I call on Orla Flynn to wind on the debate. And Orla, you've got up to 5 minutes.
As Deputy Chairperson of the Committee on Procedures, I also, like the Chairperson, welcome the opportunity to speak on this debate and to conclude on today's debate on this motion to provide instant orders for an annual debate on the Executive's legislative programme. I'd like to begin by, again, just thanking all of those who, Kelly and Cara, who said a few words in this debate, and in particular, special thank you to our committee chairperson, Kelly Armstrong, for all of her work on the committee to date and for opening today's debate. In the committee, there was full support to bring forward this new standing order, and again, I'm glad that obviously people seem to be content at this stage to pass a standing order this evening. And then I suppose maybe just some of the points that the Cara highlighted there just lastly are really, really important around the accountability, the transparency and the openness, and hopefully with having this annual debate, Cara and other members will feel that we'll have that through the annual debate on the legislative programme. Yeah, I'm pleased that people are content with it. Alas, Concordia, it's important that this Assembly, as the Chair had outlined, does fulfil the requirement of Section 15(3) of the Assembly and the Executive Reform Act 2016, and that it implements the recommendations of the previous Committee on Procedures, which was endorsed by the Assembly, by providing for an annual debate on the Executive's legislative programme. This standing order does so while also recognising the process already adopted by the First Minister and Deputy First Minister in this mandate in relation to the Executive's legislative programme, and including a time frame that should assist the planning and the scheduling of committee and plenary work. So finally, again, just thanks to Kelly as our chairperson, to all the members on the committee who took the time to get involved in the debate and the discussion when we were compiling the draft standing order, and a very big thank you to the wonderful committee staff and all of those individuals and the teams who came in front of the committee to provide us with evidence, advice and guidance on bringing this forward. So again, I'm pleased that there seems to be, everyone seems to be happy enough, hopefully, to pass this new provision in standing orders, and I commend it to the Assembly.
Very much indeed, Orla. Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? As there are ayes from all sides of the chamber and there are no dissenting voice, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is agreed. And just before we go to item 6 on the order paper, I would wish you all to have a very safe summer and hopefully we won't see anybody back in this chamber, says he, hopefully, until September. So, item 6 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question is, the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.